All right. Here we go. I don't know what is going on with my screen. Okay, cool. Here we go. We have some dad and son adventures today. The good old dad and son adventures we got going. All right. I don't remember, again, as always. I always forget where we're at in the story. But we're gonna figure it out. I tell you what. We gotta get in the story mode. Okay, we got Freya. Oh, we're looking for Atreus. That's what's going on. I remember. Pepperidge Farms remembers. Oh, this is such a big change up from Genshin Impact, obviously. We'll see how long we're gonna play this for today. We don't really know, but I'm imagining it's gonna be about 4 hours, 4 or 5 hours, about 4 or 5 hours. But we'll see. Just vibe out, see how it goes. Should be pretty chill. It's pretty chill night here, considering everything else that's going on in the world. I certainly can't be complaining right now. I get to chill in my room, or literally my game room, my guest room, whatever. Play some video games. Video game all night. Maybe go get me some more Gatorade. Who knows? I want to get everything. Okay, we're climbing. Nice and easy. Nice.
Even supposing
and
we're all
slow.
perfectly comfortable plotting an assassination, and I, for one, am a mite rusty at that measure. We've got no way to reach Heimdall.
Yeah, we
no
do.
way to kill him if we did.
I have killed gods greater than him.
I don't doubt that, brother.
See, when he says that,
My point.
like, I have to think about the gods that Kratos has killed that are better than Heimdall. Which, obviously, you know, Kratos don't lie. He definitely has. Like, I would imagine someone like... I don't know. I mean, I guess technically Zeus would be a greater god than Heimdall. But I would imagine that Heimdall will be able to beat Zeus in a fight. I would imagine that Heimdall will be able to beat most Greek gods in a fight. If I'm really just thinking about it. Heimdall, at least the Heimdall in this game, would fold. Man, I passed out the live open last night. Hey, I appreciate it. Hopefully you slept good. Appreciate you for stopping back through. Those are the good sleeps. I ain't had one of those in a minute. I had one of them in a minute. All right, where we going? Where are we going? Which way? He's pointing that way. We're going this way. Can't go that way.
Stay up if you want to get out of here.
Man, Freya, shut yourself up. We not cussing around here. Think I forgot. Team, no cuss. We'll see how long that lasts. I did pretty good. Typically what happens is I clearly spend my entire day by myself. Just chilling. What the heck is this area up here even for? Oh. Anyway, yeah, I spend like my whole day by myself and I don't say a word. And then I get on stream and I start talking. And of course, I'm so bad at video games. I get frustrated and I inherently cuss.
No one's covering their tracks already.
I don't think I ever came over here.
To the sled then.
Nice. I remember now where we were leaving the Norns. That's what we were doing. That part of this game is trippy. They nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Obviously, you know, we've been over this before. This is a repeat play game right here. Okay? Multiple time play. Multiple, because I think it says on on your PlayStation 5
We're missing the no one's message here.
how many
We've all got
hours you've put
tendencies,
into a game, and I think I'm
you
already at
risk
like
to run
125
headlong
for
into
this.
danger to protect the ones
What's
you
Mimir
love.
saying?
I do not intend to change. Not about that.
Why should you? Apparently my tendency is to kill the ones I love.
180. You got to be like
I
this
don't
when
need
when
you.
your son's born, man. You got to move heaven and earth for him.
Their accusation was cruel. None of us
The
believed.
truth is a cruel thing. Anyone care to
Alan,
argue
what's
with
going
that?
on?
No.
How goes it?
Baldur's fate had many causes.
Baldur,
Prophecy
man.
among them.
I think about those
do you mean,
fights with
brother?
Baldur.
There are many tales in my homeland.
Those are
of
probably
those who
some of my
fulfilled
best fights
prophecy by
in
attempting to avoid it.
the God of
So
War
it was
series.
when Freya tried to protect
The Baldur fights. Goodness
And so
gracious.
it was when I accused my son of going to Asgard.
It had
We
slight
agree.
elements of
It would be
technical
foolish to go after
aspects to
No.
it. I'm watching
If
Get Over just
Heimdall
told you
must
because
die for
Gojo got
Atreus to
packed.
live, then Heimdall must die.
How can you say that, knowing what you know?
I need to watch a new
Because if
episode.
Heimdall is a threat to my son.
I haven't watched it yet, but I
must
definitely
act.
need to.
It is my
Your nature.
It's crazy because
Well
Great
played,
Cleric
Norn.
just came out with a new episode. JJK just came out with a new episode, and I can't remember else. Something else on my list just came out with a new episode as well. Man, I get so emotional thinking of Kratos' development. Episode 12 came out. Okay. I'm gonna have to check it out. Yeah, right? Kratos' development. Let me tell you. Like when my son has kids, I'm gonna make him play this game series. At least the first two. And then preferably like one of the original ones, but who knows? My son typically likes similar things to me, but I don't know about forcing my son to play a super old game at the time, he has kids. That'll probably be like 20 years from now. But still, I think or no, you know what? We'll have the TV show by then. So we don't even have to worry about it. I'll just make him watch TV show.
Kratos,
He'll probably watch TV show.
tell me more of your homeland.
This directional
violent.
audio,
and cruel.
I love.
Sounds no different from these lands.
It was
I love it.
warmer.
It's my favorite part of this game. If I'm being completely honest, it's my favorite part of most new games.
Return home. Consider our plans.
But yeah, most games like Last of Us 2, obviously they have it in that game. I love it. I'm trying to think. Oh no, we need to go pick up Tre Tre. Once we pick up Tre Tre, then we're gonna bang out some side quests. That's what
I suspect there's unfinished business
That's
here
where we're
at the
at.
lake. Though
Nope.
I'm certainly happy to spend time somewhere other than Midgard.
Let's
It's
see.
your choice, brother.
It's 15 for the Leviathan axe. That'll take us to 160. This will take us to 190. Who knows? I don't really use the Dropner spear a whole lot. Like, it's cool, but it doesn't really like do a whole lot of damage or nothing. I primarily just use it for the abilities. It's good like AoE, like containment type. I think I'm gonna go with the Leviathan axe. I've been sleeping on using this
Boy, I'm
thing.
glad this axe
Thing
is
is
in
clutch.
your hands.
Super clutch. Nope, can't level that up.
Whatever you
Probably
need,
can't
I'll
level
create.
up any armor. Nope. 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 Soon, maybe. Man. This is the struggle right here.
Ooh, a souvenir from foreign lands.
A souvenir from foreign lands. I think I need to buy a resurrection stone because I'm pretty sure I got mopped the other day
What can I
when
make?
I was playing this. Let me see. Resurrection stones. Superior. Yep, I knew it. I knew I needed one. We got
Got time to chat?
dusted the other day. Absolutely dusted. Every time I see a smiley face like that person who just came in, new Ninja Storm game, I think since Ninja Storm 4, because that was the last Ninja Storm I played, I think since that game, my excitement is probably the most peak for any Naruto series game. So yeah, pretty excited. I'm not overexcited,
Now tell
but
me
I'm
of
pretty
this
excited.
power Heimdall
I'd say my
wields.
excitement is probably
He sees the future.
More like he reads the person, sees their intention.
My intent will be to kill him. Knowing
I'd say
that
probably
will
a
be
6
no
out of
advantage.
6 out of 10,
Brother, this
which is
is
pretty
no
big.
one to underestimate.
Because
Any move
outside
you
of
make,
Storm
you'll
4,
have seen it
I
coming.
wasn't a huge
If you
fan
must
of
face
most
him, we need
other
something else.
Naruto games.
An edge.
No, there was one on the
Remember it?
Xbox 360 that I liked as well.
Very well.
But I can't remember the name,
We'll ask
what
the
the name of it
dwarves.
was, and it was a
Ah,
3D
the inevitable
based game. Like you
asking
run
of the
around, you can run up
dwarves.
buildings and stuff, and that's why I liked it because it felt like you were a ninja in the Naruto verse. Anyway, but yeah, Storm 4 I thought was a really good game. Probably one of the only arena fighter type games that I actually really like.
Excuse me, sir. Could I have a moment of your time?
You had a Tosker,
Dear, oh dear, what's to be done?
so we'll see. You know,
What is it you want?
It has come to
I think
my
it's about
attention
time I
that
branch
Nico
back
has
out
been
into
slain,
that line of
and as a
games
result, her
as well,
offspring have been let
because I
loose
like
into the
fighting
nine
games a lot.
realms.
And those are a little bit more easy to get
Unfortunately,
into.
without a proper
I think
role model
the
to supervise them,
after Storm
you
4, I
rascals are certain to
played
fall to
what was it?
mischief. In
Jump
time,
Force.
said mischief could
Played
culminate
Jump
in
Force,
nothing less than their
and,
devouring of the nine
yeah.
realms entirely.
That
In
was
order to
I was
avoid
on that for a
grisly
long time.
fate, I'd like you to bring
Well,
the Lindworms to
for
me.
Jump Force
I believe
timeline, it was a
you'll
long
find the
time
specimens
because Jump
gnawing
Force
on
didn't
pairs throughout
stay
the realm.
popping for that long. So I
Use
played
this
that for like
device
4 to
safely
6
store
months.
them, bring them back to
Yeah,
me,
Storm 4 was dope.
and
I don't know
promise I'll
Xbox
make
one you're
it worth
talking
your
about
while.
too.
You mean to
Yeah,
say
the
you
name of it.
raised them by yourself?
The
Indeed.
name of it
I have no
like,
small experience managing extreme personalities.
misses me
Compared
right
to
now.
wrestling with my emotions in the most literal
But-
of senses, I dare say raising a handful of Lindworms would be a
Naruto,
walk in
like,
the park.
I
Let's
feel
put
like
it
it
all
started with
aside
I don't
for the
know.
moment.
I want to say it started with an R, but I can't be sure.
About
I can't be
Nico.
sure.
You should know. We had no choice.
Yeah, we killed
It
that
was
thing.
Odin's doing.
Oh, I am very well
But that
aware
game
that
was
he has
sick.
neglected all-
That is enough.
And what you could do was you could with the joysticks you could do the jutsus around town and do like different things. Man, that game was dope. It might have also been for the PlayStation. I think it would have been a PS3. But at the time, I only had the Xbox 360, and that's what I played it on. And that game was sick. It was one of the first Naruto games I played, actually. That was probably the
I have
second,
news.
actually.
Oh,
That game was crazy
the Norns
good.
tell you how to get Atreus
Absolutely
back? Do we have a
crazy.
plan?
The Norns say Atreus will be killed
And then,
by
like,
Heimdall.
even the
plan is to kill Heimdall first.
Like even like the
Oh,
like the
wow.
versus mode in
Okay,
that game was
Heimdall.
good.
Let's
Like
see.
a lot of
Whoever
fun.
loses sees everything
I would try to
coming,
play with the
unpopular
sticks to
at
find it.
parties.
Exactly. I would always do that and be like,
Whatever his
okay.
advantages, I will overwhelm him.
There's one time I actually even went into the show and I was like, all right, well, what is the actual like jutsu? And I figured out like one of the simple fire jutsus that Sasuke had did, and it didn't do anything, but I thought it would.
Go get Draupnir.
Draupnir.
If they would have put
But
that
wait,
level of
our
detail into it,
supplies.
where you could like
Oh, we got
do actual
and
jutsu from the show,
despair.
as long as you know it,
If we did,
and
Draupnir's
things would
a
happen,
weapon.
that would be crazy.
Why would a...
That'd be absolutely crazy.
You mean we combine it with...
That's right.
And then when he...
And like if the character
go.
can do it, they'll do it. I'll put that
dude, that's
caveat in there.
brilliant.
Because it would make
Very
sense for
well.
characters who canonically can't do it,
nothing to
do
do,
certain
but-
jutsu, obviously. But anyway,
Go fetch
that's something they
Draupnir.
should do in the future. I think if they made a, all right, now we get to go get the Draupnir spear. Dope. I think if they did more of an open world game like that, kind of how they did with what is it, One Piece. They got like a bunch of One Piece games that I think are supposedly for the like telling of the story and blah 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 blah.
I can't fathom what they have in mind, but if it's a weapon against Heimdall,
What is she talking about?
we can use it.
Okay. But I think if they did that with Naruto, made it more open world, like they had done in the past, similar to again to how they did with the One Piece games, and just tell the story. It doesn't. We don't even need to be our own created character, although that would be cool. That would be nice. Why are they? Oh, there we go. That would be cool.
Draupnir.
But
I knew these two had nicked it.
as long as I can run
Odin
around the
blamed
town
me for it
and like
disappearing.
do
They stole
jutsus
Draupnir.
and like
We didn't
occasionally
steal
beat up
nothing.
random people in the street,
just
occasionally, it don't gotta be all the
ungifted what
time.
never should have been
Like do
gifted in
side
the
quests and
first
stuff. Like that would be
How
fun.
will it help me kill Heimdall?
I feel like
Never you
because
mind all
then
that.
like
It's
not
a
only do you
fucking
get to get
surprise.
people into the
We're
story,
artistes.
And I get that some people are like, well, they do those games all the time, but we're always the ones who buy them. Like, the anime fans who continuously buy them, we're the ones who keep buying them. It's not like new people every time, because they typically make the games in the same fashion. But if they change the way they make the game and make it a little bit more palatable for the masses, like they did with My Hero Ultimate Rumble. Granted, I don't know if that game has like a storyline or anything in it, which I doubt because it's a free-to-play game. But like that, you could just make the game free-to-play. I feel like free-to-play games are kind of the way to go. Those things are popping. I even considered streaming. What is it called? My Hero Ultimate Rumble. I considered it. And then I was like, I'm not the biggest fan of Royal Rumble based games, even if it's not a shooter, because like the shooters I definitely don't like. But who knows? I have it in my library, my game library, so I might download it and play it. Not on stream for, you know, a couple hours, 5-6 hours, see if I like it. And if I do like it, then I might play it on stream. But we'll see.
Miss you, little one.
I'm not necessarily like dying looking for things to play on stream. I still got to finish God of War, Ragnarok, The Last of Us Part 2.
Got it.
I think.
I'm catching up in Genshin Impact. I got a lot of stuff I have to do in Warframe. I'm very far behind in that game. Anyway, there's a lot of games, so I'm not looking for a new game, and I gotta try RDR2. Not sure I'm gonna stream that anymore because of what 180 said. I think I'm gonna play that a little bit. I think I'll put about 10 hours into that on
Odin's
my
left
own.
hand, and he carries the
My first
horde.
Naruto game was
Begins
PSC
Ragnarok.
Naruto Ultimate
We have the
Shippuden.
chance to eliminate
I
him.
think
We
they
should.
does
just
have
as likely
RPG
a trap
Naruto
because
game.
the bastard
Yeah,
knows your
Naruto
intentions.
game would be sick. Because like the
Anyone so much as lay a finger on him.
on the sly, one of the reasons I
Well,
wanted to
like
get
everyone's
into
been forgetting.
How long will it take?
One Piece
We'll have to go to Svartalfheim
was
to
because
get
I
the
saw
rest
the
of
trailer
materials.
for the One Piece
Not to
game.
mention we'll have to visit.
I think it was a trailer for One Piece Odyssey that had actually recently come out.
Oh.
Because my whole journey with One Piece is brand new. It's within
That's a
it's
relief.
within a year. I'd say within the last 10 months. Actually, no. Now it's been about a year because I got divorced about a year ago. So it's been about a year since I started watching One Piece.
Whenever you're ready.
Anyway. But it was because I saw the One Piece Odyssey game and like seeing Luffy swing around the world and like some of the bosses he was fighting in the game trailer.
No idea
Like a
what
lot
it's
of it
all
looked
about,
really,
brother.
really sick to me, and the fact that it was an RPG, like open world RPG style game. I was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be sick. I mean, I bought Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, even though I personally don't like that game. I think the flying around in Dragon Ball Z Kakarot is sick. I think it's so much fun. However, the combat system in that game is so simple, it drives me nuts. I wish they had made it just a tiny bit more difficult. And then, if they had done that, then I definitely would have enjoyed the game more. It's just, the combat system's too easy for me.
Ah, time to go see the lady. I'll take it from
And
here.
then, like, the dialogue sections in that game,
This
I
whole
feel
thing
like,
were my
I get it. That game is
I
probably
don't
made
speak
more
to
so
the
for, like,
lady.
newer players.
I never
but
get to speak to the lady.
There are reasons
know.
for that.
Brock will go.
I felt like there
What?
should have been
No,
an
no,
easier
no.
way. Like, I
I
should have been able to skip
heard
whole
him.
dialogue sections if I
What's your
wanted to.
friend? I ain't gonna mess nothing.
Yeah, Kakarot, I mean, it looked like it was going to be great, but, I mean, it was okay. If I'm being honest, I would rate it like a 5 out of 10, game-wise. Like, I beat it, but it was sad because I felt like I had to force myself to beat that game. I felt like I was pressuring myself. I was like, you paid for it, even though I did get it on sale. But I was like, all right, fine, I'll play it for 2 hours
What was
today.
all that then?
I wasn't like excited and eager to play it like I am with this and other games.
Not that. The gate. What's
And
wrong
it
with
was
a
right
bloody
after I figured out the combat system was that simple. I was like, cheeks, this ain't it. I was like, the combat system in this game is like so simple. The same thing that happened with me in that game, it happened also between me and Kingdom Hearts 3. I was so excited for Kingdom Hearts 3. And I still need to download it and finish playing it. I'll probably play that on stream. But the combat system in that game was so simple, I couldn't even enjoy the
Brock,
story.
where are we?
Because I had it on the hardest difficulty.
Here's your stop.
And it was
Banded
dumb
service
easy.
tunnel, direct to the forge
and that's like a problem that a lot of these newer games are having, like Kakarot,
And he's
Kingdom
gone.
Hearts 3.
Sure he was the right pick for
Sometimes
his
they make
brother?
it too story
Trust him. He
and
speaks plain.
not enough difficulty,
yet
even
so
on the harder
powerfully.
difficulty. And then you got games like this, where the hardest difficulty in this is a fever dream to beat. Like, that ain't gonna happen. Like, you gotta be good for that to happen. I don't know what I hit, but alright. Yeah, Kakarot definitely could have been better. It should have been better. For the fans, it should have been better. Like, I don't know. They could have made the... They could have even made the combat system kind of like Raging Blast. Like, a lot of people didn't like Raging Blast. Granted, I get it. But they could have made it like Raging Blast and it would have been more difficult. Honestly.
brother.
And
That
they
looks
didn't.
flammable.
Oh, it's flammable, huh? Hopefully somebody come over here and they can get blued up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we'll never be able to get the perfect anime game. I love a challenge, but I don't know if I'm ready for Dark Souls difficulty in my life. Yeah, you know, I don't want that Dark Souls difficulty level stuff neither. I don't have the temperament for that. I'm snapping a controller if I'm playing Dark Souls level. And if I spend money on it, I'm gonna beat the game. Like, people see my PlayStation library and they're like, dang, you got so many games. And I'm like, yo, I've been a PlayStation member for ages. Years. And since I've been a member for years, I get all those free games. Most of my games I did not pay for. But the games I do pay for, oh, you best believe I'm beating them. Even if they're hard, I'm beating them. But I'm going to be fuming if the game is difficult. Raging Blast, man, was... I feel like a lot of people didn't like it. Like, majority of the people who bought it and played it, I feel like just didn't like it. Which is fine. I personally like that game. I thought it was a lot of
Criminal
fun.
for liquor and explosives. Little on the nose for dwarven
And again,
culture.
that's like I mentioned the other day. If I'm playing a game, I'm playing a game because I want it to be fun. If the game ain't fun,
Might have earned that one.
I'm probably not going to enjoy it a whole lot. It can have the nicest graphics in the world, but if it ain't fun, I'm not going to like it. And Raging Blast, man, I think
Why would he
I
hide
kind of
in
liked
here?
the fighting
He feared something in these times more
in the
than he
game,
feared
the
Snarl.
fighting style. It was it was simplistic, yeah, but
Fear seldom is.
it was still new and fresh and kind of fun. It was great because I could select what Super Saiyan level I wanted to hit mid-game. Exactly. That is a feature that is, like, from the Tenkaichi games that I miss so much. Like, being able to transform mid-game, woo, that's such a good feature. Because you, like, it gives you that feeling like you actually are doing it. Like, it gives you that next level of immersion. Ooh, what is that? What's up, homie? Man. We got him, don't worry. So yeah, I deeply wish they would bring that back. But I did hear word on the street is there's supposed to be a new what is it?
Switching.
Goodness gracious. Tenkaichi 4. I don't know if it's true or not. That's just what I heard. Oh, get this guy. I didn't know there was one left. And if there's a new Tenkaichi 4, I think that's going to be
Well,
probably one of the main things a lot of people are streaming, honestly. I couldn't imagine a lot of streamers streaming anything else. Just makes sense. That game's when that game drops, it's gonna be huge. Especially if they make it similar to the old Tenkaichi games. I like the Tenkaichi 3D battle style. I just wish the super abilities were faster in the game, because they're supposed to be like light speed level attacks. But like from across the map, if you shoot one of those things, you're hitting absolutely nothing. And I always felt like they should have made the attacks faster, but that's not that big of a deal. Outside of that, Tenkaichi had it because Because you could level up in that game. You could transform. What is this? Oh, duh. Alright, let's go. We roll bouncing. I don't know. I always have high hopes for anime games, and then obviously, you know, get very, very sorely let down. Oh my gosh, he killed me. That was quick. That was crazy. That's crazy. It's okay though. We survive. I typically, as long as there's more Dragon Ball games coming out, I typically don't care anyway. So as long as they make it, I'm gonna probably buy it. I'm not even gonna lie. I even knew when Kakarot came out, I was like, I'm probably not gonna like this game. Bought it anyway.
Careful, brother. That looks flammable.
And that's fine. You know. I enjoyed it for what it was, I guess. After I realized it was like just not what I was expecting it to be, I was like, okay, cool. Let's just get through it. At least enjoy the story, retelling of it, whatevs. That's something Xenoverse always did weird. You get so much time to move out the way of supers. Yeah, I don't like that about Xenoverse either. Definitely don't like that about Xenoverse either. Like I like the games, obviously, but the fact that those abilities move so slow don't make sense. Make absolutely no sense to me.
Ridiculing a culture you helped undermine.
Nice. No spoilers.
Oh, all right. Might have earned that one.
Oh, already. I guess this stuff already counts as being acquired. Yeah, I feel like in those games, if they make the supers move faster, like significantly faster, it'll help add an extra layer of realism to it. Gojo was like hollow purple. It's so hard to not like the character that they created for Gojo. I feel like it's impossible to not like him. Absolutely impossible. He's just too cool for school. He's too cool, I can't even say it. He's not my favorite character in the show, but he's definitely up there. Definitely up there. My favorite character is Todoroki. Toji become a donut. Hit him with that spell, lady. Oh, snap. I probably, before I even go to bed tonight, I'm probably gonna watch a new episode. You know, why not? Treat myself a little bit. Watch the show and Gojo. Oh my gosh, Gojo is that dude. Gojo is easily that dude. Like, when you think of like a cool character, like he's who you have in mind. Honestly, he's so sick, so sick.
Why it's an abandoned
He's
a fortuitous oil spill.
I was a JJK hater at first. I was a hater. I'm not even gonna lie. One of my homeboys hit me up and was like, "Oh, yo, you should watch JJK." And at the time, a lot of people don't remember when JJK first came out. What was the show that came out alongside it? God of High School. God of High School also came out literally at the same time, or like within the same month. So I was watching God of High School as that was coming out, and everybody else was watching JJK. And the fight scenes, I don't care what anyone says, the fight scenes in God of High School are probably some of my favorite fights in anime probably in the last 5 years, because a lot of the fights were like actually hitting, like back to back to back to back fights were just good after good after good. Characters had techniques, characters had specific fighting styles, and they were fighting. In JJK, they do fight and stuff like that, but there's only certain characters that be like throwing hands. There's not every character is boxing. Some characters are using like a lot of heavy ability type stuff. and whatnot. And me personally, I think the abilities are cool, but I want to see the boxing. That's what I want to see. I want to see hands getting thrown. I want to see frame by frame. Oh, he got pieced up with a 6-piece, like that type of stuff. Because that's what makes it, to me, that's what makes the anime really pop. Like the impact scenes when people getting hit and whatnot. Anybody with secret eyes already has me as a fan, right? He's a menace. The old days, right? Like, now anime focuses so heavily on the trope, man. Hands must be thrown to get me into the fights, right? And I remember when, like that's why I like Baki. Like, some people hate on Baki, and which is cool, I get it. But for me, and Baki doesn't even have like really great fighting scenes. But for me, the thing for me that gets me in Baki is they still use the concept of actual techniques and blah 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 and blah blah blah, and I love it. And they actually apply it in the fights and whatnot. I'm like, okay, do that thing. So people who hate on Baki, cool. I'm gonna revive. People that hate on it, I get it. It's fine. It's not the best drawn show out there. I get it. But they throw hands in Baki. They definitely throw hands in Baki for sure. My friend not knowing how to play the game. My friend 2 minutes later. Hollow Purple. I'm trying to think of other shows nowadays where they really, because after Naruto left the air, there wasn't a lot of shows that really Megalobox, if you count that within the past. I love me some Megalobox. Goodness gracious. Woo! Did I love Megalobox? That was, for me, oh, I always forget to even put that in my top. But Megalobox for me was like almost irresistible. I didn't even see the second season because I heard like the premise for it, and I was like, maybe not. However, I might have to get back on that. I love that series. How you doing, bro? Like Nas? I'm good. Just chilling, relaxing, you know. Kakashi versus Obito, best friend in Naruto versus Sasuke.
He mustn't.
No. Do not ask again.
I think the Kakashi and Obito fight was better than the last Naruto and Obito fight. I'm trying to think. Nasir Musa. And it sounds crazy, but I know, especially because I was in the service, I know like 4 Nasirs, and then I know one from back home. But I don't remember if his name was I don't know. I'm doing good though. Appreciate you for saying hi. Shippuden Indian left such a huge void in the anime culture, in my opinion. Heck yeah, it did. Because we didn't have anything anymore. Like, when we didn't have Dragon Ball, we at least had Yu Yu Hakusho. We had Inuyasha. We had, obviously, Naruto, One Piece. We had so many things that came after Dragon Ball. Obviously, because that's what introduced us to the anime scene anyway. But Naruto was so big, and it lasted for so long. Like it was ultimately gonna leave a void anyway, because that was, I feel like, what most people were watching. I feel like of the big 3, most people were watching Naruto, because everyone wanted to be a ninja. I was about to cuss, but we didn't cuss. That was a good save. It was a good save. Everybody wanted to be a ninja. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When you watch I think it's the second episode of Naruto. By the end of it, you already see Naruto using a jutsu to fill the forest with clones. That's how you capture a crowd right there. That's how you capture an audience. Within 2 episodes, I think. Don't quote me on that. But after he reads the scroll and learns the jutsu, he fills a forest with his clones. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's an amazing way to grab the reader's attention and grab fans' attention. It's what got me to watch Naruto over One Piece and over Bleach. Bleach was cool. I watched Bleach and Naruto, but I watched Naruto.
The giants conceal
until
a mysterious
until
figure
after
who
Sasuke
changes
left.
the fate
After
of
Sasuke
Ragnarok, and
left,
you're oblivious to the
and like
only
I think that
rational
first
candidate,
season, I watched the first
one
season
who's
after
fought
Sasuke
wars
left.
against gods
But after that,
and
I didn't watch
I
anymore.
am not their
Episode
champion.
1, my guy,
Well,
the craziest opening.
we're
Too.
each entitled
Was
to
it
our
seriously the first episode? Woo, that's nuts. I wanted to say episode 1, but I didn't want to be too brash. You know, I don't want to be too out there like that. That's nuts.
Somewhere.
It like that's a series like that's how you start a series. For me, I feel like anybody who wants to watch One Piece, in order to get like that kind of a feeling, like to really want to be in it like that, personally I feel like that doesn't happen for a while, honestly. Like that's just how I feel about it. Nazir, how you doing? I'm doing good, man. I'm just chilling, you know, relaxing, trying to enjoy my life, considering the craziness and everything that's going on in the world. I'm trying to focus on myself and keep myself sane in these trying times. How are you? When I saw Gojo live, I was like, told you, you're so dead. Man, Gojo is, again, it's very rare that we get characters written like Gojo. That's why I like his character so much. Because typically, you know, the overly powered character trope, a lot of people don't like that. I start playing some new games. What games you playing? What the heck was that? Oh yeah! Always gotta be playing the games. Always. Alright, let's go through this door.
These gates seem to be connected. See if you
Man,
can break that far fixture.
how am I supposed to do this, lady? Oh, there we go. I always get confused when I play this game because of the way. Let go! Kratos, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Nope, that was stupid. That was dumb. I can't even believe I tried that. No, you fool!
Twilight Stone. We can use that.
I messed up. I just called to play GTA 5. GTA 5. I typically don't play it, but man, everybody loves that game. I'm surprised people still play it. It's a weekend I get to stay up. Weekends are the best. How am I got this. Weekends are the absolute best. Alright, we gotta get this. I messed that up. It's okay. Just okay? I think you're probably one of the first people who play that game who said it's just okay. Probably the first. Yes, it is in fact a Naruto. It's Naruto Shippuden. Alright, how are we gonna get this? Come on. Did we get it? Woo, we got it. Just barely. Yeah, got Naruto playing in the back. I typically have something going on in the back because what I do is like if no one's here to talk to, then I usually look through my phone on TikTok so I can see what's going, and it's flipped. So I can read the subtitles and I can actually watch something while I'm playing a game and talking to myself. So it gives me something to talk about, you know. Anyway, ever since I saw you, I was like, I love this guy. I'm going to start watching him every day. You know what? I appreciate that. I don't know what about me there is to love, but it's nice to hear, and it makes me feel like people actually enjoy watching me, you know, just chill, which, you know, is a good thing. It's kind of what I was hoping for, to just hopefully meet like-minded people who just want to kind of chill, vibe out, talk a little bit, you know. What do you eat for dinner? Let's see here. I had, dang, what did I have for dinner? I had a bowl of Raisin Bran. Shout out 180. Raisin Bran with, what was it? Almond milk. Uh-oh. We got him. What else did I have? I had... Get him. Get him. We got him. Oh, he got me. Oh, no. This ain't good. This ain't good. Dang, what else did I have for dinner? Now you really got me over here pondering. Dang. Ooh, you missed, friend. What was dinner? Hold on. I gotta pause the game real quick so I can actually think. I had the Raisin Bran. I had... Oh, that's what I had. I went to the grocery store, and the grocery store had... they put out, like, fresh food and stuff like that, like hot food. And I've been going to the grocery store to figure out when they put out, like, the freshest of it, because the store's, like, right across the street from my house, or my apartment. So I went over there, and they put out fresh pieces of chicken. So they did 5 thighs and 5 legs for $8.99, and there's no tax on food in my state. So that's $9 for essentially, you know, you're paying like 90 cents per piece of chicken. That's crazy. I got some mac and cheese as well, which was like $2. That was hot too. And again, I had the Raisin Bran, and then I'm not gonna lie, I had 3 donuts. I said 2 because I forgot that I was about to throw one away, and then I was like, nah, I'm gonna eat it because I paid for it. So yeah, you know, I was eating a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, ever since I saw you, it was like, oh. I've seen a lot of hate on DB Daima trailer. Definitely would have liked anime to catch up to manga. Man, I don't know why people are hating on it. I think it's gonna be amazing. Especially it's coming out fall next year. It's gonna be great. This year had chicken, mashed potatoes, and green beans. Yeah, that actually sounds pretty good. It's a little bit of fun. A little bit of prime. About to eat big hot Cheetos for a little snack. Hey man, hot Cheetos sounds so good. I'm trying to stay away from Cheetos and like chips and stuff in general. And it's not good that instead of that I replace it with donuts and like, I don't know. I actually weighed myself for the first time today. Come on. What's up with you? What? I blocked that. Fair. Game is game. I weighed myself for the first time today, and so for me, I know what weight I'm at, how that correlates to like my body fat percentage and like what I look like and so on and so forth. So I was like, all right, man, I gotta lose some weight. Not that I look like I'm out of shape or anything. It's just that I wanna look better than I currently do. So I'm about to start dieting again. Not dieting. Hitting that intermittent fasting a little bit harder. See what they do with it. Seems like it's not to be taken too serious. You know, I think that's kind of what the Dragon Ball universe needs. Is maybe something that's not taken too serious. And hey, wow. Given how they have done the series thus far, it could just potentially be another universe within the already existing Dragon Ball verse anyway. Like, we don't know. We don't know how it's like actually going to be set up. My number one thing though is the fact that it's going to look absolutely beautiful. What? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy that happened. But I'm excited for it. I don't know why some people don't think it's... I don't know why some people won't just wait, give it a chance. We got a couple more trailers that are definitely going to come out. Like, all you got to do is wait on that. And then once that happens, you know, we'll have our answer on the series, whether it's good or not. Like, it's that simple. I'm going to wait. I think it's going to be phenomenal. Especially if the production quality stays the same. Oh, my gosh. It's going to put Dragon Ball back on the map. Where it belongs, baby. Where it belongs. Number 1. They number 1. You missed, fool. Got him with the shield. So we'll see. I'm not one of those types of fans where I'm like, I'm not gonna hate on it until I see it. I've gotta see some actual product before I start hating. True, I heard it's supposed to take place between Z and Super, but can't believe anything till it's out. And it's crazy because Super takes place in between the last 2 episodes of Dragon Ball Z. Like between episode 290 and 291, that's when Super takes place. There's a 7-year gap. So they're gonna put a series within another. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Again, I don't want to prejudge. I definitely want to prejudge. It could be amazing. Based on how it looks initially, I'm gonna go ahead and say at least the first 50 episodes are gonna be amazing. I'll say that.
Well, that was a bloody heartier sort of grim.
Yeah, a lot of people have forgotten about that, like, because Super takes place literally because at the end of Z, you have full-grown Oob in the tournament, and then obviously Goku and Oob at the very end of 291, they fly off into like out into the earth or into wherever, and they go train. But they fought in the World Martial Arts Tournament at the end of 291. And that 291 takes place, I think, 7 or 8 years after 290. And 290 is after they kill Boo. So immediately after, obviously after Boo is defeated and whatnot, Super happens. I think like a couple of, or not Super. Yeah, Super starts happening because Beerus, like that. I want to say that takes place like maybe 3 to 6 months after they defeat Boo, something like that. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah. All of Super supposedly fits within that 7-year gap. Supposedly they're only like 2.5 to 3 years through currently in the anime, but in the manga I believe it's further than that. All right, where we going with this? Yeah, so we'll see. I don't think this is a part of the trough. Where am I trying to go with this thing? Go that way. Yeah. Nope, that was a terrible idea. So we'll see, I got high hopes. Yeah, because Goku goes and trains Oob to be Earth's defender. Yep. Eating ramen. Ramen's always the best. I love ramen. I haven't had it in a long time. I haven't had ramen in a long time, but it do sound good. Yeah, what flavor?
That worked. Shall we?
What flavor?
This opinion of yours.
Beef? Okay. I'm a big chicken fan.
You expect me
I always
to
do
be
chicken,
your
and then I
arms
make sure I got the hot sauce on the side.
is Tyr's job,
Texas Pete
not
or
mine.
Louisiana
It's plain to see
preferred.
Tyr's no war
And then, I
god
just
anymore.
Nor am I. I
bop.
have left that life behind.
Around that many
Not killing
times,
gods you haven't.
around,
Or
not
else what are we
100%,
doing
but
in
you
this
you get a
realm?
feel for it depending on
Forging
how much
this
water
weapon?
is in there and
Your
whatnot.
choice.
So then that way you
You
got a
know
nice
where it
spicy
might
broth.
I am only
I don't know.
protecting
I might have to give me some ramen noodles this week. I might have to do that. That sounds actually pretty good. I know it's not like the healthiest thing, but I don't care about that. I want some ramen noodles. Chicken with an egg in it. Ooh, yeah. I haven't done that in a long time. That's fancy stuff right there. Yo, I learned. So I used to laugh at people who were on Pinterest and whatnot all the time. I still don't have the app anymore, but I do remember when I was married, I had the app. And I learned all the different ways people make ramen. And it's like simple stuff that people are doing on Pinterest to their ramen to make their ramen look like real good. And it's simple stuff like putting an egg in it, letting it cook, letting the water cook it or whatever. Anime talk quickly turns to food talk, right? That's crazy. Hey, I need to watch Food Wars. That's what needs to happen. But yeah, man, ramen. I might have to do that. I might have to make that a thing. I don't think I'm gonna be able to hit this thing. And then we go over here.
Sigil
Man.
arrows won't work on this.
Come on. Uh-oh. One more. One more. Man, that's some butt. Alright, we got this. I might even have to find and see if there's a food truck somewhere near me, so I can get me some actual ramen, and then just see what they put in there. Just see what they put in there. Oh, he asked the question. He asked the question. I remember for sure one because it impressed me a lot. But I don't know if you want to put your business out there like that. Hunter for sure is in there though. I'll say that. Yeah, if you watch Food Wars on stream, I'm gonna be right here watching it with you. I haven't seen it either. See, I might do that. I've been considering doing shows, like watching shows with other people. So hey, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Or maybe what I'll do is I'll probably watch it on my own, but also be able to then like easily watch it while I'm on stream because I'll actually know what happens. I don't know. I've heard nothing but good things about Food Wars. Nothing but good things. I've seen a lot of trailers for Food Wars and they all look good. It's even on my watch list. Even on my watch list. So I'm gonna get down to it one of these days. I just don't know when. I just don't know when.
Careful! Those Grim are possessed by nightmares. They'll
Got
be
him.
even more
Look at
dangerous
that.
until
They thought I wasn't paying attention. Thought I was asleep at the wheel, huh? Uh-oh. Get this little bug thing. Get him. Get him. Yeah, he's done so. Yeah, the age-old question, what's your favorite anime? Man, don't get old. I love to hear it. What's your favorite anime, Alan? Tomorrow might change. Good answer.
Right side, brother.
I think that's like what I love about the what's your favorite anime question is like you actually watch anime at even a somewhat recurrent basis. Like say you watch a series twice a week. I'll say that's fairly regular. I would say that's like how often some people watch a regular TV show. I still have so many I need to finish that I've started. Oh yeah, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club, my friend. That's like that's you know, that's what we do around here. In anime land, we just collect stuff. We collect, ooh, that looks good. We'll start that and then you're like, "Oh, okay, well, we'll come back to that cuz we were really far in this one." Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. Why do I keep going back the same way? This is the way we're going. Yeah, it's like a never-ending struggle, man. I feel like no matter how much anime you watch, you're always gonna have like a bunch of stuff that you just haven't finished yet. Got him. I always even tell myself, like, I'll even put aside like months where I'm like, you know what? All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch nothing but new stuff. I'm back up, probably so my heart Cheetos. Huh? Got him. Oh man, they got me. But yeah, you'll start. I'll set aside like time so I can actually just watch nothing but side stuff, like stuff that I had started and stopped and started and then stopped. And sometimes that helps and sometimes that works, but I can't say that it does always. Definitely not always. Man. Oh, I can just go up there. Jeez, what am I doing? I'm slacking. Got him. I didn't mean to say that in my thing. I typed too many words. The most recent anime I finished is Erase. I give it a solid 7.5 out of 10. Yeah, 7. I would say the same. I would say 7.5, 8. I don't think it's like.
I didn't mean she was tall as a house.
Actually, I'd say 7 to 7.5. Actually, yeah.
Not that there's anything wrong with
It really
disparity
depends
in
on like the
size.
time of the week that you
For
ask me.
slim's sake.
But no, all seriousness, I'd say 7.5 is probably like a perfect rating for that series. I thought it was really good. I think, obviously, you know, some people hear like 7.5, and they're like, "You're saying that's really good?" And I'm like, "Yeah, a 5 series can be good, or even sometimes even really good." What I'm going to say is just I got my hot Cheetos and some ice cream. Oh, hot Cheetos and ice cream? That actually sounds really good. I used to do that back in the day. I always wondered if the erased, what was it? The erased live action was any good. Again, I don't typically watch live action stuff anymore, but that would be a really easy series to do, live action. Oh, and I also think like if they did another, if you haven't seen another, man, that series is good. It's funny that I say that too, because it just popped up like after so long. I haven't seen it in years. It just popped up on my things you should watch on my Crunchyroll, even though I've already seen it. Yeah, if I could be good plot with just bad execution. Exactly. There could be, I've seen like really well drawn, like extremely well drawn stuff with great audio and like okay story. And then it'll have like a horrible like last arc, like to wrap up the series, like a final 24 or final 12 episodes. And it'll, for me as a whole for the series, say it's 3 series total. You got your first, your middle, and your end. Say that third one is trash, just absolute awful. If in the everything can still look the same and sound the same, but if the story is just ugh, like if they butch the story, for me that tanks a series. That's what happened for a lot of people with Full Metal Alchemist, not Brotherhood, but Full Metal Alchemist, the first series. Supposedly they hated how the series like started to veer into, and it just tanked it. And then Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is actually a way of seeing the producer do it like the right way. What's your favorite color of ice cream? Favorite color? Probably white. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, my favorite color of ice cream is probably white. I typically prefer vanilla ice cream. I like chocolate ice cream too, but I'm not. It depends. I gotta be in the mood for chocolate. I can almost always have vanilla. That's how a lot of people feel about the Chimera arc, but I love it. Man, I am so tired of the hate that the Chimera arc gets, man. Cookies and cream is my weakness. Yo, I think it's half of North America's weakness, dog. Cookies and cream is it.
Now you may have a role to
I gotten into this thing of whenever I do have like real heavy cheat days, I'll go to the store and I'll try a random Ben & Jerry's flavor. And oh my gosh, some of the stuff people come up with, delicious but dangerous. I mean, the Twix.
Maybe if you talked about your doubts, they wouldn't explode when you talk.
Twix, I love me
I do
some
not
Twix.
doubt. She knows what
But as I was saying about the Chimera arc, I hate when people
Why would she need
like.
to ask? She saw your
I hate when
fate.
people say that the
3
Chimera
of those
ant
came
arc,
dead
1
because
was
of the
too
path
long,
she put you on.
and
You don't
2
think she knew exactly
isn't
what it
good.
meant, sending you to your kind?
Man, shut up, Freya. It really bothers me. And I shouldn't feel like I should have to defend the series, but I definitely do every single time. I always try and like present the case, like, oh, well, have you looked at the show from this point? Blah 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 blah. And you know, I try and talk people into like loving the show in the same way that I do. And I realize that it's just, you know, yeah, it just might not be in the cards. Alright, cool. And then this here. Oh, I missed it. Man, that's trash. Oh, damn. Ben & Jerry's American Dream. Americone Dream? Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Have you had the strawberry cheesecake?
That's a start.
Now the humanity mirror starts to get by just playing shogi. I was in tears by the end. Man, every single part. Oh my gosh. Every single part about how that ends is like absolutely phenomenal storytelling to me. I think. Dang it! I did it again. I think they were out to prove a point. At that point, had to have been because the story was just too dang good for me at that point. Like, it was the way they make you feel. Like, I didn't really feel too bad for Gon, because I mean, like, Gon had obviously, like, they depict Gon losing his humanity, so to speak, which is obviously like a big part in the character development for like Killua as well. I don't know. I feel like they had so many like character themes and like ways they were trying to go with characters, and like characters they were introducing just for the Chimera Ant arc to bring out other aspects of these characters. They did such a good job with the Chimera Ant arc. And the Chimera Ant arc also, to me, kind of summarizes...
Behind you, look out!
I look at that whole opening sequence, like, all the way up to Gon getting his abilities back. I honestly, legitimately look at that as more or less the prequel for the whole series. Meruem gaining humanity while Gon lost his with a crazy twist. Exactly. It's crazy twist. Like, he even loses his consciousness and comes back to it. All for a girl with a runny nose. It's crazy. And it was so well done. Like, you feel bad. Like, when he died, I felt bad. Genuinely was tearing up like a bit. Not even gonna cuss. But I'm in my house, like, watching this every time. Not just once, it's every time. I watch this and I'm like, yo, how do they? I don't know. They did a really just outstanding job, like voice acting wise, everything wise. They really knocked it out of the park. So it doesn't make sense to me when people say, "Oh, I didn't like it or I didn't get it." To me, I'm like, how did you not get it? It seems so obvious. Like it's not like they're hiding anything in the series. To me, I don't know. It's a very touchy subject. Ooh, good kill. Yeah, Meruem's a character, and like, I don't know, Meruem's a character that is essentially omnipotent in the world at this point. And he shows compassion and care, and some would even dare say love, for this extremely weak, meek, feeble being in Komugi. Like, so much, like, I don't know. Like, he wanted to be by her in his dying moments. He knew from the second that bomb hit him and he got built back up. What episode is this? This is Shippuden episode 115. Second half of the arc, I was more interested in Meruem. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I think primarily, at least for me, the reason that is because, like, I knew what Gon's motivation was. I knew what he wanted to do. But these MFers of this show had to go and humanize a Chimera Ant, but the thing that's supposed to take over this whole universe. And you're going to go humanize this, especially after you see Pito. We see what she can do. You see how ruthless and calculating Shawapoof is. And then you see how, like, nonchalant and uncaring. The only thing that Montuyupi cares about, only thing he cares about is what the king wants. That's it. So you see the dynamic of those three characters and the lack of humanity in them. And you really, truly expect the king, especially how he starts off and shows himself in the series. You expect him to be, like balls to the wall, killing everything. That's what I was expecting. And I expected that to not change. Not the case. Not the case. Big Hot Cheetos and ice cream was a good little dessert. It was so good. I think people need to venture out a little bit more and try hot Cheetos and ice cream if they haven't. I've tried it when I was a kid. I used to, actually, what I would do is I go to Wendy's and I get a flurry, or not a flurry. Goodness gracious, what are they called? Jamocha shake? Nope, that's Arby's. I can't even remember what they're called. Frosty. Goodness gracious, how I forget that. I go get a Frosty. It's been a long time since I've had a Frosty. I remember when they do the keychains. Thank you. They do the keychains. You pay like $5, I think, and they give you the keychain, and then you can come get like the tiny Frosty. Man, I wonder if they still do that. That'd be crazy if they did. I'd go get one. I'd pay for it. Dang. Yeah, I remember the old days. Those are the good old days too. Because if you were smart, what you do is you go buy one of those. But then if you like really wanted to work and get some Frosties for real, you would just ride from one place to another. But and you take them and you get those and you put the hot Cheetos in them. Oh my gosh. You go from, let's go F Meruem up to maybe let him cook, right? Like you think about Meruem as a character like, you know what? Maybe he's on to something. I mean, because at that point in the show, he is the apex predator. He can kind of do what he wants. Like, and then like, I don't know. I feel like that's what the show needed, some softness at that point in the series. Like, it needed it because there's a lot of people dying. There was a lot of crazy stuff going on. Then they don't do it anymore. They stopped doing it. Dang, that's crazy. That sucks. I feel like I don't know. That was a huge W for them. Naruto, One Piece, and Bleach, they better be lucky.
When we get out of here,
They better be extremely lucky. That the writer, I think it's Togashi. I'm not 100% sure. I'm bad with knowing who the mangaka are. But they just better be lucky that that series didn't get finished or be recurrent. What are you playing? I'm playing God of War Ragnarok currently on my Twitch and YouTube channel.
Maybe I'll send a few Einherjar back to Valhalla for good measure.
But yeah, those were
You have fun now.
if that show would have stayed out there, the big three would have been different. I honestly think Bleach probably wouldn't have been in the big three had Hunter x Hunter stayed in the mix. Head to the Forge with Brock. Oh, okay. So, I don't know. And, you know, that's the main reason why the big three is what it is right now. I mean, Hunter x Hunter still ain't done. It's still nowhere near being done. It ain't gonna get done probably while I'm alive. Meaning it ain't gonna get done. I don't know why he doesn't just write exactly what he wants to happen, write how he wants the story to play out, write how he wants the characters to move and blah, 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 and just pass it over to somebody else. Facts, the manga is still ongoing, but he has health issues. He does, man. He's got, from what I heard, it's like IBS, but I don't know if it's true. I don't know what it is, so I don't want to judge. I don't want to make fun and make light of the situation, because it could be something actually serious. So I'll say this. I wish him well, and hopefully he's healthy and stuff like that. Hopefully he gets better. I'll show you my gaming setup. Hold on one second. Let me turn my light on real quick. Flip camera. There it goes. So that's where I game. Oh, it's reversed. It's all reversed. So my PS5's over there, and then I got my PC here, and yeah. This is where the magic happens. I didn't realize how bad I needed to stand up. Yeah, this is actually my guest room in my house, my little back room that I have. And I specifically wanted yeah, he teased on Twitter about 2 years ago pictures of the anime sketches. I mean, he ended up coming out with, I want to say 4 or 5 chapters. Like nothing, it wasn't a lot, but there was a little bit, because I remember when that happened. And I don't know. I don't want to rush this guy's health or whatever, but like, just write the notes down. Like, write it so somebody else can finish it, homie. Like, we want to see, because you have to think. The reason why I think like the whole Gon thing and all of that stuff being the beginning and like the prequel to that world is because when they show how big, when they show actually how big that world is, I'm like, oh, there's no way. There's no way this world is meant to just be like just Gon's story, because it's called Hunter x Hunter, right? Just because they introduce Gon doesn't mean that it has to solely follow him the whole time. Nazir, appreciate the likes, man. Appreciate it. Yes, the world is massive. There's something that released exclusively to limited theaters in Japan. What? I need to figure out what that was. Like, the world is huge. And then, like, you think about where the manga is right now. Currently in the manga, Gon still don't have any nin. He doesn't have access to his nin. So, since he doesn't have access to his nin, are we supposed to just sit around and wait for the story to progress around Gon? No. There's so many other characters that we can follow. So what they're doing in the manga is now they're following for a little bit they're following Hisoka, I think right now they're still doing Dark Continent stuff, but very recently they had mentioned like Hisoka. Yeah. Still. But Hisoka, like, I don't know if you've read it or not. I don't want to spoil anything. Just know, like, if you do read it, the Hisoka stuff is crazy. It's crazy.
Locals up ahead. Act civilized, and hopefully nobody springs an alarm.
I like what they've done with it with the series. I'll come back to watch live like a couple more minutes when I play it. Yeah, go do you, homie. Enjoy. God bless. Have a good night. Be safe. Most importantly.
Ain't you never seen a legend in the flesh
Stay safe. Be
before?
safe. We going to the forge, homie. We going to the forge.
That ain't no good.
All right, so we're not going to the forge. I don't know, the world. I feel like the world that they built in One Piece. You have a good night. Come back. All right, man. You have a good night. Even if you don't come back, you know, God bless. Hopefully you have a great night, and you know, stay blessed. Stay safe. The world that they built in Naruto, or not Naruto, in One Piece, I feel like is the level of world that they were trying to build in they were trying to build in Hunter x Hunter. Thank you. And I really hope that someday it would be cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie, it would be nice if when Naruto ends, or not Naruto ends, when One Piece ends, goodness gracious, I keep saying Naruto, because I'm watching Naruto. When One Piece ends, like when it's finally over, I wouldn't, like, I would mind a little bit, but not really, but I would be really, really happy to see that series come back, Hunter x Hunter come back, regularly. And be like the next Naruto, like the next 5 year, 10-year long anime. Like, it just be hitting season after season after season after season after season. I would be okay with that. That would take me straight into my 40s. I would be cool with that. I would be cruising. That would be enough to get me there. I've seen summaries on YouTube. I heard Hisoka got... Yes, he did. Hisoka got very... Because he finally fought... I'm gonna wait for your response. You let me know if you want me to let you know what's going on or not. It's crazy. And this is why I wish this show was getting animated, because the depth that they put into so many characters in that show, it feels like you have multiple main characters throughout the series. At least to me. Like, the depth that they put, like, you know just as much about Gon as you know about all these other characters. Like, you which is not a lot anyway in the first place. We don't know a ton about Gon. Like, we know just as much about Gon as we know about Killua. We know just as much about Killua as we know about Kurapika. So on and so forth. We know a little bit less about Leorio, but for the most part. We know, like, not a lot about any of these dudes. Like, even as far as the story is. So, any of them could generally be, like, the new MC for a couple of arcs. Or even just one arc. But I think to see a show where you have a bouncing around main character, I think that would be amazing. I think that idea hasn't been done, and two, I think if the right person does it, they can do it right. It'll change the game. I think a lot more anime would start doing that. I know it's been done in the past, but it's not super frequent, and I don't think it's ever been perfected. I know he fought the spider leader, got clapped. Man, he got packed up by Crollo. So what happened after he got packed up by Crollo? The chick who's got the nin stitches. Dang, I can never remember her name. Anyway, the chick who's got the nin stitches, who stitched him up after his fight with the double fang fist dude from the actual anime. She ends up, she's like, oh, well, I'm going to go stitch him up because, you know, she was like, he paid for this. At the end of the fight, he revives himself, and then he goes and hunts down, long story short, after, like, he ties her up and whatnot, he goes and hunts down some of the spiders. Like, he actually legitimately kills some of them. Who did he kill? He killed the phone dude. And he killed Gorotopi. So the dude who copies stuff, he killed him. And he killed the phone guy, whose name I can never remember.
Now.
On it.
Nice. So yeah, that happened. I mean, and that's probably the most exciting thing that's happened recently in it, because I mean, everything outside of that's been like Dark Continent talk, like what's going on with the Dark Continent and so on and so forth. But yeah, we haven't gotten much of the show, of the series, so I mean, it sucks, but that's all we got. I would love to finally get more, but can't rush this man's health, I guess. Yes, we can't rush. Hey, man, stop yelling at me.
Ah, promising.
Chop this up. All right.
Turn it.
Turn it. It's one of those series that I deeply want to see finished. I think they did such a good... They even did a good job at like, showcasing characters who aren't even going to be in the series long. Like, again, the Chimera Ants. Like, some of them are very likable. Not all, but some of them. At least that's how I felt at, like, who was it? The Chameleon, Melioran. I don't remember how to say his name. Him, the Chameleon. Melioran, I think. Very likable character. Like, he shows so many human characteristics and, like, genuine fear and I don't know. I can't... What's the little panda thing's name with the gun? That dude was sick. Oh, man, I got these homies out here after me. Got him. So, I mean, I would love to see the series come back, but I highly doubt that it's gonna happen. I don't know. I just don't see it happening. Man, I got emotion at the ant. That was a little boy from the beginning. Yes. What the heck was his name? I cannot remember what his name was.
I think they seen us.
But like him and his little sister, and then you get to see like his overprotectiveness when essentially Kite is born, like the new little baby that he names Reina after his sister that was eaten. Man, I love all the little side stories they put in there. They put so many side stories in. They could even do like a spin-off of the Chimera Ants, like who are going to go find their boss. Who was their boss? What was their boss's name? Oh, come on. I know his name. I cannot remember what his name was. Huh. That might have to be a Google thing. I might actually legitimately have to Google that. I feel like it's not a difficult name, though. Yeah, I got it. I'm 100% have to Google this. I cannot believe I don't know this name. Name of NGL leader. Gyro. That's it. They could do a arc where the whole premise is those Chimera ants, because there was a whole bunch of Chimera ants who after the incident left and said they were gonna go find Gyro.
Hey, got another riddle.
They could do that. Like, they can go figure out which Chimera ant was Gyro.
The more you take away from it.
Well, let's see. Something abstract.
And that would be cool. I feel like they did a really good job of making that series so it has a lot of open avenues for storytelling. And I personally just, again, I think the Chimera Ant arc was, for me, amazing. Kite was super interesting character. I'd love to see more of him and Jing being teacher-student. I love Kite. I think the main reason I like Kite is because I think his ability, for me, best summarizes the world of Hunter x Hunter. Because his ability supposedly is even part of the reason why he even came back to life. Supposedly. And if that's true, and we find out that's true later on, that would be nuts. But, like, the fact that, like, he gets multiple weapons and he's forced to use those weapons, like, I like that versatility. To me, he is the epitome of what the show is. It's called Hunter x Hunter. To me, that show is talking about Kite. And the use of his ability, how he goes about being a hunter, so on and so forth. I think he really nails the hunter role the way they explain it in the series. Like, everything he does fits to a T what a hunter is supposed to do. His fighting abilities, all of this, all of that. I love Kite's character. I would love for his Reina reincarnated character to come back. And I don't know how they're going to have it, because I do think he's going to grow really, really fast. So it'll be about the same size and probably be really strong again very soon. So it really just depends on how they want to do that. I don't think they're going to do a Jing teacher-student thing, primarily because I think they're going to keep Jing as a more hidden, still not super gone into character. Because I think Jing is more of like a mid to late end story character for Hunter x Hunter. And if everything in the anime so far was prequel, and we only get to see him a little bit at the end of it, assume like the next part is going to be like the intro to the series. So like probably 150, 200 episodes of the intro of it. And then if that were to be the case of it, that's how I would envision it. But I would envision it even more episodes than that. I'd imagine the next bit of the show is like that next chunk, that intro part of the show would probably be like 250 to 300 episodes, the whole Dark Continent arc and everything that they're going through right now. Because that would be world opening, and it takes a really long time to open a world the right way, I think. You missed, fool! The fact he created his name power to be saying that. Yeah, I thought I liked the quippiness of it as well. I thought it was genius. I thought it was absolutely genius. The one thing I wish they just explained his abilities a little bit more. Like, I wish you got to see all of his Nin Roulette. I wish. Yeah, I get that. For them, the less screen time Jing gets, the better, I guess. Yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like it keeps the mystery around him, because even in the manga, like, you learn such cool things about Jing. Like, he mentions, like, you see he gets punched in the anime by Leorio. In the anime, or in the manga, you find out that Jing has a special ability. It's not even his Nin ability. He has a special ability. Any type of Nin punch, any type of punch, or any type of, like, kick or punch attack that he gets hit with, he can learn how to do it. He just instinctively learns how to do it. Does that, like, what? Like, how crazy is that? So after Leodio hits him with it, there's a part later on in the manga where he ends up using that ability. The same ability that Leodio used against him, he ends up using. To, I don't remember who he was fighting against, but he ends up using it against someone else. And it, like, blew me away. I was like, what?
Let's do this.
It's crazy.
It does not work.
And I feel like they're going to probably keep, like, the mystique and the mystery around him.
Out of the way.
So imagine, like, he's been a hunter for a long time. He's been fighting for a long time. So imagine how many different punch techniques and punches he's taken. Like, for instance, remember Razor, the dude he had left on Greed Island? Technically,
This place
repair
ain't
the switch. Technically,
disrespect.
one of Razor's underlings had that teleport punch ability. He probably, like, is able to do that as well. Like, it's a different version of a teleport punch than Leodio's one is. But I bet you he knows all these different variations, and they're probably all useful to him in, like, all these different scenarios. He's probably one of the most overpowered characters in the series. I would imagine, and I hope. Because he's got that look to him. He kind of gives off Yusuke Urameshi vibes a little bit.
The axe?
Every time I see him, I get that feeling a little bit. I'm like, oh, this is Yusuke, huh? That's what we're going with? We're going with Yusuke for the character base model?
The only one who ever got my
Bravo.
highbrow sense.
I appreciate it. I respect it.
Damn fine woman she was. Apart from her taste in men.
So I don't know. I would love to see the series come back. I feel like there's so many unanswered questions. I feel like there's so much left that they can tell. They could legitimately, that could be the next One Piece and build a whole new, completely different, like, awesome, beautiful, vibrant world similar to One Piece. I feel like the two shows have similar themes. Like, there's a lot of fun in Hunter x Hunter. There's a lot of fun in One Piece. There's a lot of, like, heartbreak and, like, bad times in One Piece. There's also the same in Hunter x Hunter. Like, a lot of bad stuff happens. Hunter x Hunter is a little bit more of a serious show. It's a lot more of a, like, adulty type show. But still, I feel like both worlds definitely have a lot to offer, to the point that when One Piece is done, if Hunter x Hunter comes back, which would be a great marketing strategy, I'm all over it. I'm gonna be tuning in every week for sure. For sure, I'd love to see the Chimera Ant, or not the Chimera Ant, to see, like,
Wow,
the arc get animated of when Hisoka ends up fighting the spiders. That's gonna be amazing. That, like, the fight scene from when they were in Heaven's Arena between Hisoka and Gon was already so sick. Imagine how sick it's gonna be when they animate Hisoka fighting the other spiders, especially Chrollo, because we only see Chrollo fight like a little tiny bit serious. Give me this thing.
Let's get back to business.
We only see him fight a little tiny bit serious, and that's against the two Zoldycks.
You don't see
The grandpa and then Killua's dad, whose name I can't remember. But that's the only time you see him fight even a tiny bit, and I wouldn't even say it was serious. He was fighting more defensive than anything. It was more a time trial, because he was waiting on Illumi to finish his mission that he had hired him. Anyway, like, we haven't even gotten to see, like, the high-end strong characters be high-end strong yet. We've gotten to see Netero. That's it. He's the only high-end strong character we got to see, but he's on his way out for the most part, because he's obviously older, and he even admits that there's a lot of nin practitioners who are stronger than himself. Yeah, he did. I feel like Kurapika's so OP in the series. He's got to be, in my eyes, Kurapika's got to be top 5 actual human characters that use Nin in the series. Like, his ability is absolutely ridiculous. Like, he has the complete ability. He gets super strength, the ability to heal himself from any ability. He gets super speed, super durability. He's already incredibly intelligent. He's already using chain, so you're gonna have to waste your Nin using Gyo the entire time to avoid his his nin chains. And then when his nin chains, if they do hit you, you can't use any of your abilities. Like he would, if Netero, say Kurapika was fighting him, and Netero wasn't using his Gyo for just the first couple seconds of the fight, it would be over. All Kurapika would have to do is get those chains on him, and it's a wrap. No one's breaking out of it because it uses Zetsu, so then you're stuck. He is so broken. Yeah, Kratos and Brock, I feel like is, I don't want to say it's my favorite relationship in the game, but it's definitely, I would say top 2, because it's more of a mature type of relationship. Like Sindri and Atreus kind of have more of a younger style relationship, obviously. And then Kratos kind of being brotherly to him. Man, when I first played this, again, I had so many emotional reactions to this game. So many. Because, like, scenes like what's about to happen. Like, Kratos' change as a character, like, in how he chooses to use, like, the character he chooses to be now, I don't know, man. This is such a good game. I never have anything bad to say about this. Never. Oh, I'm blocking the dang old anime. His eyes making such a fun.
Almost forgot.
Almost forgot.
Ma'am, it would be an honor if you might.
This is it. This is that scene. There's so many of these, too. So many precious gem scenes in this game. I see Brock and Kratos as being two stubborn people, both trying to understand their emotions. Oh, definitely. And it's amazing having them two, because it seems like they're able to understand a little bit more by having each other around. Yeah. I think it helps so much that they're able to be around, because I don't know, man. It's like, I don't want to say the cluelessness of 1 + 1 actually being 2 between the two of them. Like, it just seems like they add up to 2 when on their own emotionally they don't really have it. And they just balance each other super duper well.
Yeah, well, the one to give us the blessing just fucked off into the tomb.
And like Kratos, I don't know, man. It just shows the development of Kratos as a character, truthfully, to me.
What?
He even remembers the stuff that Brock was saying earlier, like
I don't have all my soul.
As we see here.
The blessing wouldn't mean squat.
It is the nature of a thing that
boom. It's the nature of the thing, not its form. Like, come on. Like, he's using his own stuff against him. They're boys. They're like homies. They're like tight. They're real tight. But they're still confused. They're still going through it.
May this weapon strike true. May it be wielded with wisdom.
And then the crazy thing is, it's obviously all the events that happen with Sindri by the end of the game. I think Sindri then turns into more of a Brock type character. Like, everything that happens causes Sindri to age and mature, like, rapidly. So much so, obviously, he's got all the resentment and hate and stuff still. But it ages his character. And he more so acts the way he looks.
Now you know I can't let you take our...
Alright, let's beat these guys up.
We got volunteers.
They did a really good job. Kratos of the past with a blue Brock saw. I'm just strictly gonna focus on the mission. Exactly. He'd have probably used Brock in some way to complete his mission, like selfishly, like he's always done in the past. Kratos is that kind of guy. Well, was that kind of guy. Again, this is why I love this game. The fact that they put that little tidbit into the game, because it's true. It is the first weapon a Spartan learns. Talk about character development, people. Got him! Is that it? Nope. Sure ain't. Oh, we got that poison resistance, baby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This ain't good. Yep. We don't have a resurrection stone either, so. Oh, you can grab. I keep forgetting about that. You mother... we ain't cussing out here in these streets. We're not cussing.
Now you know I can't let you take our new gal.
Woo. That was dirty what you did right there, friend. It was very dirty. Oh, get up off me. Get up off me. We are out here in these streets. Dang, I can't believe that happened too. That was the last one. Caught me off guard. I got anime on the mind. I really need to stop slacking and get my anime talk show. Not gonna be a podcast. I really need to. Where you going, friend? I need to get that off the ground. I legitimately can talk about anime every single day. Even the same anime every single day. I can talk about the same game every day if it's good enough. Like this game, I can talk about the game every day. It's causing me so much rage when I play. Man, and now I guess a feature of New Game Plus, you dirty B word. A feature of New Game Plus is now they all, like every enemy has this revive thing where they just naturally heal up, which sucks. I don't know why I'm still using this. I'm gonna use these. Do I have to use the drop sphere? Oh my god, they are eating me up. All because I switched weapons? Seriously? Goodness gracious. Dang.
You know I can't let you take our
Alright, fine. We'll do this. Hit him with this. Operation Don't Get Hit. That's what we're working with right now. Alright, we got one of them. Get over here, friend. Not today. Got him! Yeah, you forgot I had that, huh? Yeah, I sure did. Got him. Oh, he's done, though. He's done for. What are you doing? Oh, you're thinking you can heal up. Not today, my friend. Got him. All right, we got some health, so we're feeling a lot better about ourselves right now. Yep, figured. Saw that coming. Only chumps. Oh god, oh god. Only chumps. Attack. When you're not looking. Oh, get speared, son. That's a thing that, back on the topic of Hunter x Hunter, that I feel like a lot of anime don't really knock out of the park. Like Naruto. Even though I do think Naruto is a really good series and this and that, I don't think they've put nearly as much time into character development as they should have. Like, there's so many characters that have flopped because they let them flop. Rock Lee being one of them. Like, I think it's safe to say that he's a fan favorite character. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's true. And they never really, like showed him much love. Like, they didn't do a whole lot of backstory. Like, you know about his backstory, obviously, but we don't get any, like, good canon Rock Lee fights. Like, Rock Lee always got beat up. I just feel like JJK, or not JJK, like Hunter x Hunter does a really good job at showing like immense love to their characters. Where you going, fool? Like, they really showed like every character love.
Let's see if she can help us get out of here.
And that's just not that's an overlooked thing in today's anime scene.
That's it.
Got him! Now I can finally do this. Goodness
Guess
gracious.
we're doing this one boy style.
But then we gotta fight right after this too.
I appreciate what you said back there.
I got you,
Good
dog.
to have friends
We're
when you find out
boys.
and wire.
We're boys.
Is to protect you.
Word is
Hey,
all
see that?
made.
See what I'm saying? It's like we're brothers.
She's got the right to know about it.
Take heart, Brock. We all die sometime. Many of us more than
Dang,
once.
so true, so true. That's what I feel right there.
We gotta finish putting the spirit through her paces. Come on.
All right, fine. We'll use this beer some more. Because I definitely won't be using it a whole lot after this. Spear's cool. Spear's very cool.
Not bad on the left. Get your throwing army.
Get your throwing. Like they say some funny stuff in this game. Got it. Oh, where'd he go? Got him.
Get the dang nest.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna hit it. Uh-oh. It's above me. Hopefully I don't take True Rock, Lee, Tsunade, Shikamaru. Wish they got more time to shine. They got one arc at most. And they didn't even get that. Like they didn't get good shine. Like,
I don't know.
I feel like Naruto's idea of there's more. Naruto's idea, like the concept of the show, of the whole thing, I guess since it was Naruto, other characters weren't allowed to get like a lot of respect. I don't know, that's just what I felt. I didn't feel like anyone in Naruto was allowed to shine except Naruto. He's the only one that they ever showed any love to, in my opinion. Like, he was getting buffs left and right. Him and Sasuke is obviously, but I mean, I didn't like Sasuke as a character. I just didn't. They messed up a whole bunch of characters. We should have had the same way I feel about the characters from Hunter x Hunter is the same exact way I should feel about the characters in Naruto. Just being honest. There shouldn't be a difference, like, for the way I feel. But I like the characters in Hunter x Hunter more. I am vastly more attached to the characters in Hunter x Hunter than I am to the characters in Naruto. There are very few characters in Naruto that I like. And if I like them, it's primarily because of, like, ability reasons. Go to sleep. Have a good night. Oh, appreciate it. You have a good night too, man. Like you said before, the pain art could have really gave the leaf. That's what I am saying. That is what I'm saying. Like, it's great what they did, like, to hook Naruto up and stuff like that. Amazing. I love it. However, just imagine if like, they used that time to focus on, like, Leaf Shinobi, like, putting in work. Like, instead. That would have been so much better. So much better than having, obviously, a straight-up one-on-one fight where we know Naruto's going to win. That actually, you know what? They could have had characters get killed off then in that fashion, and it would have been 10 times more meaningful. Like, I would have remembered Neji dying. Still don't remember when he died. But I would have remembered Neji dying if he had died helping to defeat Pain against... or helping the village to defeat Pain. This day.
Any more guesses, bellboy?
Oh, okay.
Oh, all right. Gets
Makes sense.
bigger the more you take away. Is it time?
So yeah, I would have...
Because the more removed from events you become,
I would have,
the larger their scope in your memory.
I would have loved that way more.
Bollocks, now that I say it. Never mind.
I don't know. I'm sure there's some fan fiction out there somewhere that has it written in that fashion. But again, I think they just fumbled it in that way. I don't think Hunter x Hunter, personally, like... Because again, I never thought of Hunter x Hunter as just Gon's story. Personally, I never have. So it fits that other people get shine. Yeah, Hunter is less episode, but I'm attached to so many more characters by the end after it's Shippuden. Exactly, because they spend so much more time actually focusing on not just telling you that these characters exist and that, you know, they had parents or blah 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 blah. They actually spend time developing and growing the characters and giving them, like, just as much shine, at times, if not more shine, than the main character. I feel like Killua has more shine than Golem. Like, he's a stronger character by the end of the series than Killua is. I mean, he doesn't even have Nin by the end of the series. Killua does, and he's got Godspeed, like Kamui. Are you kidding me? He gets, I don't know. They give some serious shine in that show. For real. And I love it. Like, it's the true definition of everybody's eating.
Ready for your next lesson? Take note of that there whatchamahoos. Get a decent angle.
It is the true definition. I mean, you look at characters like Morel. I think Morel showed up and showed out. And I think them making him, I think they just made him a three-star hunter as well. Them doing that, like, his power's super versatile. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I think what helps a lot is that dialogue that they have, like that internal dialogue. They make a really good use of that in that series, like to so much so that you might not know like where these characters are from, but you definitely know how this character thinks. And I'm the type of person where I would much rather know my character than know about my character. I want to know what my character is going to do. I want to know like their decisions, why they're making this move, blah, 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 blah. And the way they wrote the characters in Hunter x Hunter, I feel like gives you that. It's when he goes home, you already know it's bad news for him. Yep. Exactly. Like Killua's, like, even when you first get there, when you first arrive at Killua's place, you automatically learn something about his family. Automatically, just from arriving at the gate, at the testing gate, just from showing up, you know, okay, they're the real deal. Because you learn like how heavy the gates are. I think they start off at like 5 tons per door, and then they double. And then like right when you get there, right when you get to Killua's place, the gate guard tells you how many gates Killua threw open, and you're like, what? And then that, I don't know, that just lets you know how physically strong he is. Like, he's physically stronger than, like, I would say 95% of the people even in the series. He's physically stronger than most hunters, I would say, as a kid. Like, that display proves it, I think. And that tiny little piece right there gives you, like, a good bit of backstory about the character. OP character at that. Got him! And we're gonna hit him with this thing. Yes, sir. That's what we want right there. Like, all of that was so good. I feel like every arc was like the perfect length of time. Nothing was too long. Personally, I'm not one of those people that think that the Chimera Ant arc was too short or too long. I think it was perfect. Woo! Alright, we're jumping across. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter does not sleep on characters, I will say that. I mean, everything about it is good. I mean, unless you want to count the original. And the original's still cool. It's just not like, graphically it doesn't look nearly as good. And the characters that are supposed to be kids look like, you know, they're 19. The way electricity goes. That's how I've been tortured growing up. It's crazy. I can say that. Exactly. Like that shows how deep and dark his parents are, and like the training to be in the Zoldyck family is. Like, and it shows you like how this kid grew up. Like, this was his actual legitimate upbringing. His parents physically did this just to make him what they think is better. It's a regular thing. He thinks it's even normal. Like the fact that he's a character that I feel gets humanized in the show as a child is crazy. The fact that there's a child that needs to be humanized in the show, and then on the other hand of it, there's a child who gets dehumanized, who turns into a literal rage monster. It's baffling. And the way they put both in the show, how one person is able to save this other person's humanity, and even though that person had their humanity saved by this other person, they're not able to do the same for the other one, so they feel some type of regret, and, you know, like, saving their life should be enough. Like, it should be. And I mean, I feel like it's represented throughout the series that it will be in the future, I think, based on just how the relationship is. But, like, that's... Like, even that relationship between those two, like, we don't even know how that's going to play out. But I can only imagine how epic you can make that. Like, the relationship between Gon and Killua can be probably it could potentially be one of the best duos in anime history, I believe. If given the right time, and obviously they get it written. I think it could do it for sure. But I could be wrong. Like, I can't think of too many... Is this equipped? Yeah, this is. I can't think of too many... Smaller parry window, but stronger special counterattacks. Oh, that's why. What about this one? Oh, there's other shit. Man, why am I using this crap? Anyway. That relationship right there has so much freaking potential. Oh, I do have this equipped. Okay, good. Let's get this. And then we will upgrade this. It definitely hit deep. How much Keely was upset with himself for not being able to do what Gon did for him. That's what I mean. And it's crazy how many, like, so many people that goes over their head. So many people don't even realize, like, how torn up Killua seems, like, with the fact that, like, he couldn't save Gon from the way that he felt. Like, he couldn't save him from his feelings, essentially. And in return, he's like, you know, this is all I can do. I can save your freaking life, dude. I mean, because in essentially that's what Gon did for him by turning him from, you know, what was potentially going to be like a huge problem. Killua was potentially going to be a huge problem for, like, whoever in the hunter world. Like, if he would have kept going down that road of being trained by his parents and whatnot to be, like, the perfect assassin, like, he still potentially could turn out to be later on in the future. We have no idea. And Gon stopped that. He stopped him in his tracks. He even admits, like, early on that he didn't like it. But he was just so good at it. He was a prodigy at it. So he just, you know, and his parents told him to do it. And he was a prodigy. So, I mean, him going from that to being someone who gets jealous when, you know, his friend, his only friend, I don't know. Like, and then also seeing that in a character. Seeing a character who, like, there's just so many parallels between the two. Killua's never had any friends. Gon's been around people, but he's never had any friends his age. So, like they both are level in that area, but one is, like, around nothing but torture, death, killing, blah, 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 this and that. And the other one is around, like, being happy, fun-loving, like, fishing, taking women on dates, like, all this stuff that Gon's doing. Like, one's living life, the other one's definitely not. Like, the difference, the parallels were just crazy between the two characters. And I absolutely love it. Alright, let me go ahead. It has been 2 hours. Holy cow. It's
now a good time.
Truly appreciate you, 180, for stopping
by.
Dad to
Dad. Speaking of which, imagine my
Appreciate
surprise when Atreus came knocking at my door. He's doing well, by the way, and will continue to do so just as long as I return to Asgard. sometime soon. Besides, our friend here has a whole lot to live for.
Arguable.
Run along now, but behave yourself. New spear. Never much cared for Brock. Can't deny the dwarf's talent.
Yeah,
Speak.
I definitely need to see,
Speak.
or I'm always happy when I see people with Hunter x
You
Hunter,
really want more? Do you, Kratos?
excuse me, in their top 3.
All that blood on your hands, on your son's hands.
I don't typically
I
like
want
to.
peace as much as you do.
Oh my
Perhaps we
gosh.
can find it together.
He's lying.
I don't typically like to include series that aren't done.
That boy.
Oh my gosh!
of ours.
But one, there's a lot of
Is
episodes to
everything I
Hunter x Hunter.
expected. So
Even in
clever.
with what they have, because they have
Kind.
essentially
You sure he's yours?
the Hunter exam arc.
A kid.
They have
really
Heaven's
ought
Arena
to be
arc, which is kind of
Very
short.
proud. He is the
They
key
have
to peace in our age, to
um,
break free
They have
from all this fate and prophecy.
the new
My son is not
York or York New. That's what it is. They have the York New City arc,
in your homeland.
the auction,
Rather, did they?
the fighter
I'm sorry,
arc.
that's
I don't know
not
whatever you want to call it.
I know you're not
And
the
then
God you once were.
there's Greed Island,
Now,
and then
is your
right after
chance
Greed
to
Island, that
prove
takes us directly into Khmer
my
Ant,
son.
and then Khmer Ant into
God, I want
Alaka. So that's technically 7. It's pretty long. I mean, so I feel like the fact that it is so lengthy, I'm okay with putting it in that category of all
do you
time.
even
I mean, it's just
know
written so well,
of God?
honestly. I just love it so much.
in
I
your
really truly
lifetimes,
think
has
it's one of the
anyone
better,
ever
more
worshipped
better
you?
written
Ever prayed to you?
anime.
Can you even imagine
fighting
that
style
kind of
anime that I've
love?
seen.
No.
Characters, man, the depth.
You don't care
There's
about
depth
mortals.
everywhere. There's depth left and
You don't
right.
care
There's
about
lore
anything
left and
beyond
right.
yourself.
Everywhere you look in that series,
Beyond the
there's
monster
freaking lore,
who kills
man.
without
There's lore everywhere.
cause. You fear what you can never even hope to understand. Is it any wonder that your boy is in no rush to come back to you?
And then I think if you even go into like the data book,
Won't listen.
you learn like how strong certain characters actually are based on in the world. And I think they even they mentioned like Alaka isn't even the strongest type of
The nerve
of,
him
like,
showing up here. These two
enemy,
rattled him as
and
much
like
as he
the
rattled
Chimera
you.
Ants are B-level enemies. It's like in Yu Yu Hakusho when you learn that Toguro was a, I think they said Toguro was a B-level apparition, something like that. So you learn they're not even like the strongest thing in the series, and they cause that much of a problem. Which, and that enemy, Meruem, essentially could have wiped out all of humanity. Same with Alaka. Yeah, I'd have to look into the data book to be sure. I don't want to misspeak, but I'm pretty sure they said Chimera Ants, specifically the Chimera Ants, even knowing the potential like disaster that they could cause, meaning like, oh yeah, if they like eat humans and then develop Nin, like that whole thought process, that's even factored in.
Let's see what Brock made you.
They classified it as B, which is nuts. Absolutely, because that, like, if you think if the queen wouldn't have died, like if Meruem wouldn't have devoured his mom when he was born, she would have been able to make more kings, meaning more Meruems. The ants came from the Dark Continent, right? Yep, they sure did. They sure did. But like if holy crap. Oh, dodge! Dodge! But yeah, like multiple Meruems throughout the series, they wouldn't have been able to handle that level of a threat. Like it wouldn't have been possible. I'm getting eaten up right now. Tried and true. Oh, back up. Woo, he pieced me up. I'll give him that. Yeah, it's crazy the leveling. So I might be. I feel like I'm wrong about Aluka though. I feel like Aluka was A level because realistically, Aluka could kill the whole like human populace in that series very quickly. But I'm almost 100% positive. Again, I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain that the Chimera ants were B level. Again, even knowing what they could do, they're B level. Which is absolutely nuts. Like, to think... And that, like, opens up the world to let you know how strong everything else is. And how small they are in that world. That's absolutely nuts. So, again, it's all this lore behind this series. Like, the Dark Continent lore itself. Like, it even sounds cool. It even sounds cool. Like I love when anime put destinations. I like when they make the character go somewhere. Like I like when there's a journey, so to speak. It makes it more of a fantasy adventure, so to speak. I like the journey of it at times. Multiple Marion would have been a wrap. Have to call Grand Zeno just to wipe that universe. Exactly. Like you're gonna need some out of universe assistance here. You might have to get Thanos involved on this one. All right. Like, that's a disaster. And that's only B rank. That's a B rank. And you have to also think, imagine, like, what do you do when you feed the queen nothing but? Like, so she's making a king, but you feed her nothing but, like, the strongest, like, nin users. Like, nothing but the strongest ones. So, not quite, like, Netero level. But she's getting fed like. So this Draupnir spear. Let's say Gon level. Because Gon's probably like, I would say he's like pretty strong in the hunter world. He's not like insanely strong. Non-transformed Gon, because non-transformed Gon is like him and Killua are about the same strength. So I guess Killua will be a better power interpretation level. But imagine them getting fed like that level enemy or character, or even stronger, because Knuckles and Shoot are both stronger than Gon and Killua in my mind. Even after like they had those powers, and if like the queen were eating nin users that strong, that next king would be even stronger than Meruem, which would be nuts. And his nin ability would be different. Kratos might need to step in and take care of the business. I don't think Kratos is handling. Well, actually, no, he might, because he's out here actually beating literal gods. So yeah, Kratos is gonna find a way. Kratos that's one thing that's for sure. Should I do this? I'm gonna try it once, but these always hurt my feelings. Here we go.
Prepare for a fight.
Maximum focus. Here we go. Where you at? What's up, ho? Yeah, what you got, huh? What's up? I don't remember what his abilities are. Got him. Okay, hit him with this. Hit him with this. What else you gonna do? Nothing? Oh, you're a bum. You're a schmuck. Let's come over here. Maybe I'll get stuck. You missed, fool. Oh, shit. Oh, my gosh. What? Oh, heck no. One hit? I don't even want to look at his health. I don't even want to look at his health. I'm tempted to try it again. I think I remember him too. I'm gonna try one more time. We might get lucky. Alright, so I'm gonna leave this on. What up, ho? Yep. I'm ready. Uh-huh. What's up? We in there. Okay. What you doing? Not a thing. We own him. Oh yeah, we own him. Better run. We ain't scared. Hit him with that. One of these. 16 piece. Okay. Oh, maybe I should just sprint. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run in a circle. I'm gonna sprint next time. Yeah, that way I'm not gonna get hit at all. Do whatever you do, Freya. There we go. There we go. Uh-huh. Oh, no! Get out of here. All right. The trick is, never look at the health. Uh-huh. We in there. Liked. Swimwear. We out. We out. We out. Okay. Dang, I get hit by that every time. Every time. We out. Uh-huh. What you got? Ain't nobody scared of you. Put on a shirt. I'm the only one allowed to be shirtless around here. Okay. Oh, he's swinging for the fences now. Okay. I was about to block. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Not right now. What was he at health-wise? I think we almost beat him, too. That's the crazy thing. I need a little bit more XP. And what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to go and beat all of these guys, all the Berserkers at once. I do want to try and do that this time. Because last time I think I beat like half of them. I think. Yeah, I think I got through half of them. But right now, that ain't happening. Nope. No, sir. That ain't going to happen. Nope. Not today. Oh, I need to go this way because then I can kick that chain down. Shut up, Freya. God, I can't wait till I get my kid back. She's so annoying. Give me this. Give me your stuff. Man, yeah. I know there's some... I think there's 2 Berserkers that are, like, crazy easy to beat. If I remember correctly. But I can't remember which ones. I'm just glad I can use a spear to traverse stuff, finally. That's been my biggest gripe this whole time, is that I couldn't use it. All right, what do you want, Derlin?
Need you to get something for me. A hammer.
A weapon.
A hammer.
No, a forge hammer. Little thing.
Little thing.
Symbol of the old resistance. Guild, solidarity, all that. Or it used to be anyway, till the Aesir buried it under that big, gaudy dwarf statue in the bay. Might do the dwarves some good to see it again.
Oh, man. What was I going to... Hunter x Hunter is good at giving characters in the show. This is what I'm going to say earlier. This is the last thing I'm going to say about it. They're good at giving the characters in the show character. And I thought of it while I was watching this. And by character, and I compare it to this, is by meaning makes you want to know, and like you're interested, invested in the character. Like the way this dude looks, like even just based off of the way this character looks, I'm kind of interested in learning about him. And then especially when after you have the first altercation, like, and he like goes off and he starts cussing out the head and blah blah blah, and then he finds out who you are. Like that whole sequence, I'm like, okay, I want to know this more, and then this, and it, like that character himself, like, it has like stories about him that can be, that pertain to not only the main character but that also to him, he himself, that produce more greater depth to the story as well.
That's still the plan.
It is.
I don't know.
I will protect my son.
I don't know.
So, then it seems the original plan to avoid Ragnarok.
I will protect my son, meaning
That is up to Odin.
Heimdall gonna
Yes,
catch
that's
these
rather what
hands.
concerns me.
Gonna catch him.
Listen, brother.
He ain't
Those
even gonna
things
know.
he said to you,
His words are nothing.
true.
His words are
Sounds like
nothing.
Retaliation is no empty threat.
I might have to reload
You need
this
to
real
think
quick,
through the ins and outs of it.
because I'm pretty sure another cutscene's about to come up. I'm gonna load this up. What's an anime that you hear a lot about but you don't really vibe with? That's a tough one, actually. I'm a pretty open book when it comes to anime, if I'm being honest. So that's a tough question. There are definitely shows that I don't like.
Oh, look at that.
but it's so rare.
special,
I
huh?
can't remember the. Okay, I'll say this. I don't like Fairy Tail. Hot take.
Have you found a way to reach Asgard?
And I watched
Not
probably
as such.
I want to say 100,
Had a
150
few ideas, but they didn't
episodes
so
of Fairy
much
Tail.
work.
Like I really gave it a, I really gave it a concerted effort.
Without a way to Asgard,
And I
what
just
are we
couldn't.
doing?
I just didn't.
I do not know.
It wasn't bad. It just I didn't like it. Same with Ruby. I think Ruby's cool. I just don't. I personally don't like Ruby
So,
personally.
You're sure
And
nothing
it's not that it's
unusual happened
not
with the
good.
lady?
Again,
Nothing at
it's just
all?
I don't like it.
Whatever.
It doesn't necessarily fill
Like I said.
one of my anime niches that I wanna watch this. It doesn't fill that for me.
Sideways.
What else? There's the I want to. It's either the basketball one or the volleyball one. Granted, I haven't watched either of them yet. It might be. I don't even know if it's called. It might be Haikyuu. I think it's a basketball one though. And the only reason why I say that is because like I had people mention it and they were like, "Oh yeah, this basketball anime is really sick." Blah 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 blah. This and that. This and that. And I feel like I watched the trailer and I was like, "Yeah, I just don't feel like I'm gonna like it." And I watch free. So sports anime is not off the table. Prince of Tennis. I used to watch Prince of Tennis when I was younger. But for me, I didn't really vibe with it. This part of the game gets me, man. Like, he is just so... Whew. Start taking everything off. Man. So, yeah, that's what... I don't know. But for the most part, I will say I typically like most anime. And even if I don't like it initially, if the direction of the writing changes and whatnot, and it gets better, I'll go back to stuff that I didn't like. But so far, those are the series that even now, I just can't really get into. A series that I'm hoping is really good, really hoping it's good. I haven't started watching it yet or reading it. I'm gonna probably read it because I've heard good things about the manga over the anime. Is Berserk, and I really don't want it to be one of those series where it's like, where the hype is just so big, everyone's built the hype so much that I don't enjoy it as much as the hype. So I've stayed away from all Berserk spoilers and everything like that. It's really difficult in this day and age. But anything Berserk, like even on my feed, I'll get like Dragon Ball stuff, Naruto stuff occasionally. I'll get like mainstream anime stuff. And occasionally I'll get like some stuff from Berserk. But right when it shows up, I quickly swipe off. So I don't get that on my feed. I don't want any spoilers for anything in that story. I've heard the manga is so good. I've talked to a lot of people randomly, usually when I'm out like getting food and whatnot, and like they'll see my anime t-shirts and whatnot, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you like anime, blah blah blah," and I'm like, "Heck yeah, brother!" And it's usually my JJK sweatshirt that I have on, and then we talk about that, and that usually leads them into mentioning Berserk. It's happened 3 times in the past, I want to say 4 months. I don't go out a whole lot anyway, but it's happened 3 times in the past 4 months where someone has mentioned Berserk in their top 10. I think it was their top 3, but they said it was for their manga side, so anime, manga, kind of, and they said yeah, Berserk was it. So I don't want anything to get spoiled for me by Berserk. I really want to get into the series, and I really want to watch that. I would love to watch it like with a group. It'd be nice if I could figure out a way of doing that either on TikTok or here on stream or something like that. I just don't know.
Kratos.
I don't know. I'd have to try it. I'd have to try it with something other than like a series I really, really, really want to get into. I'd probably have to do it with something I've already seen, just so I can see how I can manage like if there are people that want to talk about what's going on and whatnot, so I can kind of like back and forth it. And if not, then for me it's One Punch Man. The fights are fun, but the plot just doesn't pull me in. Oh, but you should Google Berserk. It's I'd have to even Google the plot again.
Well,
But it seems really freaking good. and if you don't read manga regularly or have never, I would say that's probably the one to get you into manga. Like that should be your first manga read. From what I've heard, everyone has said that the manga is top tier, absolute top tier, storytelling, everything. One Punch Man fights are fun. I agree. I think One Punch Man's cool, but me personally, I rather read the manga for One Punch Man. I don't have to see the anime for One Punch Man. Like it's a little too quippy for me. Like he's just too overpowered in the series. Like it doesn't pull me in either. I get it. And even when there is someone who can kind of combat him, I still don't think it's going to be something that like pulls me into the series. I still follow it. Again, I still read the manga, but it's not something I'm like eager to see like, oh, One Punch Man season 2 or One Punch Man season, like I still haven't seen One Punch Man season 2 yet. Yeah, I don't know what those anime episodes look like. Haven't seen them. I heard they're good, but I just haven't seen them yet. Because it's not like on my radar. So I feel that. Definitely feel that. It's crazy because I have so much time throughout my day. I definitely waste a lot of time because I like to just kind of relax and like de-stress myself. And kind of just like trying to appreciate my days a little bit more than anything. I try not to like force myself into doing stuff I don't want to do. Anyway, I feel like I could totally get so much more stuff done. Like I get a lot of manga read. I should be doing so much more with my time, but
your father can teach you to hunt.
I don't know. Maybe later on I'll get a little bit better at managing my time. But like this is also a big part of my day. Like I want to make sure I stay consistent throughout this month and even next month and the coming months. I want to make sure I try and stream every single day before I start working regularly, which roughly is going to be like the next 2 to 3 months.
To say to your son?
So
what would you have me say, Faith?
I feel like as long as I stay, consistent, this will become more of a natural thing for me, streaming and whatnot. And it's more so it becomes more of a natural thing more than like trying to make money off of it and everything. But I do enjoy it. Like it gives me a chance to kind of like interact with other people and whatnot.
Knowledge is not always a burden.
But I should totally be using my time since I have so much free time. Because this is realistically, when I stream, it's usually between 4, well, I'll say 3, and at most, on regular, like 7 hours that I'll stream, at most. And I'd say typically it's usually like 5 hours. Like today I'll probably stream 4 or 5 hours. Just because, playing God of War, I'm going to cut this up, put it on YouTube, blah, 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 this and that. But it also just makes sense. But this is like the big part of my day, technically. But throughout the actual day, I like barely do any of my college homework. I like usually don't spend a lot of time watching anime. I'm usually like walking. I'm usually like trying to be active. Like I went for a 2-mile walk, and then after my walk earlier, I was like, you know what, that was a good walk. So I redid it, but I ran it the second time. So I ran 2 miles. And then I went on another walk. I don't know. I feel like I spend a lot. I'm not even going to say waste a lot of time. I'm going to say spend a lot of time walking and just trying to stay active. I stretch a lot.
Keep him safe, Kratos.
I'll get around to it, though. I feel like sometimes it's just difficult for me to stay seated. Like, once it's nighttime, it's very easy for me to be seated and, like, to want to game. But when the sun's out and it's nice, even if the sun's not out, I typically want to be moving and doing stuff. I'm really trying to cut back on drinking. So hanging out here helps keep my mind off of that. Hey, man. I'm glad I can help, dog. Like, I quit drinking when I got out of the military. That was like a bad vice of mine. Like a really, really, really bad vice. Not that I was like crazy, but while I was in the military, I had bad moments. You know, there were times I had gone out and I'd get in fights because I drank too much. I'd go out and I like embarrass like my friends by the way I act when I got drunk, or yeah. So I when I got out, I made sure I quit drinking. So I'm glad I can help. I really do. I'm really glad I can help. it's all about moderation, really. But for me, I've learned throughout my life, God didn't bless me with the ability of moderation. When it comes to drinking, I go nuts. When it comes to most things, I go nuts. So I'm just saying, I'm glad I can have it. I'm you know, that's a tough road to go down, the not drinking road, because that's primarily like the thing most people in our age demographic like to do for fun. You know, oh yeah, let's hang out, let's drink, let's, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that, but typically that leads to, like, you know, getting tanked and whatnot.
What did that wall ever do to you? Building focus.
And I know how that goes. I know how that goes.
Not yet.
All right, let me open this woman's
What you focusing on
Twitch
anyway?
stream.
Controlling my emotions. Heimdall keeps trying to make me lose my cool. I can't give into it. Through. Hey, it's through. Hey, be cool.
I love anime. I just absolutely love anime.
Training without me?
Anime is what got me,
Good idea? Training?
what kept me from drinking,
I think it's
because
a great idea, but once you're
it's weird. Like, as my military career ended, like, I had a lot of, I don't even want to say friends. Well, I'll say friends, because they were friends. It's just, you know, work pulls us apart. I had a lot of really good friends from the military, but a lot of us primarily, we were friends bonded around drinking. So when I got out and I stopped drinking, I realized how difficult it was to, like,
See you later. Through.
hang out with people. Like, people typically just didn't want to hang out unless we were drinking, and it just made it really difficult. And obviously, I replaced drinking with smoking.
Weird can be good.
But for me, smoking is a much better practice. Like, I don't have any negative effects. Like, I actually, my mind calms down more when I smoke. Obviously within moderation, but when I smoke, it doesn't like make me forget and stuff like people think. It helps me more than it hurts me. Drinking hurts me more than it helps me. 9 times out, even if I'm buzzed, like, my vision gets impaired from drinking a little bit too much. My vision does not get impaired from if I smoke too much. Yeah, moderation is like, once I like, even like specifically today, when I realized when I weighed myself for the first time in probably a month, I typically weigh myself very religiously, but you know, I gained a lot of weight, so during the whole move back home and everything, so I was like, I don't want to do that, because moderation. I've been kind of not going crazy, even though I've been doing my intermittent fasting. I've just been eating a lot, like a lot during my time that I allow myself to eat, which is like realistically like an hour and a half to 2 hours. I allow myself to eat. It's like 5:30 to 6:30, I guess 6:30. And yeah, I throw all caution to the wind. Moderation where? No, thank you. Never heard of it. What is that? Like, things I know I should. I specifically will be like, I know this thing will, like, physiologically fill me up. I will be full from this thing.
Thor's room. Everyone
But
back home would freak if they knew I was in here.
I'll still, like, get all these extra things that I know I don't need to get, and eat all this extra stuff that I know I don't need to eat, because I'm like, oh, why not? I'm already eating. So anyway, yeah. So, and I'd like mentioned earlier, I know I look like, I know I like the way I look when I'm 100 and, like, I would say right around 165 pounds is the weight that I prefer to be at. I know when I'm at 165 pounds, I'm right around like 14 to 15% body fat. I'm in good shape. I'm limber. Like, everything feels good. So that's my goal. I got to get back to that. So we'll see. I quit smoking 3 years ago because I noticed the effect that it had made me procrastinate too much. I used an excuse to be lazy, so I knew I had to cut it. Yep. And it does that for a lot of people as well. Like I met so many people when I first started smoking that, you know, that's kind of what they would want to do. They kind of want to just, like, laze out and not really do anything. I don't know why it affects me differently. Like, also, like, I don't get the munchies when I smoke. I did But usually after like 3 to 4 days of me just fighting that feeling, typically now I'll smoke and it will help me not get hungry. Which is typically like when I stream. I used to stream not super long ago. I'd say probably a couple months ago. When I was living in Arkansas, I would stream and I would chew because I used to chew tobacco. Like not when I get nervous, but just when I like idly, when I need something to do, I'd either chew tobacco or I'd be eating. And when I'm able to smoke, it curbs my, I call it a oral fixation. I have a bad oral fixation because I was a cigarette smoker in the service and I chewed tobacco in the service.
But I can't understand it for you.
And then when I got out, I still chewed for a long time. Anyway, I typically like to like either be chewing on something or smoking or whatever it may be. But when I smoke, Mary, I don't have those same like fixations. Like I'm able to kind of step outside of those. Like my eating and my moderation, I have a much better control of it when I smoke. I don't know, it just helps me. It helps me like moderate everything a lot better. I'm much less lazy when I smoke than when I am not smoking.
Can you murder
I'll definitely say that. Like that's 100% true.
Smother a storm.
I
more, a force of nature,
I do a lot more when
I was young,
when I smoke. Because I have like all of my thoughts are more compartmentalized, so it's easier for me to figure out what I want to do when I smoke. So it just for me it's easier to figure out what I'm gonna do and it's to. All right, cool. I'm gonna just do this and then this and then this and then this. Like I'm able to structure my day a lot better when I smoke. Granted, I'm not smoking like a ton. Well, for some people consider it a lot. I don't consider it a lot because I'm also not a small individual. Like my normal body weight.
But I knew they were true.
My normal body weight that my body wants to be at, like naturally, which is why I gained so much weight so quickly.
And I knew.
Because I gained all this weight very fast. Maybe in like.
Finally, let me see the answers.
But I gained all this weight so fast.
You see, son.
Because my body naturally wants to be right around like 185,
where
195.
I go when I go. There's no Valhalla.
And I've been in shape and
cannot
like
be the end.
At 185.
I need to know there's something more than this.
However,
I need to know.
Underrated.
What happens
Naruto?
to me?
Shippuden? If so, I agree.
Truth.
Definitely. But I was at that weight before and I was cut.
That's the truth.
I just don't. My body doesn't move when I'm that big. You know. I don't know.
The writing on here.
I feel better at
Talks
one.
about a cold breath.
When I'm at. Well, not when I'm at now.
Breath.
But I feel better at 165.
It's got to be Helheim.
And if I'm being honest, I feel even better at 155. But 155 is much harder of a weight. Like, it's just a difficult weight for me to maintain. Because me at 155, my body fat at that point is probably closer to like 12%, which for me is difficult to maintain. I'm 32. I don't need to be at 12% body fat for any reason, any length of time.
You can count on us.
So like 165 for me is good. And the Mary definitely helps me just maintain my body weight. It helps me not eat. Which is, again, it's weird. A lot of other people, it is the exact opposite. Most other people...
Whoa, hold up. You don't want to walk into the blistering cold of Helheim without this.
Me?
F3 Lao to keep you nice and toasty. You're welcome.
Huh. Mimir said even Odin couldn't survive the cold in Helheim.
You believe everything that old goat says?
You believe everything that old goat says?
Rude. Too bad your first time outside Asgard has to be to Helheim.
Nah, we're gonna make the most of this.
Now, as much as I would love to babysit, I have something else to do for the Allfather. If you run into any trouble, just scream so I know where to find your bodies.
He's such an asshole.
Let's find that mask piece.
They wrote a really good, like, a-holy character. The voice actor really knocked out the park. This whole game as a whole. We've been over this. We've been over this 180. This whole game, solid. I would say one of the best gaming marvels in my lifetime. In my lifetime. Yeah, I would say that easily. I might have to get me a sip of water here pretty soon too. Where are we at, by the way? Okay, cool. I remember this part. Yeah, the other thing about the Mary Jane that helps me immensely is it really helps me regulate my mood. I was so looking forward to slapping Heimdall. It satisfied me so much. Right? Like, his voice actor perfectly embodied like a douche that you just wanted to beat up. Kind of like a bully, honestly. He kind of exemplifies himself as a bully. Like a miniature Odin. And you just want to hurt him. You want to hurt him bad. You want to hurt him real bad. I don't know if you saw the Game of Thrones. But like the way people hated Cersei Lannister, I think that was her name. But the way people hated her, I thought was phenomenal. I thought that was amazing acting. Finally, I was like, if you're able to legitimately get these people to hate, they hate the character that you portrayed so much that they dislike the actual person that you are. And she could be an amazing person. I don't know if she is or not, but she could be an amazing person. And she acted so good that people dislike her as a human being. So you get the feeling he's constantly talking down to you. Heimdall is Joffrey. Yes. That mother... Yes. Heimdall is Joffrey. Pretentious, snot-nosed douche. Like, know-it-all. I'm right, you're... Oh, my gosh, yep. You're right. Way to stay in reference. I like that. Solid. Super solid. Yo, ho. Think you're sweet out here? Not today, son. Catch a couple of these. One of those. Boom. I totally forgot the X was the dodge button.
For the record, I believe you fought the Valkyries. I just don't believe it was grandfather who corrupted them.
You
or
better believe you're gonna get beat up, kid.
The giants killed. Am I missing anything?
Lots actually.
Yeah, Heimdall's a freaking menace, man. Like, I thought Thor was gonna be kind of that in this game. Nah. Thor is, like, again, another way this game kind of just was amazing. Like, Thor's character is, like, totally understandable.
What?
Like, he really is. Like, I get it. I get him. Like, he's just been told so much that he's this and that and this and that, and he's not good, and by his own father, like the king, and like he's only good for beating up stuff, and like his family looks at him some type of way, and like you expect him to be a not great, not lovable character. I'm not healing. We got this. You really expect him to just take all of his resentment out on you, because that's like typically what happens in this series. And they spin you around on your head. They hit you with an okie doke.
More Hellwalkers! I got this!
What? I'm just supposed to watch? No way!
Oh, I keep forgetting I have the sword! Over here slacking. They're gonna make a trace.
Really good.
Brain Stark with working legs. Maybe. Maybe?
I gotta say, I don't think these warriors are very hard to beat.
He's definitely a Stark. Like, that's a fact. He's definitely a Stark. Oh, you dirty dog. Got him. Totally forgot we had that move, too. Yep. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I don't know exactly which Stark he'd be, though. Because Bran's kind of like...
What other heinous...
I'm not going to lie. Bran's kind of cheeks. I don't think he's cool at all.
He decimated Van
I mean,
tortured Tyr,
he's alright.
murdered Groa, murdered
He's,
Ymir.
like,
Goes on and on.
and it's not just the fact that he can't
Where'd you
walk.
hear all this?
He,
Freya and Mimir.
I don't know. He's just too old to be that young, I guess, for me.
Got it.
Look.
And I get it. It's part of the story, but I don't know. Brain's kind of whack. I like Atreus. I couldn't say Atreus is that level. No.
Through.
Atreus is more of a Jon Snow, actually.
He changed. Maybe Odin can too.
He's like a hodgepodge, a mix together of like these different races. Jon Snow was a hodgepodge mixed together of these different like clans, I guess, like, you know. So it's kind of samey, and Jon Snow ended up being ridiculously overpowered, like insane. Atreus is actually really overpowered. I think in the next game, if they make him like young adult age, let's say like here he's probably, I'd say 14. He's probably about the same age as Thrud. He's probably 14-ish. So I'd say if the next game he were 18 or like 21, young adult, Bran isn't cool to me. But the Third Eye Raven aspect and obsession with prophecy, I like the Third Eye Raven. I thought that whole thing was cool. I really like that. But yeah, Bran was ultimately kind of whack.
Let's double
to
back.
me.
We'll find a way around.
Yeah, our boy here, Atreus, he's definitely more of a Stark.
See? More Hellwalkers.
More of a Jon Snow, who is still technically a Stark in a way, in my mind. But obviously, he's also a Targaryen. I don't know. There's a lot with him, and there's a lot with Loki, and because there's a lot we don't know about him as a character. Like there's literally like we know his mom was a giant. We know his dad is a half god. So you know he's a god. So we don't know really anything about his powers, other than obviously we have the source material. But in world we don't know much. Got him. I was hoping that would work, and it sure did. Did I say Leonardo DiCaprio? Come back, Leo. Come back to the stream, Leo. Well, never mind. I heard all these Hollywood people are creeps, so no thanks. Stay where you are, Leo. Oh, dang it. I used my ability. That's a shame. Got him. Yeah, you thought I was slacking over here? Not today, son. Yeah, you thought we forgot about the big swings? We didn't. It just doesn't ever make any sense to use it. The heavy attack? Oh my god, get out of there. What are you doing? The heavy attack has you all smashed up.
Big hole up there now.
Or not smashed up. It has you all moving slow for way too long. Yeah, Leo, you gotta get booted, homie. I heard celebrities out here doing all types of crazy stuff.
Hey,
all types of crazy stuff.
I guess.
And I'm glad I'm one of those people a long time ago. A very long time ago. Pretty much when I joined the military, so when I was 18. I stopped all that like idolatry, I guess is what it would be called. I stopped all that a long time ago. Granted, I do have like music artists and stuff like that I like, but I don't like the way people trip over like Taylor Swift, or even the way a lot of guys trip over like these football players or like basketball athletes. Nah, I don't trip over people like that. No sir, not I. Can't do it. Ain't gonna happen. Can't do it. No celebrities. Like I don't have like no female celebrity crushes no more. I'm just looking for, obviously, we looking for redheads out here in these streets. Or really ultimately just a woman to love us. But if we can choose, we want redheads. We don't need famous redheads. We just want a redhead that ain't busted. Alright, okay. Okay. Anyway, I say all that to say, no celebrities around here. Not in these parts.
It fell through the floor.
Because
Could
they
be
are
our way up.
crazy.
Let's head
From
back
what
down
I
and
heard.
find out.
They be doing some crazy stuff. They be saying some crazy stuff. Yo, what? Yo, what? So he fought through the floor? Oh, jeez. J. Cole is someone I'm inspired, but not an idolized treatment. Yeah. Like, exactly. Like, I'm very inspired by J. Cole and what he's done with his life and, like, how he's built himself up. And also how he carries himself, you know, as a black man. I think he carries himself extremely well while still representing who he is. And I respect that. So, yeah. Like, Kendrick Lamar, I feel the same way about. Like, there are people that I think, you know, are cool and stuff like that. But definitely, yeah, I don't do that idol tree stuff. Like, I'm not gonna break my back to like go spend my last dollar to see these people. I'm not gonna like those types of things. I'm just not gonna do. I'm not gonna give my last dollar. Yeah. I'm not gonna cuss anybody out because they don't like the music artists I like or like the boxers that I like or like that type of stuff. Nah, that ain't me. But there are some people who will. There are people who will argue with you. I sure can, lady. There are people who will argue with you on being left-handed or right-handed. There are people who will argue with you. I mean, we talked about this before. Like, because you like this anime or like that anime. Like, where's she at? Over here. You gotta get shot up, lady. Ooh, she is getting the business.
Very.
Kendrick actually spoke on that in his song Savior, of how he doesn't like being seen as. Yep. And I think that's important for celebrities to say. That's why I like Kendrick Lamar a lot, actually. Like his music, I think his music I support him and J. Cole because they put out music that is what I believe is real, and like at least is it trying to teach people something about being somewhat better than how you were, and stopping idolatry is one of the big parts of stopping like how we were, because it takes away your individuality as a person. What a lot of people view as their own individuality is not, because they're doing and saying and like repping the same stuff as all these other people.
There has to be another way. Keep your
And they're doing and acting and thinking essentially the same as all of these other people are. So there's nothing individual about it. And they preach very heavily about being individuals and, you know, making your own path and being true to who you are and this and that and this and that. And that's important. So yeah, I definitely like support their work. Anytime they have music that comes out, I'll listen to it. I don't feel like they put out like, oh, you're a hoe, B word this, B word that. Like, they don't put out music music like that. Their music has messages behind it and messages to the people who are listening to it, which is the type of stuff that I want, you know? Same way I want fun and adventure out of my anime and whatnot. The music I listen to, because I believe what you listen to is extremely important. So, oh snap. So the music that I listen to is essentially indicative of like the thoughts that I'm allowing into my brain, like the stuff that I want regulating through my system, like through my mind on a daily basis. So like I've even cleaned up the music I listen to recently. I try not to listen to stuff that cusses. I don't listen to anything that demeans women. Nothing. I essentially I don't listen to any rap music right now. I will occasionally listen to J. Cole and Kendrick, like a lot of their newer stuff. Pretty much any of Kendrick's stuff. Pretty much like deep thought stuff anyway. Yeah, message of don't idolize me. Idolize the person you want to be and grow yourself. Exactly. That's important, especially for such a gullible younger generation. I feel like the internet is making people foolish and gullible, and people aren't thinking straight. And like through music, I think it'll help maybe snap people back to their senses. I would hope. because people it like claim to want to be individuals, but so many people nowadays
like
seem
it's
to
through
be
here.
the same. Like so many people are samey. Like when I go out in public and I look at people, a lot of them kind of
me
like
get
have
that
the
for
same
you.
style. A lot of people like kind of speak the same and use like the same slang. And I'm not saying like regionally. I'm saying like nationwide people use the same slang. It used to be like regionally people have different slang. Like people in New York have their own slang. People in like Ohio have their own kind of slang at times. People in the South, people in the West Coast, California, stuff like that. Like everyone had their own like pockets of slang and certain words that they would say that were specific to the area that and stuff like that. Now here in America, we don't have that.
I don't know what I
And even globally,
I love that you do.
like a lot of the slang we use here is used in the UK. They're like another mini America. And like so many of these people, so many people just seem samey to me nowadays, and it's weird. Oh. And I don't like it. I don't subscribe to the samey thing. So when people tell me I look weird, like what I wear looks weird in public, I'm really not like disturbed by it in any way, shape, or form. Now I take it as a compliment. Now I see it as like, oh no way! I saw it coming too. Save me. Now I take it as a compliment. Now I'm like, okay, you see my style more than anything. That's kind of how I see it. Got him. Yeah, you weren't ready. You weren't ready. Hit him with that. Oh. Can I go wolf? Sure can't. Oh, I'm getting beat up. This ain't good. Where you at? Woo! Got lucky. Oh, no way! Oh, I can't have... This is the one bad part about having the, dynamic HUD is you don't know when your abilities are done. And he doesn't have any weapons as Kratos. So, yeah, you gotta be more selective. But yeah, the whole idolized thing, never been something I've been on. So oftentimes when people ask me, like, oh, who's your favorite, like, music artist? I typically try not to even answer that question. It's not that I try not to answer it. It's that I try to just reword it more so than anything. I don't want it to sound like I have a favorite, because I don't. I have, like, my preferences more so. Who I like. That feels better for me to say who I like. I don't have a favorite, like, much of anything. I barely have favorite color. All right? Woo! That was close. So, yeah. If I barely have a favorite color, I shouldn't have to have a favorite music artist. I have favorite songs, but that's also, like, situational. Like, my favorite songs are situational. My favorite song for what? Like, when I'm happy, when I'm sad, when this and that. Can I go? Nope, sure can't. Get him. Oh, we got this. Oh, this is too easy. Too easy. Yeah, I had to hyper focus up for a second. There's too many enemies in such a small space. Okay. I see you. I see you. Woo! Oh yeah, we got this. This is easy. Oh, my head itches. Back in the day, though, I would say I used to be all over. I used to have favorite celebrities for this and favorite celebrities for that. Like, favorite. All of that. I was all up in it. I had, like, celebrity crushes and everything. And then I was like, you know what? Let me stop fantasizing about these people who don't even know I exist. And I am never going to meet. Not having none of that. Not today. Oh, you dirty dog. Heal me. Revive me. Make it happen. Make it happen. There we go. Oh, get me out of there. Get me out of there. Why is this ability not back yet? Holy cow. Whew. Okay, we got one left. Nice. We handle that swimmingly. Man.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, that rush of your first real battle, she feels it. Now she's got that hunger for it. She's ready. She's ready. That's not good. Come on, dude. I wanted to call her Ingrid for a second. How to Train Your Dragons, Ingrid.
Maybe they're trying to keep people
Again,
out.
another film that I really like. How to Train Your Dragon. When that came out, man, that was it.
Sweet.
I don't know if you know him, but West Side Boogie is good. Most of his music is focusing on mental health and how it affects relationships. Actually, never heard of him, but since you said that, I'll actually go give him a listen. I will definitely go give him a listen. I like listening to people who talk about mental health. My ex-wife wanted me to. That's one of the things that my ex-wife wanted me to do was like see a therapist and whatnot to like work on my mental health after I got out of the military. And I ended up doing it. And they told me that I'm depressed. And then I've had two previous experiences where I almost committed suicide, where I tried to commit suicide technically. And like that's one of the things we talk about in the therapy. That
looks like it's
you know, it's good to be open about it, and it's good to have like other people that you can kind of connect with on the topic.
Shut up. Something's blocking it.
I'll take a look.
Because it helps give you like a framework for like why people even think that thing in the first place. Like because it's like a sore topic for a lot of people until you, especially when you even go through it like yourself. Like me myself, before it happened with me, I would have never have imagined that I would have put myself in that situation to where I would do, you know, contemplate doing that, or I would attempt to do that thing, you know. And then like you reflect on the situation afterwards. It's always nice to have like outward input and other people's thoughts, like, and even stories on the situation. One of the things I've had, I would say the joy of, since, you know, talking to a couple of my friends in the past about this is oftentimes some of them have come to me with like, oh yeah, you know, I've gone through similar things, or like some people in their family have, and this, that, and the third. And it's a good like reach out like tool. Like I mentioned this to one of my friends when I lived in Oregon. People nowadays are so afraid to be vulnerable because one, the internet can make a vulnerable person look not only weak but undesirable, like in every way. Relationship, friendship, like it has that effect. The internet can make, and it can be like a good guy, a good girl. The internet has a way of like framing things in that fashion. So people obviously because of that don't want to be vulnerable. Also, society has a way of framing things to where it's like not okay for this, it's not okay for that. Like things have shifted to where like things have just changed. So things that were okay are not okay, and it just it makes it difficult to be vulnerable nowadays. Almost impossible, I would say. I feel that people mistake vulnerability as being soft all the time. All the time. Literally all the time. That's actually the story of my freaking life. Because growing up, I mentioned to you before, I've always known I'm an empathetic person. Like I've always known it. Like I just care about people. I just do. But now it's the fact that I care about people that I know. I don't care about everyone anymore, which is the hard lesson for most empathetic people to learn anyway. But my whole life, that care for other people and like the want to not like hurt people and like the want to not do wrong to other people was always seen as like a weak trait. Like all these deceptive and bad traits, like, oh, you should want to fight like over this and that, and like not be understanding, and like all of that stuff was so heavily shunned when I was growing up. And granted, I fought a lot when I grew up. Like South Carolina, that was the thing. You fought. Like everybody fought, not just some people. Everybody. The soft kids, the not soft kids, everybody fought where I grew up. Multiple times, if need be. So that wasn't even like the thing. Like, but still, like the way, like being open to listening to not only like your own problems and sharing those with others, but listening to other people's problems, being portrayed as soft to me has always like blown my mind. If anything, that shows a higher level of character, that you're able to sympathize with someone and empathize with someone on a level that you can actually assist them in a way that helps them get out of whatever they're in, like whatever slump they may be in or whatever problem they're in. You're able to see it from their situation and help solve this situation and help take that vulnerability and make it so it's not so much of a bad thing, I guess. To where, because I don't think vulnerability is a bad thing. Okay. So someone who's able to take that vulnerability and make it what it's not.
Looks like it's through here, but
and just help. But that's the problem with society nowadays. Like I was talking to my twin sister about it. Like we just can't be vulnerable anymore. It's like not allowed.
What if I move this? Aha! Can you get up there?
And it's a shame, man, because I feel like the fact that we're no longer a vulnerable, open, telling society, like people just don't give two craps about other people's lives anymore, which I technically do get here in our country. Here in our country, we have it so well made, so I do understand it. However, it still doesn't excuse the fact that that's what it is. Like people just don't care anymore. People are much less caring for others,
just
like
talking to Ingrid.
And therefore that breeds, people not wanting to be vulnerable, and it's frustrating because it like that, the lack of vulnerability with one another, I think ultimately ended the whole dynamic of a community. Yeah, one of the bad things of being an empath is it's rare to find someone who cares about you too. Oh, it's extremely, it's like I don't even know. Like for me, I don't even, the people that I think should love me, I still even have, like family. I mean, I still even have hard times even thinking they love me, because I think the hard thing for empaths, because we love, and we not even love, because we feel, I think empaths naturally just feel more than other people. But because of that, we require more from our emotions. Like we need someone who actually we people say that like you shouldn't be with the same kind of person that you are, but I think an empathetic person, even in a friendship standpoint, I think empathetic friends make really good friends for empaths, whereas empathetic friends trying to be friends with non-empathetic people, I think make not as good a friend for empaths, because empathetic people are good at feeling what feels off or what does feel right about certain situations. Like they feel situations for what they are. Like they're really good. They're good at obviously using their feelings. That's the whole point. And like people who aren't empathetic, or even empathetic people who don't understand their feelings, it can be difficult for people who are empathetic who do understand their feelings to be around. So yeah, it's extremely rare. It's extremely rare.
All right, the path's open.
And then the other bad part about it now is there's a lot of empathetic people nowadays, at least in this country, completely stopped even trying to be empathetic. They completely don't even care anymore. A lot of them are like, whatever, man. Like they just turn into just regular old people, just trying to get through it like everybody else. Which, can't be mad at them. I get it. I totally freaking get it. Because, I mean, I was like that for a long while.
What was that?
You're the one who's been here before.
But me now, like,
It's probably nothing.
especially after my last relationship, like, obviously it was my last marriage. That actually helped me a lot, even though it hurt me a lot in the instance because I didn't receive anything that I desired out of it. Yeah, because I need to feel your match my energy, otherwise energy you give feel ingenuine. Exactly. And for me, I wouldn't even say it's matching the energy. For me, it's that you're at least receiving and reciprocating in a way that I need to receive it in. Because I do believe it's true that everyone loves in a different way, like feels love in a different way. I think everyone feels all of those love languages. I don't know what they are because I don't subscribe to them. I think everyone feels all of those love languages. I think you just have like a dominant one, so to speak. But when it comes to like reciprocating energy and like not even love, but just like emotion, like receiving that back in the way you like me, the way I need, like to enjoy someone's time and space. Like, so say, I'll use perfect example. Like when my little brother came over to hang out with me, a week or 2 weeks ago, something like that. He came to hang out, and typically when people want to hang out, they're like, oh, where are we going? What are we doing? Blah, 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 blah. One, my younger brother is a lot more like me, obviously, because he's my brother. But two, he was totally okay with, and this is how I appreciate love. He came over. I had my little guest room here where it's at. I had the bed turned sideways, and I had a table, my kitchen table over here. Got a better setup for next time. And then I had my other PC monitor, because I have 2 up, but I used to have 3 monitors. So I had my 3rd one, and I had it mounted to my bed, because I've got a swivel mount on it. Or I didn't have, that's how it's going to be next time, is the mount there. Anyway, so I had a chair there for him, and we sat and we gamed. He played his game. I played my game. Like, I was here chilling, and we just did our own thing. For, I think it was like 3 or 4 hours. We ate together, and then we gamed together for like 3 or 4 hours. And then we got done. He grabbed his stuff. I gave him a hug. I said, I love you. And then, you know, we went our separate ways. And for me, that was, like, I loved spending that time together. Like, just being around him, enjoying what he was doing, and me enjoying what I was doing together, for me, is everything. Like, I love spending time with someone, and me being able to do what I want to do, and the other person also being able to do what they want to do. Like, they can, like, if it's a female, for instance, like, they might not play video games. They might watch TV, or might be on their phone, or, you know, it's different, you know, for each male as it is for each female. But, like, for me, time with someone and getting to just absorb being around that person, and, like, you can look over and you can see their mannerisms, you can see, like, things they regularly do, blah, blah, blah. Like, for me, that's the type of reciprocation that I need. Specifically, like that, like specifically speaking for myself, that's a reciprocation that I need. I need to, like, my love, I guess, even from like my guy friends, if you can come hang out with me while I'm doing something I enjoy, amazing. Because I typically have always been the friend who will go out of my way to go hang out with you at this place, X, Y, and Z, or go get this drink, or we're going to go hang out at your house, not at my place, or if we do go hang out at my place, we're watching a movie to appease you. Like, I don't think I ever had any friends, like physically friends. No, I've had a couple. I'm not going to lie. In the military, I've had a few. One specifically, his name was Alex. Me and him, like, we both vibe, like, on the same level. Like, we were both, I would say he was a very empathetic person as well. But we also had similar hobbies: anime, video games. So we would spend weekends. Sometimes we'd go out, like, well, often we'd go out and get toe up like everybody else. Go, you know, find loose women and stuff like that. Sometimes not loose women. But there would be times when we would literally be like, hey, man, you want to just stay in all weekend, play some video games, watch anime? And we would do that. And we wouldn't even talk a lot of times. We would just literally sit there, check the phone occasionally. Next episode, bam, hey, you want to get some food? Like, and he's to this date, he's probably still one of my closest friends. He messages me randomly. I need to do better at hitting him back up, but like that's right there. That's what I like. I like being able to coexist with another person and just enjoy being around them and enjoy their energy and absorb that up. So for me, that's what that looks like. That matching energy. Yeah, that's how I like my energy match, because I might have to give that to someone in a different way, you know. Like I might again, like I said, I often have to like facilitate that for my friends. So I often will be like, okay, cool, you want to go hiking?
Yes, the dumb does not
Cool,
fall
let's
far
go
from
do
the tree.
a hike, and
Very
that's
well,
something
then.
that this friend enjoys thoroughly doing. So you know, a hike every so often, we'll go do this hike.
You have
And some people, that's how they like to receive, you know, your company and your time. That silent company of just enjoying the moment is underrated. It's so underrated. It's so underrated. Like we're so used to in society nowadays. We're so used to like having TVs and like TV shows. Like we got our phones. We're so used to having something at our fingertips at all points in time. I still personally remember what it was like being a kid, not having any of this stuff, not having a TV in my room. The thing I had in my room was a speaker box. My dad bought me a radio, a small little speaker box radio, because I love music. And to this day, I take my music everywhere I go. And yeah, like that's what we had. We had music in our rooms. We didn't have, you know, projectors and, you know, downloadable video games through Wi-Fi on our computers and like our cell phones. We can go like, we didn't have that back in the day. You literally had to entertain yourself. In me, that's one of the things I try to never lose. I try to make sure I don't ever lose the essence of being able to entertain myself. So without video games and without anime, I'm still perfectly capable of like sitting in my living room by myself and just chilling. I can sit in my living room with a deck of playing cards for hours and just relax. Or I can sit in my living room and read my Bible or some other book. It's typically going to be my Bible, but like I can enjoy doing stuff not technologically related and just be quiet. Like I like that. I miss that. I miss being able to just hang out with people and enjoy hanging out with people for hours on end, and at times not needing to say anything. It keeps me up. Not always, but at times not needing to say things. To me, that shows an extreme, like a very extreme level of closeness that you don't need to say words when you're around this person. Like you're so comfortable and you guys are so in sync and so in tune with one another. You don't need to use words to make it through. Like any interactions you're doing, like watching TV, ordering or making food. Like you don't need. Really? Y'all don't need to exchange words? That's crazy. Or you don't need to say much. To me, that shows a deep level of communication. Same way that scientists have proven, they say when you yawn around someone, if they yawn back, that means that you two are in some way or form or fashion emotionally connected. Like you two have some emotional connection. So oftentimes, like when dogs yawn around their owners or vice versa, the dog or vice versa, the owner, will also yawn. It's been scientifically proven. So I also think that the same can be said about people who are really good at communicating with, you know, friends or family without needing to say words to get through, you know, their daily interactions. Like they literally just vibe together throughout the day. And they don't need to exchange a lot of words.
I'll make it up to you.
Dang, my bad, Thrud. I'm paying attention. So yeah, silent company is extremely underrated.
Talk right
I
now.
like I had mentioned before, I do a lot of talking on stream, but like IRL, like for real, on a normal basis, like in my daily life, I only talk while I'm on stream so I can, you know, if somebody wants to hear my thoughts or opinions on hopefully anime typically, or whatever with the game I'm playing or the you know, whatever it is that I'm doing. That's the only reason why I talk. When I'm not on stream, I'm not talking. I'm silent most of the time. Me streaming is a way of me actually coming out of my shell. Because if I didn't stream, I would go days without saying a word. and I only say days because I just moved back home to where my family is. If I still lived in Arkansas, where I lived before here, like literally a couple weeks ago, I'd go weeks without saying a single word because I'd have all of my groceries and stuff, and I would just be set in my place. I wouldn't need to talk to nobody.
Sounds like a yes.
So streaming helps me
Maybe I could help
get
you
out and
find
talk.
them
So
without,
180, I truly do appreciate you for, asking me questions, and I'm glad I get to know about you as well. Like, you're helping me talk more. You're helping me be a social human being, which is something in the past couple years I have not been. It has not been my forte since I've been out the military. I miss living alone at times because just choosing to have a quiet day and keeping to myself is great. Hey, I think I mentioned it to you yesterday. I would absolutely love to have a female counterpart. I would love it. I think it would be amazing. However,
may I come in?
Not at the sacrifice of this. Not at the sacrifice of me being able to come play video games for not a set amount of time, X amount of time. Like say I'm playing games and the person I'm with is like, oh yeah, do your stream thing for like 3 or 4 hours. And then they come in and they're bothered that at 5 hours I'm not done doing my stream thing. Like, what if I'm having a good conversation? What if I'm really enjoying the game? Like, allow me to enjoy myself for however long I want to enjoy myself, no matter how often I do this. Like, whether this pays me, whether this doesn't pay me, whether I enjoy doing it. Like, if I'm enjoying it, just let me enjoy it for however much time I want to do it. If everything else is still taken care of, like you're fed, you're loved, like as long as all those things are still taken care of, cool. I could do a relationship. I could. But if I don't have that, and I get it, in a relationship, there's a give and take. So yeah, obviously I wouldn't be able to stream every day. But ideally, in a perfect world, I will find a woman who is okay with me streaming every day. I don't think, it would be impossible to find.
It's the company you keep.
Ideally, I would like to find a woman who also likes to game and hopefully streams as well. So then it's not a thing. And hopefully she's actually successful at it, so I don't have to worry. I'm like, all right, cool. This is what she does for a living. So me playing video games just to play video games, solid. But I don't know. Yeah, I personally like the whole being alone thing. It's nice, but obviously there are huge perks of having another person there as well. Don't want to forget that there are huge perks of having like another counterpart with you. Like just having like physical touch, having a physical presence is really nice as well. Like just so you can just like physically be around and engage with another human being, like that's significantly different than this, being able to care for someone else and have someone else care for you, those are all good things. Being able to even worry about someone else physically and have them worry about you is a good feeling. So it's definitely a good give and a take. Yeah, that you're not interacting with me right now, so I guess we have a problem now, isn't it? Yeah, that stuff right there, I don't do. And that's always been a thing, and for some strange reason, in every relationship I've been in, except one, which is so funny. But out of all the relationships I've been in, I've only had one where that was not a problem. All the other ones, they were like, oh my god, you're playing too many video games. And I'm like, how is it too many video games? Like, what are you talking about? It's my hobby. It's the thing I literally enjoy doing to pass the time. How is it too much? Like, why don't you just get a hobby that also takes up a large amount of time? Like, why not just do that? That's in my head, that's just what made sense, Like, some days I got nothing to say. How you getting mad at me for being in a peaceful state? Exactly. That's my biggest problem. That was always my biggest problem with the whole relationship thing. Like, at times, and I guess it's not necessarily, in my case, always the woman's fault. I guess it's the way I portray. Like, when I'm in a good mood, I look like this. Like, that's me in a good mood. Like, when I'm in a bad mood, I look like this. Sad? So, like, but I don't feel like I need to express, like show how I'm feeling all the time, you know? Like, for me, that's the hard part. Like, I hate the idea of needing to do that all the time. Why? And that, since my normal face always looks like I'm not at peace, that would even cause problems. Like, oh, you're not happy? Like, I never said I wasn't happy. Where did that come from? And then I'm on the defensive. And then when, you know, right when they get upset, then I have to, like, actually start doing stuff. Like, why do we now have a situation even though 5 seconds ago there was absolutely no situation in sight? Same, straight face nation. Exactly. I don't see anything wrong with it. I don't like talking about my previous relationship. Granted, I don't think it was like a bad relationship. I fairly think we ended on good terms. I'm getting waxed right now. However, one thing I will say is I was always told that I was too serious. Always told that I was too serious. And like, I didn't know that it was a bad thing to be a serious person. Especially for a woman. Like, you would think that a woman would want a strong, serious, straightforward, blunt, honest man. Like, in my head, that's what I always thought that women wanted. I thought women wanted that type of a guy. I mean, and granted, that's naturally the type of person I am anyway, but still. I've always been kind of more so serious in a relationship. Granted, I have had relationships that I've been in where I haven't been as serious. But that all typically is dependent on the person I'm with. Like, if they don't bring fun out of me, then I'm not going to be fun. Like, that ain't my fault that you're not fun. Your fault. Because I know I can be fun.
Missed a gateway quick.
So, yeah. I was like, I get that I can be serious. I definitely know I am, I would say 70% of the time, I'm very serious. But it's not like in a bad way. It's serious as in, like, I'm paying attention to what's going on around me. Like, I'm just being aware of my surroundings more so than anything else. Like, I'm just paying attention to everything. That's just me. That's serious for me. Like, I need to be serious to be able to focus on everything.
Time to face it. No running away.
To remind her of Dexter, because how serious I'm not outwardly expressive.
Almost home. It's gonna be fine.
Hey man, it must be a thing because you sound a lot like me. Because, like, I don't think. No. I don't think I'm not outwardly expressive. I think the words that I say are perfectly indicative of my mood. I think when a woman asks me, "Oh, how are you feeling?" Like, if she actually cares enough to know, I will use the right words to describe how I'm feeling. But I'm not gonna act like I'm angry or act like I'm frustrated. I'm gonna keep my composure. I'm gonna stay calm, cool, and collected. I'm not gonna start acting on my feelings just because my feelings are feeling some type of way. I guess, like, for me, that never made sense. I shouldn't have to act mad just because I am mad. I don't know if that makes sense, but to me, it does. Like, because I don't know.
We're being attacked right now.
I don't know. Like, if I am sad, why do you want me to walk around and look sad? You know? Like if it's a bad emotion, why does it need to be that? Like, why?
This won't stop until I close that realm pair. Atreus, help keep them off me.
Exactly. Like, I'm in control of my emotions. Exactly. That's entirely what it is. Entirely what it is. And yet in a lot of instances it's not depicted that way. It's not seen that way by the other person for some strange reason. And it doesn't make sense to me. Because to me, the sane person, I think I'm sane, I would think if someone who is mad doesn't just get angry or like haul off and punch you if he feels like doing that, I would think that's a pretty good thing.
Atreus, come help me with the spell. I'll show you how.
Man, you better hurry up, lady. Oh my gosh, of course I get stabbed right now. You suck. I had it too. But yeah, that literally has never made sense to me. Like that level of stoicism, that used to be such a good quality in that women wanted in men. Like women wanted the serious, like no guff. Man, damn, that was my first cuss word. Women wanted that back in the day, and now it's like they want this goofball who is like a bad boy. I don't know. I don't know what women want, so I just am not even gonna try. I'm gonna keep my emotions in check over here, like I should be doing, and then I'm gonna wait for God to give me a woman. That's what I'm gonna wait for. I'm not picking the next woman that I'm gonna with. I'm gonna let God force her on me. Because I picked the last woman I was with. That was on me. And she wasn't a bad woman. She just wasn't for me. And sometimes it'd be like that. You know what I'm saying? And then, because honestly, there's only been one woman that I genuinely feel like I didn't pick her to be my girlfriend. She just ended up being my girlfriend. Well, she ended up making me want to make her my girlfriend, I guess is a better way of even putting it. Because I've never even been the type of person who felt like I need to be in a relationship with somebody. Man. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and text these guys real quick. Hurry up, Freya! So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like the whole... I don't know what it was gonna say. I hate the whole notion of you don't know how to control your emotions because you're not getting angry right now. What? You know how stupid that sounds? You can't control your emotions because you ain't punching me in the forehead right now. What? That don't make no sense. Ooh, we in there. Let's go. Got him. Oh, get up off me, ho. So yeah, I won't be doing it in the future. I have my zero tolerance, or my tolerance level in the future is gone down. I will sacrifice looks easily in a woman for a woman that is like just pleasant to be around and is a friend, like is a friendly type of woman. Like she feels like a friend to me. That's what I want out of a relationship. I don't want to be with a woman that feels like it's work. I want to be with a woman where it feels like we're friends. Like we can hang out and we can do stuff together. Like, and we can enjoy similar things. Even if it's not the same thing, we can enjoy similar things. Or at least different things at the same place. That's what I want. I'm no longer dating or looking to be with a woman for really how she looks. Can't do it. I've been with some beautiful women, thank the Lord. I've been very blessed. I'll take a ridiculously good personality with great hobbies and average looks. She can be a 5. I'm cool with that. I'm not the most knock dead or drop dead gorgeous fella out there. She can be a 5. Yeah, I don't want to be doing a relationship where it feels like a business arrangement or like work. Like why are we going to work 9 to 5 and then coming home and working too? Are you crazy?
Is it over?
Like we should come home and we should want to just chill. We should come home and be like ecstatic to finally see this other person.
Atreus.
And it don't even gotta be on some words type stuff. It can literally be like, man, now that you're here, you're gonna help relieve the burden, and like you just genuinely make me feel better. Like your presence makes it easier to do life.
Hold still.
Even if what we're doing ain't easy, you being here makes it easier. Like that's how a relationship should be. A relationship shouldn't be these difficult like back and forths all the time. And And it took me a long time throughout my whole growing up experience to even acknowledge that. For the longest time, I always thought like arguments and stuff like that were genuinely a natural thing.
What do I call you?
But I don't think that's true anymore. I now think, even based off of like my mom and my dad's relationship, well, he's my stepdad, but my mom and my dad's relationship, yeah, they have arguments and like spats, and it's more so of like a way back then thing when I was younger. They were worse back then, but they still weren't even bad. And they weren't frequent either. It wasn't like a monthly thing. Now, my dad getting mad at us, the kids, that was frequent because we were stupid. And like, I feel like at times
It's all my fault.
we maybe helped him get out some of his frustrations that he was having at work. So we were maybe a blessing to him at times. But yeah, my parents didn't seem like a chore. My parents, to this day, my parents' relationship is my epitome of a good relationship. Not because they're financially successful, not because, you know, they have a nice house and they have, you know, great kids like us. Well, my sisters, I think I'm right. Not because of all those things, but because of how they interact with one another. My parents' relationship never to me has seemed like a chore. Ever.
Hellwalkers are just the
Like,
beginning. What were you thinking?
and I don't even want to say that they each have their own roles in the relationship, but they do. Like my dad handles most of the money. He's clearly the most responsible one. Like, obviously the most responsible person I've ever met when it comes to funds. But he deals with money. My mom, she fulfills a typical like role. She works as well, but her money goes to him and he handles the money. And then my mom still does things for the house. Like, my mom helps like buy stuff for the house, and she keeps the house clean. My mom like feeds everyone in the house, but she doesn't hate doing those things. My mom likes cooking for not just my dad, but also for my twin sister and for my niece and my nephew. Like, my mom like doesn't like be and moan about having to cook and clean her beautiful house that her and my dad bought. Because a lot of his planning obviously both of them had a part to play in it, but a lot of his planning went into getting them to the point that they're at, even in the first place. Like, my dad is a natural leader of his family, I feel. And that kind of just shows like throughout. And because of that, their relationship, again, I very rarely have seen my mom and my dad fight. And obviously behind closed doors they probably do, but that's also another good thing about their relationship. They keep for the most part, us kids are out of any misgivings they have amongst each other. We're out of that stuff. We don't even see it. That's another good thing about these relationships, is like that stuff needs like relationship missteps, and like when y'all have hiccups and whatnot, that needs to solely be a between us thing and a wrapped up, talked out, squashed, never to be reminisced about again type situation. Like, the sooner you can get things fully buttoned up relationship wise when it comes to arguments, the better, I feel like. And my parents do that really well. So their whole relationship, not the whole thing, but a lot of their relationship, since I see that they don't fight all the time, like monthly or even every 2 or 3 months, I see that that's not a regular thing for them. They have like small little like snaps at each other, but I feel like that's helpful in the fact that they're not bickering and fighting all the time. That they allow each other to kind of like say snide things back and forth on occasion and within reason. They still respect each other even when they do jab at each other, and it's typically out of fun. So they're getting whatever frustration they may have out, but in a fun, playful way, so no one's feelings get like, so it doesn't breed more animosity and then cause more fights and so on and so forth. Like, I don't know, my parents' relationship's been solid. Like, I love talking about their relationship. I think it's amazing, and it's what I want in the future. I'm not doing this whole control thing, or not control thing, but like this whole like, yeah, control thing. I want to be able to enjoy what I do. Like, my dad does what he enjoys doing in his free time. He obviously still hangs out with my mom, but like they both have their own hobbies. Man, I'm about to lose it. Come here, bird. You say. Oh my gosh, yeah, our issues are our issues. Not the internet, not your friends, not the other family. Exactly. And we should stop making our issues other people's issues. Like, because everybody's got issues at the end of the day. Like, that's kind of how I look at it. Like, I had mentioned yesterday, the guy that I met at the grocery store who said he wanted to like hear about my journey and stuff like how like why I'm at this point in my life and how I got to this point, so on and so forth. And I don't personally think like, yeah, I've had hard things happen in my life, and like I've had like bad things happen, but I don't per se think my life is harder than anybody else's. I think my issues, I think my level of hard in my life is totally indicative on the level of things that I can handle as a person. Some people can't handle a lot, so what may be hard to them might not be considered hard to you, but you're two different people. So that's why I don't even try and compare like and put my issues out there, because a lot of times I feel like, you know, a lot of people might even have it harder than me in relationships or in certain issues, to where they're gonna just look at my situation and be like, yo, you're worried about this when we're over here worried about X, Y, and Z.
But he has something I need.
But a lot of times that is even true though. Like it's
explain.
still true. Like so many people have it so much harder than like the average Joe Schmo, especially like these internet people. Like so many people have it harder than like the average internet goer here in America, if you ask me. Dang, he's getting lit up. And nah, I will say, I think there are like choice family members. Like you kind of like find those people that are okay with you sharing those issues. Empaths, kind of like we were saying earlier. Like some people like hearing other people's problems and like trying to be a voice of reason for those problems, like me. I like, if you're someone I care about, I like listening to your problems, because that means if you're telling me your problems, you think that there's something I can do to maybe either tell you, or maybe something I can even physically do to maybe help you. So to me, that shows a level of trust. But again, it's like special people. It's not every friend. It's not every family member. So yeah, I do get what you're saying. Yeah. Our issues at the end of the day, ultimately, are our issues. Yes. Let's figure it out between us. Why do you have to tell your sister everything? In relationships, it's a little bit harder to obviously find people that you can talk to, but again, I feel like in good relationships, like even then, my mom and my dad, when they don't want to talk stuff out and like bicker about their issues, they will take the situation to someone they do trust. And even when they do that, it's still on some respect type stuff. They're not disrespecting each other and calling each other out of their name. They're trying to figure out the situation. They're trying to get to the root of the situation and figure out where do we go from here? Wait, aren't I supposed to be going down? What the heck? I guffed up. I think a key thing before talking to other people, we have to talk. Exactly. I totally agree with that. Don't let so and so know there's a problem before you tell me. Oh, totally. I definitely agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Like, our business needs to stay our business until we got it squashed. And then if you want to, like, reflect on it with someone, as long as it's okay with me, if you want to reflect on it with someone after the fact, okay. Like one of your close friends, one of your girls, whatever, okay, that's fine. That's not that big of a deal. But yeah, definitely got to run that. We definitely are solving this first. We're not leaving this up to the fates. We talking about this before anybody else hears about it. Because I personally take it as disrespect if the person I'm with would even want to talk about a situation with someone else before talking about it with me. That would infuriate me. I'd be like, wait, I'm the one other person involved in the situation. Why would you not want to bring this up? Why would you not want to talk about it with me first? Like, we're the ones involved. we need to be the ones who are figuring it out. Because if we're not the ones figuring it out, then you and this other person are figuring out our relationship. Maybe y'all should be together, kind of deal. Like, I don't know. That's how I see it. Like, the relationship, y'all should be able to literally figure all of that out. Like, all problems, disputes, argument, all of that, y'all should be able to handle literally within the self-contained unit that is y'all, I think. And I do think it gets easier, obviously, the longer you're together, because you know each other better. But obviously, people also change. I think women more so than men. But people also change over time. People also don't like when I say that. Like, oh my god. But me personally, yeah, I'm not as like jovial as I used to be. As a younger person, I was very talkative. I was very outgoing. I think I was voted most talkative in my yearbook in high school. And most of those people didn't even really know me. But I almost won loudest.
Your work for Odin. You said it is.
And I was like that in my everyday life. I was loud and talkative everywhere I went. I was loud, boisterous, very confident. And I'm still somewhat confident, but I'm definitely not loud when I go in public.
What does he have that you need?
I'm only talkative again on here because I'm streaming. And again, this is good conversation. But like in my regular everyday life, I don't typically talk a whole lot. But outside of those two differences right there, I have not changed much. My hobbies are still the same. I still like to longboard, skateboard. I still like to play football catch, throwing the football around. If I could join a flag football league, I'd do that. I'm still doing. I do boxing.
Everyone keeps secrets.
And hopefully I can start doing some amateur boxing next year when it gets warmer. Like all the stuff I liked as a kid, I still like. My personality, aside from like the talkative thing and whatnot, ultimately hasn't changed. I'm still protective. I'm still honest. Like all of those things and blah blah blah. So again, I can only base on my experience. In my experience, women change more frequently than men do. I do think that both change over time, especially throughout a relationship. However, me personally, I've been this way for a long time. Like if I go in my other room, in my bedroom actually, I got a Guitar Hero, 2 Guitar Hero guitars in there. I got an Xbox 360 in my closet in here. Guitar Hero 3 is, I would say, probably my first or second favorite video game of all time. That's from high school. I was like 15, 16 when that game came out. Still one of my favorite games of all time. Still play it all the time. So for me, I don't think... Ooh, get up off me. I don't think men change as frequently as women. That's why they say, like, men mature later. I do believe that to be true as well, but I think that's because, like, men just stay sane. Like, we're so basic in our nature. Like, in what we want from, like, life and, like, we can run on very little now. Women require more to like, be happy and satiated by life, I think that's the, like, one difference. Not one, but one main difference. So GH32, haven't played it in about a year though. Hey, a year? That's good on time though. That's good on time. I got Guitar Hero 3, and then I spent a year and a half. No lie. I spent a year and a half looking for. Oh no! Wow, he got me. I spent a year and a half looking for a copy of GH2. But new. I wanted a new copy of it. And even the used copies of GH2 were going for like $35. Absolutely insane. Makes sense? Phenomenal game. And I would have still paid it. But I think I ended up paying $30 for a brand new copy. Solid. And I waited. I was playing the long game. And I still have it. It's in that book bag as well. Actually, Guitar Hero 3 is in the book bag. Guitar Hero 2 is currently in the Xbox. Yeah, that's my game. I'm not like the best in the world at it, but when it first came out, when I was in high school, before everyone was amazing at the game, I was pretty freaking good. Like Through the Fire and Flames expert, yes. Jordan, which I think is the hardest song in the game, Jordan by Buckethead from Guitar Hero 2, I think is the hardest song in Guitar Hero history. That or Devil Went Down to Georgia is pretty difficult as well. Roll, roll, roll! But yeah, Guitar Hero was is my business. I still play. I try and make sure I get a couple songs in at least once a month. Play for a couple hours. But I haven't actually played since I moved here, so that'll probably have to be something I do. I might even do that one of these days with have my sister over, and I might do that. That'd be a lot of fun. But yeah, even my family members, they know. Guitar Hero 3, that's my jam. I don't play. I don't. Yeah, I just don't change, man. And it's not that I don't change. I think I grow in other areas. But, like, the core of who I am, I refuse to allow to change. Because I genuinely think the way we are when we're younger, minus the lack of common sense for most of us as kids, and minus the lack of any life experience, I think that's the way we're supposed to be. Obviously, again, minus those things that I said. So, like, when you add that into, like, the childhood whimsy and, like, how excited we are about certain things when we're children and whatnot, like, our dreams that we have, I don't know, I feel like that's more so the way we're supposed to live our lives. As opposed to how we currently do, living for that money. Oh my gosh. Oh, right there. It's a good family game. You remember Rock Band? I like it, but it burnt out that genre fast. Yeah, I feel like Rock Band is ultimately what killed Guitar Hero. And Guitar Hero ended up killing Guitar Hero because Guitar Hero was so, like, they just kept making a new game every other year. Or every year. Yeah, it was Activision.
I can.
So yeah, they were bleeding that bad boy dry. Alright, we got it this time. I'm gonna switch and use this. They bled that horse dry. And I mean, it sucks. I wish they wouldn't have. I really loved everything about it. And then when the drums and stuff came out too, like, that was a whole nother layer of it. But then it was like, where do we go from here? You know? That's ultimately what it was they were like, well, what do we do now? I mean, like, Rock Band ended up having, like, the entire world's musical dictionary, like, on the game. So they had every song ever created to ever exist in humankind. So they definitely did way too much. Oh yeah, we got that frost resistance. Let's go. Oh, I got it. Perfect. Alright, we're gonna go with this. I heard there might be a potential comeback. It wasn't too long ago that I heard this either. Next up, Rock Band Manager Simulator. Exactly. That's what Madden's turned into. Last I heard. I heard they're supposed to be doing a comeback though. I don't know if it's true, but I hope it is. I just hope they keep it simple though. Like, it doesn't have to be like over the top, but it's gonna be. I already know it will be. Because what's the point of doing it if you're not gonna do it over the top? If you're bringing the series back, like, I don't know. I'm gonna get signed up for that Rock Band Simulator. I tell you what, I'm gonna buy it.
Thanks for coming back.
The Manager Simulator. I mean, they even hint at it a little bit when you do, like, the little stops. Like you get this amount of cash and then, like, manager fees. That would be so funny.
What were you doing in Asgard?
I was translating this mask he found and a magical rift that's connected to it.
You gotta pay all the bills, like, while listening to the beat of the song. So you're, like, tapping your foot, and that's the only rhythm part in the game. That's it. That's all you get is the foot tap.
It's not always bad to trust people.
Tap, and it's gonna be one button.
Maybe, but I'm tired of
So
feeling alone.
ridiculous.
Atreus.
I mean, PlayStation
figure out
Plus
how this
just
game
announced
works.
they have a,
Okay.
and I always knew these games were like a thing, But I didn't know they were really like a thing. Like people actually legitimately played them. Like lots of people, not a little bit. Lots of people play these things, like the farming simulators. And I'm not gonna knock anybody for what they play. I'm not.
Blocked when the gate is up.
I'm not gonna do that. You can play whatever you want to play because I like random things as well. However, I just honestly, genuinely had no clue that was a thing and that it was so vastly popular. Like wow, it blew my mind when I found out like how much people really be out here playing farming simulators and stuff. Like really? Hold on, why is this not working?
What are you thinking?
Making grimy label contracts for band members. Oh man, that would be so funny though. That'd be the next level. Oh, I think that's what I have to do. Yeah, that seems.
I think we're gonna need more than one sigil. Dead sigil arrows don't work on that.
I don't know why I always specifically forget this one. Oh, duh. There we go. No, we're gonna put this here, just in case.
Need a way to transfer that freeze ability around the gate.
What?
Maybe we can use menu arrows. We can chain elements.
How do I not know how to do this? Holy crap. That whole, like, manager thing threw me off. That's crazy. Do I lower it more? I could have swore that's exactly how you do it. Why did that work that time? Holy crap. It's fine. I'm gonna have to get to work on coding so I can make this Rock Band simulator. Manager simulator, you know what I'm saying? Hottest new game of the year. Hottest. Uh-oh, get up off me. Yeah, you weren't ready. But I was. I keep forgetting today is Friday. Today is Friday. Holy crap. Well, I mean now it's Saturday, but dang. I remember like my Saturdays now as a 32-year-old single man. Like my Saturdays in general throughout my life have changed so much over the years. Like it's just crazy to think of. Wow, I was trying to switch to the stupid thing. But it's just changed so drastically. Like obviously my early 20s, going out, getting slammed pretty much any chance I get. Just absolute plastered drunk all the time. It was stupid. Then, you know, after my military time, I was married again. So, you know, married with 2 stepdaughters, and I was close to my son. So I was doing like the dad thing. So my Saturday nights were honestly hanging out with the kids. Like that's what I was doing on my Saturdays. DLC fan simulator. And you gotta wave your hands as a fan to the beat while you're in the crowd, but you can only faintly hear the song because you have to progress through venues and seat spots as you go through venues. You get better seats as you progress through the game. I thought I turned this off. There we go. That would be so funny. Oh my god. I bet it'll be a thing. Like somebody's gotta have made one at some point. Like that would be so funny. I would lose it. Oh, and then like you have like a thing toward like the end of the set. For the end of the set list, you get to like sneak past a couple other people and go a couple rows closer, so you get better audio sound. So you can wave your hands a little bit better. Yeah, that would be it. That would sell like hotcakes. Absolutely sell like hotcakes. Go up under in-game credits for meet and greet tickets. opinion, and that's all you're paying for is like these crappy avatar, or they wouldn't even be like famous people. That's the whole premise of the game. Oh man, that would be so funny. And I'm telling you, people would play it like crazy. I don't know if I would or not, but somebody definitely would. Like, I almost picked up the Goat Simulator for a little bit. Almost. Oh, he's lucky. If I could have grabbed him in the air, I would have. But, like, the Goat Simulator to me was so funny. I was like, why is this a thing? Like, this is what we're doing? We got, okay. I don't know. I just don't. To me, I don't get the appeal. Granted, again, I'm not going to knock anybody's hustle. Like, if you like to play simulation games, that's on you. Definitely ain't for me. That's like Fan Simulator with a... I mean, that's actually true. A Fan Simulator in VR would be nasty. Absolutely disgusting. I'm actually like picturing it in my head, and that would be stupid. Especially if they got like actual songs and like footage so you actually look like you're a fan. That would be sick. That would be kind of tough. You can find me in there. I think VR is gonna change the game. Like when they really get to like Ready Player. What is going on there? I think the Ready Player One VR experience is gonna be here very soon. One of my college courses, I actually touched on it. We already have haptic feedback suits. That's a little suit that Homeboy was wearing. That he could feel all the stuff. Like anytime somebody was touching him, he could feel it. We already have that. Like we have suits with like sensors in it so it'll vibrate or like whatever, so you can feel it like they did in there. We already got that universal treadmill thing as well, and it's online based, so you see other VR fans in the crowd. That would be so. That's what I'm saying. That would be nice. Like you can vibe out and like you can meet weird people. Like that'd be a fun way of like actually doing concerts. I think like you'd be able to dance and meet people from all over. That's not a bad idea. The more I think about it, like a VR fan base, but actually like you're saying online base. So other people gotta log in, throw their avatars in there, and it would be crazy. Like when VR gets way more advanced. Again, it's gonna be I think VR when it gets a little bit more high tech, and it starts integrating like again that haptic feedback suit and the universal treadmill, so you can feel like you're actually running around and walking around places, and actually going places. I think that's gonna change the game, and I think Mark Zuckerberg's still like filtering money into it because he realizes that's true. After I saw Ready Player One, I completely was like, in my head, I was like, this is exactly the way that society is going to go in the future. It's probably not going to be as like desolate and crappy, obviously. But I do think that that's going to be the new wave for media. I think it'll help. Wow. It's going to help people get in shape because you're going to naturally be walking regularly. Like say, even outside of the video game aspect of it. I think people will be able to put on the VR and like we're saying, like the fan thing, but make it actually more of like a real thing, like actually hold concerts for these people. I think they did that for real in like a game somewhere, but it was in a game. In Fortnite, they did that. But I mean, for real, do it in like VR, like have the actual artists and everything, like for real, do it. Like don't half-ass it, don't half-butt it, don't halfway house it. We'll say that. Don't halfway house it. He's donezo. And it can work. I think VR's got huge potential, especially when they get to that Ready Player One level type stuff. I'm going to be there for it. I'm going to be there for it. Until it turns into SAO, Sword Art Online, and people start dying. Like headsets exploding and whatnot. Yeah, I don't want that. Forgot about that? Surprise, mother... I don't know. I'm one of those optimists when it comes to some technology. I hope we can use... Man, you know that's not what I was trying to do. I hope we can use VR and AR technology for actual good connecting reasons, but you know, knowing most governments and how things have been playing out, that probably ain't gonna be the case. It's probably gonna just get worse. But yeah, fan simulator, I'm for it. VR fan simulator. That's what I'll say, specifically VR fan simulator. Man, I did not mean to do that. This guy is tough. People will stop caring about the real world because in the headset is where they prefer. I agree. I think that's the other inevitability of it. People are already, like, we as people are already so desensitized in this country from everything, from killings, from starvation, from people, like, from all types of things. Like we're just so desensitized because we do have it extremely good here. Like it's hard for us as Americans to think of things as being bad. So we don't care as much about stuff, like, naturally, like it's inherent. So when VR pops off like that, it's only going to make that problem worse. I think people are going to care even less because so many people nowadays already live in the internet type world, the virtual world, I think they call it.
But I needed his help.
But when people can really be in the virtual world and like feel stuff in the virtual world, it's like simulated more so like the real world. Like you can have more interactions like it, like the real world in the virtual world, in the VR world, I'll say. That's when it's really going to be crazy. It's going to be absolute bonkers. Like, people really, really won't care. Yeah, metaverse. It's going to be exactly a metaverse. That's what I think Mark Zuckerberg is trying to do with Meta, like the Meta Quest and everything. I think because if you look at the face tracking software that just came out with the metaverse thing, like, it looks so good. Like the scanned images of the people, like it was him and Lex Friedman, I think, and like the images of them that the Meta generated in this like little Meta meeting space thing looked so good. It looked just like them. Like it was almost impossible to tell that it was AI generated inside of an Oculus that you're looking at. Oh my gosh, I saw it coming too. Yeah, they got face tracking in the camera thing, so it like has cameras like here, so it can see your face. And since it can see your face, it can see like your facial movement. It can get a much higher level of detail, obviously, for the AI and everything. And it makes. I still am gonna wait. I'm not jumping head first into it because I don't have a Facebook. I don't have a Facebook at all. And you need a Facebook to use the Oculus and like the Meta, whatever it's called. So yeah, I can't get one yet, and I'm not gonna get one just so I can use it. Like I'm gonna need some utility first out of it. Like I'm gonna need a reason to get one first. But I'm gonna be excited, and hopefully by the time I actually get one, they're working on the. Oh, I'm about to get beat up. Hopefully at that point they're working on like haptic feedback suits and like the cool stuff I want out of VR. I think seeing the VR stuff is cool, like through the goggles. But I want the actual VR experience. And for me, the virtual reality experience would be like the full Monty. I want the whole thing. Woo, get up out of there. Get up out of there. Get up out of there. Got him. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. If you haven't seen they got videos on it. Wow. Man, we might be living in VR within the next 5 years. Fan simulator will be outdated fast. No, you're right. I don't want to say I'm a conspiracy theorist because I genuinely don't consider myself a conspiracy theorist. But I do have theories about how how I see the future going. And that's one of the things that I've been saying for a very long, literally since I said Ready Player One. As it's gotten closer and closer, like you've just been able to be like, okay, yeah, that's gonna happen. I personally think, I personally think within the next, like you're saying, 3 to 5 years. I think it's quick as 3 years, but as long as 5 years, it'll be popping. We'll have to release tons of DLC to milk users with all their money while we can. That's what I'm saying. That we're gonna have to charge premium ticket DLC so that the fans can actually get the front stage simulator experience. You know what I'm saying? Front stage. Maybe even throw in backstage passes with the DLC. Ooh, that's a good thing to call the DLC. Backstage pass. Oh yeah. Oh, we're cooking. We are out here cooking. Backstage pass. Because, you know, you can't just call it DLC anymore. You know, you got, like, battle passes and stuff. We got it. Can't believe that quick we already got our DLC lined up. Granted, we're only going to be able to run this for, like, a year. So, you're right, we got to milk it. Milk it for all we got. Oh, I forgot that was a realm shit. Get him. Oh, get up off me. Get up off me. Get him. I kind of want to try and, like, try my hand at doing some, like, fan art for, would you even be able to call it, like, would we call it, like, a Guitar Hero fan simulator? That would be such a funny name. Cause then you get to trick everybody into thinking, yeah, we gotta roll with that. Or no, it'd have to be Rock Band actually. I'm gonna stick with the Rock Band fan simulator. And then we could quickly drop a sequel. The sequel's gonna we could call the sequel Front Row. Oh yeah. Now the sequel would actually have to be like, it'd have to be something revolving around like groupies. From fans to groupies. Simulator 2.
Come on, we can squeeze through here.
It'd be absolute. That game would come out and be absolute hit. Absolute hit. You know what's crazy? I'm surprised more, like, music people, like music, song artists, music artists. I'm surprised more music artists haven't been in, like, video games. We've been getting a lot, like, of celebrities and stuff in video games. And music and video games go so good together in the first place. I'm surprised we don't see a lot of music artists doing any video game type debuts or... I don't know. I feel like that'd be pretty cool to see. Oh, no. Not today, son. Did we get him? Oh, we knocked him off. Nice. Knocked him off the ledge. Okay. I haven't heard any of those stupid birds, so we're doing good. We haven't seen any of them. Oh, man. I'm going to be thinking about that for a couple of days. Day 1 fan tier season pass. you can tier up the season passes for sure. Put different tiers because you got like the day 1, you got the you've got like the true battle pass, the master battle pass, the collector's edition, the true fan battle pass, or the true fan season pass. Oh, that was close. What up, homie? Yep, your goose is cooked, friend. Day 1 tier season pass. That's my fault. That was my fault. That was my fault. It would be, the fans would be buying it like hotcakes. considering how much people are out here in these streets playing these simulators these days. A fan simulator would go too hard. We out. Quit. Oh my gosh. Got him. Yep, he can't hang. That's it? Okay, that's not gonna work. Shut up, kid. I'm gonna just stand next to this thing. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. Get him. Get him. The things that people think about. See, and that's another thing that I like. It's nice to be able to just like talk about random stupidity, you know, from time to time. Like, that's just funny. I completely forget that that's a thing. Every time, there's nothing I can do. I need to make sure I don't get caught in that exact situation right there. But yeah, it's always fun. Like, that's one of the few things that I miss about the military, is we would have not a day long, we would have days long conversation at times about like zombie prep. Like, what are you doing in a zombie apocalypse? Like that type of stuff. Like, we would have days long conversation about that. And it would primarily be days long because there'd be so many of us in one office. You want to, hear everybody out. And there's always arguments over how someone wants to do something. I don't know. And it would just be the same topic for days. Or like they do now. Everyone's talking about like, oh, how many like 5th graders could you take out, blah blah blah, in a never-ending rounds type deal. And I'm like, that is so old. Like, we were doing that ages ago. We were doing that when I was in high school. Deidara is trash. No, I totally agree. Deidara is one of my least favorite characters in the series. I can't stand Deidara's punk ass. Can't stand him. And like, there's literally nothing about him that to me that is likable. Nothing in his character is likable to me. Like, his ability isn't even really that cool. Uh-oh. So thank you for saying. It's good though. I don't typically meet a lot of people who are like Deidara fanboys. Thank God. But Deidara is trash. He is such a weak character to me. You missed. Okay, nope, that's not what we wanted to do. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he go catch the business. Yeah, I can't think of, I can literally think of none moments in which I like Deidara. Goose egg moments. At first, I thought his ability was going to be cool. At first. And I was like, oh, you make bombs. That's it. Your whole shtick is you make bombs that look like things. And they can move. Yeah, you can. Okay, cool. Ass. Deidara's butt.
We are not the same.
No cussing. We don't cuss right here in these streets. Golly. Dang, I forgot to move it down. Goodness gracious. Take your art as an explosion as someone else. That's what I'm saying. Don't nobody want to hear that all the time? It's so cheesy. Like, and not even cheesy in a good way. Like, there's obviously cool cheesy characters out there. Like, I think Frankie from One Piece, I think he's super cheesy, but I think I like him a lot. I think he's a cool character. I think the cheesy shtick is cool. he's not cool as a villain. He wouldn't have been cool as a main character. He's cool in no way, shape, or form. Deidara has 0 cool points. He don't even look cool. Not even a little bit. And usually people who have like the eye covered are kind of cool.
Okay.
Him, not even a little bit.
But
Even
I
a little
will
bit cool.
try not to kill the beast.
All right, this is perfect. So after I get done finishing this mission, then I'll be done. That's like solid. That works. All right, we're going through here. Yeah, data is trash. I really didn't like Sasori either. However, the thing about Sasori that I did like is I like how he sold out Orochimaru. I don't know why. I don't know why he did it, but I like that he did it. It's funny to me. Yeah. Because he said he was going to meet Orochimaru. He was looking for, or he had an informant or blah, blah, blah before they had, like, fought. There looked like every kid who would yell back at his parents without consequence. Yes, he does. That's probably why I don't like him. Because I wish I had that power as a kid. I wish I had it. I wish. But, nah, you don't get that in the households we grew up in. You don't. You even think about talking back. You catching one of, as Tony Baker says, one of these skibbity paps. You catching somebody's 1-2. Somebody's. It ain't gonna be an enjoyable day for you. I know that. I never, like, I think even in the moment, I don't even think I, like, thought about it. Like, talking back to my parents. Even in the moment after, like, getting a whooping, like, getting yelled at, whatever it may be, I don't think I even thought about it. Like, in the moment. I know after the fact I definitely did. But in the moment, I think I was just so afraid. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm cool. You know? I was like, just stay over here. Chill, you know. You know. Take my whooping like a man. Or like a kid. I almost left this behind. Skibbity paps all over. Yep. That is my favorite way of anybody saying hands. Favorite way. You gonna catch these skibbity paps. Like, hilarious. Contagiously hilarious. You just inhale to say something, and mom would be like, "What was that?"
What is your plan?
So I was raised by my dad growing up. I only live with my mom and my dad, my stepdad, my dad. I only lived with them in high school, so for 4 years. Well, technically 5 years. I did 1 year in middle school. So I grew up with my dad, and my dad did not play. So essentially that same thing. My dad did not play. Like, disrespect. My dad did not tolerate disrespect. He did not play. And my dad was also like ex-military, so he was very meticulous. Like, a lot of the things he would do and say were like very thought out, and like cold and calculating at times. So it was like I was not afforded the chance for any slip-ups with him. It was either I was getting a whooping, or I was getting a whooping and I was getting put on punishment. Like, people don't even know what punishment is. And then I hear some people try and describe what punishment is. I'm like, no. It's like kind of like grounded, I guess. I mean, I guess. But it almost always involves a whooping. Like, always involves a whooping. When you're younger, maybe standing in a corner or like something like that. And then it also involves in the grounded portion of not getting to go out and see friends and blah 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 blah. But definitely punishment always comes first with a butt whooping. You getting your butt whooped. That's how you learn your lesson, of course. The only way you're learning your lesson, you gotta get that butt whooped. You don't get that butt whooped, it ain't punishment. And it's just an inside vacation.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it was very much like that.
Latch him onto something.
Too dangerous.
I grew up in South Carolina when I was living with my dad, and at the time, because you got to remember, I'm 32, so in South Carolina at the time when I was a little kid, teachers could still hit the kids. Like, my dad signed a waiver, so I don't even think he signed a waiver. I think it was just okay. Being grounded was the package there. Yeah, whooping him. That's what punishment was. That's why when I first found out what grounded was, and I found out that the people that were getting grounded weren't getting whoopings, I was like, what? I was like, and for me, that's a big distinction between whoopings, or not whoopings, between grounding and, what are y'all doing? Is there a talk point or something I'm missing? Oh, I gotta grab this. I thought. Grab it. Holy crap, what am I supposed to be doing? But yeah, there was a difference. There was a definite difference. Where am I? I was not paying attention. Holy cow, holy cow. It was like my world was opening up when I first found out that people were able to do that. You can say no to your parents? Holy smokes. Oh wait, I think this is it actually. Nope. What in the heck? I'm gonna go this way. It seems like I should. Nope. What was the last thing Atreus? Actually, let me just do this. Let me go look at this. I'm over here messing around. Yeah, my dad did not play, man. He was a very strict individual. What the heck? How do I not remember? I know it can't be anything crazy. I feel like this is... Nope. Restart checkpoint. I gotta remember what the heck is going on. But yeah, my dad was strict. Even to this day, my dad's still really strict. I don't know. The kids nowadays just... I'm not gonna say it's an experience. Like, whoopings, I don't think it's a thing that needs to happen. Like, I never whoop my son. I don't think it's necessary. Well, with these kids nowadays, I don't necessarily think it's necessary. Because they grew up in a different area. Oh, that's what I did. Freezes change. Goodness gracious.
It's a good plan.
But like the level of kids we were back then was vastly different, I think, than the level of kids that they have that are out now. I'm saying it like it's a new shoe drop. The kids are just different because it's a different society. Like, I was out running the streets when I was a kid. That's what we did. We was all out running the streets, causing trouble. That's it. That's all we were doing. Doing things we weren't supposed to be doing, blah, 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 blah. And we didn't have technology either. So it's not like our parents could just call us and figure out where we were. Like that, it wasn't as easy. But nowadays, like, it's just easier to keep tabs on your children and actually know what your children are doing. And it's as I was saying that, I was thinking to myself, it's so funny that that's the case.
Your transformation.
But it honestly seems like parents are worse. Like, they're more in touch with their kids' feelings, sure.
Next time.
But it seems like kids are worse, like, when it comes to interacting with their parents nowadays. Because, like, in the face of the fact that, you know, we have so much technology and they have so much, not even control, but so many different ways of interacting with their kids. It's just strange to me that with all the technology we got, kids and parents are understanding each other less and less. Less and less. And kids primarily, just as a whole, are worse. But I also do think parents are worse as a whole. I don't necessarily think everyone should be having kids, because not everyone is... I don't think anyone's ready to have kids, but I think not everyone is just meant to be a parent. Most people are, but not everyone. Like, you 180, you got a good head on your shoulders. You're gonna be a great dad. I got a feeling about it. You're gonna be a great father.
You didn't mess up on purpose, did you?
Now, I will say this about my parenting. It's not 100% that I didn't want to give my child whoopings. It's more so along the lines of I wanted to at least try and figure out and see if anything else would work. And when I learned that I didn't need to whoop my
I
son,
think we need to get up to that ledge up there. But how?
when I learned I didn't need to whoop my son, that's when like things kind of became a little bit easier for me, because I was like, great, I don't really have a feeling of wanting to, you know, spank my child when they do something wrong. I would like to figure out a better way of disciplining them. So me personally, I was a firm believer in physical punishment. However, I would also do it with them. So like physical punishment, I mean like push-ups, sit-ups, squats, push-ups, stuff like that. And I would like give numbers, so like 20, 15, whatever. Through this huge generation shift due to how much changing access to everyone. Yeah, and it's hard to have like I feel like even within this generation of kids, there's differences because things have changed so much for all of us. Like in the past 20, 30 years, everything's changed so much. Oh, of course, man. It's not easy being a dad, but I mean, you can just tell. Like you seem like, you know, you got it together enough to where you're gonna pick up on being a dad, no problem. And it also seems like you're gonna enjoy it. I didn't think I was gonna enjoy being a dad at first, honestly. I was, again, I think I mentioned before, I was very against it. Like I had wanted kids at some point in my life, just I wasn't expecting them anytime soon. Like when I had them at 19. But when I finally did, you know, have my son, it really gave me a chance to like grow and like just be better as a whole. I wasn't even like bad, I guess, from a standpoint. But you seem similar to me, like in what you like and whatnot. So I think you're gonna adapt. You seem adaptable, is what I'm trying to say. So I think you're gonna adapt to being a dad swimmingly and just naturally be good at it. You can also tell when people seem like they're not going to be good parents. I've encountered that quite often.
Your way means
it means what you think it means.
But it's difficult, like raising kids nowadays, primarily because of the fact that technology changes. I feel like we get something new in technology, I would say significantly, probably every 2 to 3 years, I would say. Like there's a big scientific change or a big technological change. Something that changes everything. And I feel like that constant change makes it difficult for things to be normal for kids growing up nowadays. Like things are pretty normal as kids for us up until 9/11. But like honestly, right around 9/11 was like near the end of what I consider my childhood. Like for me, after the age of, get up off me. Get up off me, Garm. Get up off me, ho. For me, after the age of 12, I just lived a tougher life as a child, like in the areas I lived in, so on and so forth. So I was forced to mature a little bit. Oh, that was good. A little bit sooner in a lot of areas. But I also feel like that's how a lot of us in my age group were. I feel like a lot of us had, you know, we weren't adults by the time we were 12, 13, 14, 15, but we had been through a lot of adult experiences by that age, or like seen a lot of those types of things. Like we were exposed to a lot as children. For the best way of putting it would be that. Like, holy crap, some of the stuff that I saw. Some of the stuff that I did as a kid up to, 12. I guess from like 6 up till 6 to 12. I was out there roaming the streets as if I owned them. You watch out for the change. What? Oh dang, I don't know why I didn't do that. I knew to do it too. Foolish. Get up off me. You gotta get messed up. But yeah, it's different, but I mean the same same principles still apply as always apply, you know. Teach your kid to be, you know, morally just, this, that, and the third. Like, all those things, godly. You know, teach them cool stuff. Let them figure out what type of person they want to be. And knock it out of the park. But yeah. I've met a lot of people that I was surprised that they had kids that were still alive. Holy cow. You must have some super tough children. Like, these little people are some survivors.
Do not show mercy.
Like, you definitely don't expect to see kids parented nowadays anywhere near how we were parented as we were kids, but it's still crazy when you do see it. Like, holy crap, this does exist. This was an actual thing at some point. Ooh, you missed me. You missed me. Let them figure it out who they want to be with something super important. Oh, it's so important. Like, I feel like that's one of the things that stifles most of us as adults. Is trying to figure out like what we want to do. Yeah, exactly. None of us got, not none of us, but a lot of us didn't get that ability to like really explore our creativity and our imaginations and like who we are, who we were growing up, or who we were growing into being. A lot of who we are as people, a lot of, you know, people in our age group, a lot of who we are is who we were forced into being. Like we were forced to be the types of people that work 9 to 5s and think primarily of money first, and like we were just forced into all of this stuff. So to be able to give your child that's huge. I totally agree. That's a big thing for me as well. Oh wow, it sucks. Got him. We needed that. We needed that. That was big. Yeah, the left and I already read that. But yeah, that's I would say probably one of the biggest things that parents just, I don't think parents typically just like for a long time have done that. At least not in this country. It's been a lot of like getting everybody prepared for college. Oh no! Like everything just seems so streamlined for us as kids, like going into adulthood. It sucks that we didn't get to have that luxury of, oh hey, you want to explore this avenue, or like, I don't know, man. I do think if that were the case, I do, however, think, and I don't think it would be a bad thing, I think we'd have a lot more artists, and I don't mean like drawing artists, I mean artists in by every facet of artists. Like we'd have more music artists, more painting artists, more like artists in every form or fashion of the word. I think we'd have vastly more of that. Because people would have so much more free time to like express themselves. And I think that would be a good thing, ultimately. I think it would ultimately like create more innovation even. But again, that was one of those things that we were stifled from. Sadly. It's always fun to like think about like when you do have kids. Like when you do give your child that ability and that luxury, it's always fun to think like what they're gonna do with that opportunity, like what they're gonna make out of their life. I think that's probably the for me one of the coolest parts about being a dad. And I say that loosely because I'm fairly hands off. My son's lived primarily with his mom most of his life because I did the military thing, and I lived near him for 5 years. Anyway, but I obviously still talk to my son, you know, any chance I get, birthdays, whatever, blah, blah, blah. My son's got a cell phone, which, again, one of those things about this day and age we grow up in, technology. But, so I can still, you know, conversate with him, and I get to level with him because technology's kind of like his thing anyway, his generations. But seeing the type of person he's turning into, even outside of like me being there, it's nice. Like as a parent, that's probably for me the coolest part of being a parent. And again, even being, you know, away from, you know, him and being more of an outside parent and like kind of just letting him express himself and figure out what he likes and he doesn't like, and seeing how often that changes is pretty crazy. Come on, wolf, die. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty cool too, like, because a lot of his thoughts and ideas obviously are more so shaped by society than mine are. I'm kind of out of that phase. So I get to like pick his, the more I learn about like how he thinks and acts and whatnot, the more I actually get to even learn about like the younger generation and how society is from their eyes, purely from how my son, like what, maybe how he the types of jobs he wants to do, or like how he views subjects in school, how he views this topic in society, whatever it may be. It's super helpful and super fun. Like just getting to watch them grow and be more and do things, and like you're saying, giving them the luxury to affording your children the luxury to be able to grow into the people they want to be, as opposed to like how we were being more or less forced into growing into, you know, how society expects us to be. You're gonna knock it out of the park. I say all that to say you're gonna knock it out of the park. I think you're gonna do a great job as a father, man.
He's dead.
Sometimes there is no
I feel
other
that's
way.
the way to stay in tune with how society is. Yeah, exactly. And like again, one of the things I've learned, you know, throughout the whole process of like, again, my divorce, you know, again being on my own, all accumulating all the relationships I had been in, all the friendships, all that amassed knowledge has led me to the ultimate realization of the more perspectives I can see life from and through, the better of an understanding and the better of a person, and the more of a helpful person for other people I can be. Because again, like I've not always been like a great person, and I'm still not a great person. But that's definitely the easiest and quickest way to improvement, I think, is just perspective, watching and just taking a step outside of, you know, how you see things, how you do things, and trying to understand how other people see things and do things to better help you, you know, in the same fashion. All right, let's figure this puzzle out. But yeah, kids nowadays got it way different. It's not a bad thing. It's more of a good thing than a bad thing, in my opinion. Grab this. You've gone a long way, dude. I like to think so. Hello, Carla. How art thou? I mean, actually, 180. This is actually someone that's ironic that could even say something about it, like, because I knew Carla when I was in the military.
I sought the Norns.
And it's like, even from like we were saying earlier, how I like to, when I was in the military, my normal Saturday was like this. And then it turned into, you know, when I was married, I had to, you know, hanging out with the kids and whatnot. All of that, like even a perspective of myself from previous years and how other people viewed me throughout certain situations, like her especially.
This is not working.
I valued her position and her stance on like how she viewed me, because primarily she didn't. I was not always judged based on like the things that I like to do. And Carla will even say this. She'll even like come and check out some of the streams, and she'll be like, "Oh, what's up, nerd?" But it was always in like more of a playful way. So that's one of the things that I was very thankful of. You know, when I did meet her, our relationship had a basis of a friendship. so she saw me not only as like someone she dated, but also as a friend. You know, oh, we out, we running. So even her saying you've gone a long way is, you know, indicative of, you know, I've had moments of being quite shitty in my life, and I think I've had moments of being a stand-up guy. But we talked about empaths. I think the hardest part about being an empath is the fact that no matter how much good you put out, you almost always feel like you're not putting out enough to outweigh the bad. I don't want to be the I had it so hard you were gonna have it hard too type of parent. Yeah, we are still friends. Yeah, I never wanted to be that type of parent. That's so so crappy. We're trying not to cuss out here in these streets. And yeah, like that's so dumb. Like why would you want that? Like why would you want that for your offspring? Oh, I want you to have it harder than I had it. What? I want you to have it so rough. I want it to be so difficult for you. Why? You know how stupid that sounds? That you want your kid to have a difficult life. You want them to, like, no. People can learn the same lesson or similar lessons that you've learned without having to go through the exact same hardship, you know? And I feel like oftentimes the older generation, like our older generation, they don't realize that. Like our older generation thinks you need to go through like some hard stuff in order for you to really not be soft, like you had mentioned that trauma. So I'm gonna share some of that with you. You know my story with mine. Hey, we all got trauma. We all got it. I mean, because I honestly, 180, I'm imagining you're about close to my age. I think anybody like 25 and up, y'all got some trauma. We all got some trauma. We got some stuff we sitting on. We all got it. Yeah, you gonna take some of this trauma, kid. Like in my head, I immediately think of like if your dad pushed you around as a kid and then you have a kid, right? When I read that, I think like you have your kid and he can finally like stand up and you're like, oh, I got trauma. And you just push your kid over, like, shut up, kid. Like, why? It don't make sense. It don't make sense. And honestly, like a big part of personal growth takes, like for me, I realized, like with my son, I realized that I was too much of a reflection of the bad stuff that my dad did. I was also a reflection of the good stuff, but I still had a lot of the bad stuff that my dad did for me. And I would lash out, not often, like not nearly as often as my dad. But I would still do that at times, like act in a similar fashion. And I had to like reel myself in and be like, you know what, this isn't helpful for me. It's not helpful for my kid. Like, what am I doing? So, I mean, even times as a parent, you hit moments where you may act like your parent or mess up, but ultimately, as long as you're able to realize these things and like catch it, I feel like you're good. Because you're gonna make mistakes as a parent. Carla can tell you, you're gonna make mistakes as a parent. It's gonna happen. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, really. But the ride is oh so much fun. I tell you what, the ride is like seeing them grow. Like we were saying, like watching them turn into who they're gonna be is absolutely nuts. Like, you came out of me, dog. You came for me, homie. Wow. Wow. It's nuts, man. You know about become a parent. It's a whole new world. I mean, I tried to. Remember that day you almost died when we were at the beach? That's what me being there and like talking to my son like while you were dying was all about. He was part of my whole world, man. I did anything to stare at that little baby who couldn't even talk a whole lot, just say words. So yeah, I mean, I like to think I did a lot. That's actually one of the things in my life that I am very proud of. I handled that situation like a freaking, in my mind, I think I handled it like a G. Kids always come first. at least from a standpoint of like the emotional, I think in a relationship, like mom, dad, kid, I think spouse comes first and then kid. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. You know. Oh yeah, you were toast if I wasn't there. You were freaking toast. I saw you all the way out there when I strolled up, and I was like, oh, you were like about to die. Like you were for real about to die. That's crazy. My situation was nuts. Absolute nuts. Someone told me it was in the newspaper. And if it was, I need that newspaper clipping. Because remember, the Coast Guard came out after I got you out. The Coast Guard showed up. Dang, I need that. Yeah, I didn't tell you it happened. What? Goodness gracious. I had no idea. I was on point though. I was on point. If I ever had a superhero moment, that was it. That was it. Goodness gracious. Yeah, you need to stay out the water. I didn't know that. Goodness. I'm a good swimmer, not a great swimmer. Damn. You got to. Thank you, I appreciate it. That was like, it was funny because it's like when somebody sent me the video of, am I supposed to grab him? Oh, I am. That's like when somebody sent me the video when I broke my elbow. When I was, remember when I got like really, again, 180, this is what I'm talking about. I used to get so drunk and just do stupid stuff. We were having a party at my house when I was in the military. I'm sorry. And I don't know why or how, but I ended up in my boxers. That's it. And me and some of the friends were racing. So we started this race, the foot race, obviously. Long story short, I ran, fell, broke my elbow. Someone ended up having a video of this whole event because I was surprised I broke my elbow because I fell after 2 steps. We gotta find but man, it sounded like the force that I had when I hit the ground. It sounded like if you drop 200 pounds of just meat off a 20, not 20, yeah, 20 story building, so like 20 feet up, and just dropped it on the ground. That's what it sounded like when I hit the ground, because I hit the ground and then I slid. And when I saw the video, it was crazy. I was like, there's no way that's actually what happened. I legitimately woke up the next morning. I laid on my back when I went to sleep. My whole back, I had removed, all the skin was gone. I don't know where it is anymore. I don't have it anymore. Someone sent it to me through WhatsApp when I was there. But caller can attest to this. I woke up the next day. My whole back was covered in blood. So I went to sleep and the blood was stuck on the blanket. So yeah, I had dried onto the bed, and then there was blood on my wall. There was blood everywhere. It was absolutely crazy. I forgot you broke. Yep. Hey, we ain't cussing around. Well, y'all can cuss. I'm not cussing. Yeah, the elbow got broke. I fractured my radio head. And then I almost got kicked out of the military because of it. Because they thought I was drunk driving. Because they said the amount of damage and the amount of skin that I lost was indicative of someone either A, riding a motorcycle and then crashing it, or B, someone on the back of a car who fell off and got skidded across the road. And I was like, I didn't do any of those things. So they tried to say I was drunk driving and I did that stuff. And I was like, nope, don't have a motorcycle, blah, blah, blah. And then the video evidence came out, and that's actually what saved me. They were like, oh, wow, this is impressive. Didn't know this could happen. And I was like, okay, well, it did. Fix me. Yeah, it was nuts. My life, that's like...
What?
Yeah. Carla's right. I've come a long way.
That's why
at times we have to be nice to ourselves. We got to remember... We got to remember at times, like, how far we've come. You know, the things we've been through. Like, to get to where we are as people. And just reflect on that type of stuff. That type of stuff keeps me level-headed a lot of times. Like, man, you did this, and this, and this, and this while you were young. You were crazy. We're not the same people anymore 8 years ago. No. We're not. I mean, so for the most part I am, but again, like I had mentioned earlier, we learn and we grow, but we learn and we grow out of like certain things, and we get better at doing certain things. I don't think me as a person, and I think you might be able to attest to this, Carla. I don't think me as a person, like the things I like doing, I don't like going out anymore. That has changed. But ultimately, me as a person, I've changed, or I haven't changed. I still like all the same stuff. But I do think I've grown. Like, I've become more patient with other people. I've become more willing to, like, listen to other people. I've also become more open with, like, talking about myself. And I mentioned this to you earlier, 180. The main reason I like doing the streaming thing, it's not to, like, blow up or nothing like that. It's to help me, like, talk more, express myself more, connect more, like, interact with other people, hear other people's stories more, like... All of those things, I think, are like the good type of change. I think that's the good type of stuff we want to see out of ourselves, you know, as we age and as we get older.
How is this possible?
It's giant magic. I've been learning things.
In Asgard.
This has nothing to do with that.
More secrets.
No. A promise. Wouldn't let someone's trusting me to keep. Like you kept your promise to Mom? See what I can do when you trust me?
Oh. It's done. We should inform the others. Decide our next move.
Holy crap. I wonder how long my microphone has been off. Hopefully not that long.
That's what your spear's for, isn't it?
It is.
Heimdall's a jerk, but
Yeah, I meant to turn the...
that's not who you are anymore,
Oh, God.
right?
But I saw the 2, and I was like, we might be able to take a chance on this one.
No.
We might be able to take a chance.
It's too safe.
But yeah, that's... 180, do you know if well, you know, that question's too premature. I'll ask you again 6 months after, you know, you've given your girl's given birth. But I was going to ask, like, did you want kids? And do you want more kids? Because again, like I was one of those people when I was real young, I wanted kids, but like later, much later in life. Because I thought you had to be ready for kids. I thought you had to, like, know some stuff. Nah. That's blasphemy. And I know me personally, because I only have one son now. And I remember the joy of having, like, my 2... I'm asking 180. Actually, you too, Carla? Do you... No, I think I asked you this before. I don't think you want any more kids. I think you mentioned that. Daughter's beautiful, by the way. Because actually, like I see, like when I had my stepdaughters, I actually would love to have a daughter like of my own blood. Oh my gosh, that would absolutely break my heart. I think that would be the icing on the cake for me to really like round out my emotional growth. I think if I had a daughter, because I was really trying to give my all to my stepdaughters, but what people don't tell you when you enter a relationship with someone who has kids is the kids will always come before you if they're not your kids with that person. I learned that the hard way. And that's not a bad lesson to learn, but I know in the future, from me trying to, like, you know, make my stepdaughters my actual daughters and have that actual connection, I know for a fact I want at least one daughter, but I want some more kids in the future. I didn't want kids until I played through this game, honestly, but I definitely think it's one and done. Hey, man. It's so funny you say that because as I was playing through this game, I remember thinking to myself, I was like, I could definitely do more kids because this was fresh after my divorce. So at first I was like, no, man, I don't want no kids. Thinking kids, like that type of stuff.
I think we're gonna need more than one sigil.
And I mean, yeah, this game definitely helped put me in the mindset of, yeah, why not? Why not have a kid, another kid?
I can take no
I mean,
chances.
it's just so, I don't know. I feel like this game does a pretty good job of giving you like a basic playbook as from a father's standpoint of like how to navigate the emotional like difficulty of raising a kid. I feel like for a lot of us people in our age group, it's difficult for us to like not even understand our emotions, but to convey those emotions and also to accept somebody else's emotions and know what to do with them. Because I know for me as a child, I didn't deal with my dad's emotions or like men's emotions. I only ever dealt with females' emotions because the men around me and the women around me and so on and so forth were all like, or the men were all non-emotional because that's the era I grew up in. But one and done, I feel that. I always love hearing when people have like expecting kids on the way, or like kids are awesome. It's one of the things that definitely grew on me more so after I had my son. But I really do think kids are like probably one of the coolest things that we as people get to experience.
They shouldn't have been open in the first place.
I don't know, man. Like just getting to see somebody who came from you like grow up, and the whole process, like even of them like first being born, is like crazy and miraculous. And I grew up with my older sister and my mom, so master projections is something I never got. Okay. It's crazy to hear that, because I've always been one of those people. I've always been curious to like to know what it would be like from the other side, because I told you I was raised by my dad, so it was like that nonstop. But also when I was in Florida, when I lived there for 4 months recently, one of the boxing trainers there, he said his mom was very like kind of daddish, kind of like pessimistic and not very supportive and stuff like that. Very similar to how my dad was. My dad was supportive. My dad did say he loved me and stuff like that. My dad was just a very hard man. He would say he loved you, but you just wouldn't feel it. It just, the actions wouldn't match up with the words. I'll say that. So this guy was the same way, but his mom was like that. And it like threw me for a loop. I was like, I couldn't imagine that being like the case personally, because I specifically thought that was like a dad way of acting. I didn't know it was. I didn't know that specific behavior was able to be passed. I didn't know women could act in the same fashion.
Mr. Gateway got buried.
So it's always nice to hear, or like nice to hear like different people's perspectives on how they were raised, whether it be mom, dad, mom only, dad only, whatever it may be. It's definitely always a tricky one.
What's wrong?
Because I mean, there's certain things that I feel like only a dad can teach his kids, and there are also certain things that I feel like only a mom can teach their kids. Like,
Angry. Distrustful.
I feel like for me personally, I learned how to better control my emotions after recently, like living with my dad. I feel like a father. If you as a son want to be a better version than your father, then your father is,
without you,
like if he's around, obviously. Some people don't have the option, which I get. But if you have the option to have your father around, good, bad, or indifferent, you're able to learn like the good things that your father does right, and also the bad things that your father does right. Like me, I learned that the bad things that my dad does, I do not ever want to do. I don't want to repeat those things. I learned more things not to do from my father, because my dad did do a good job of teaching me how to be through his words. He said, do this, don't do that. Do this, don't do that. So when he still does things that I don't approve of in the past, obviously, then I would look at this and be like, okay, I don't want to do that thing, because and I specifically learn it in spite, I guess, of my father. I think my mom being so quick-tempered, it taught me not to be emotionally impulsive. And that's so crazy, because it's again the parallels. Like, my dad was not quick-tempered. It took a lot to get
I'll
my dad
listen for your voice
angry.
in my head.
It didn't take a lot for my dad
You're
to
not
whoop
there.
me, but it took a lot for him
To guide me.
to get angry. And that's tough.
And you do the same.
Dealing with someone who's quick-tempered is tough to deal with, man. Like, that's certainly not... Like, I feel bad for people that have to interact with me because I'm quick-tempered. Not so much anymore. I'm very good at, like, thinking things out now, more so. But in the past, like, someone could say something to me and I would pop off. And people always thought it was crazy because my dad was not quick-tempered. So, yeah, that would make sense. That it would help you, you know, develop emotionally... develop the ability to not be emotionally impulsive. I think me looking back on how emotionally impulsive I could be, because it takes like a specific situation to make me volatile. Like primarily being if I feel disrespected,
Don't be sorry, Father.
then there's
better.
nothing that can save whoever my rage is directed at. There's absolutely
Let's go
nothing.
home.
That person is gonna perish. Unless there's an explanation. Like I need things to be explained when I'm feeling in that like that type of a. But I know these things now about myself. I know now that if someone makes me angry, I quickly need to do my best to try and figure out like why they said or did whatever they did that made me angry. I need to myself figure out, you know, these things. I have to figure them out. I can't leave it up to someone else anymore to go out of their way to explain their own actions. I actually have to take it in my hands, because the sooner I know, like, if I'm angry about a situation, the sooner I know why someone said or did these things, and I know why they were even directing that type of thing in my direction, that disrespect or whatever, the sooner I can cool myself off. The sooner, once I know their justification, whether it's right or wrong, the sooner I can be like, okay, cool. For me, it's the unknowing. Like, if I don't know why someone's doing certain things, like in specific scenarios again, that's what makes me, like, pop off. And it's also different with men than it is with women.
I tried convincing her.
I won't argue with a man. In person, I won't argue with a man. Won't happen. Because I can hit a guy.
She didn't kill me.
Whereas with a female, I can't hit a woman. So I try not to argue with women, but the right woman or the right women know like the right things to say. Like, you know, any relationship or even friendships among women, they know the right things to say. I don't typically feel like I'm the one to incite those things, but again, we're all human, and I know there have been moments. But I try and do most of my learning from like the looking back on myself, and also learning from like how other people view me, especially in later years of my life recently. I've learned a lot of about myself because of the people around me.
So you put down old Garm, did you?
Yeah, it's definitely helped me grow to the point that I'm at now. I definitely think I still got a long way to go, but I'm happy at least, and I feel like I can have interactions with people even on a daily basis, which isn't going to happen. But even if it were to come to that on a daily basis, I feel like I'd be able to, even with things being missaid and things being done in a way that I don't like and so on and so forth, I feel like I'd be able to mediate myself enough to where no matter what's said or done, my temper won't like flare out of control.
Before I knew him. To be honest, I thought the Giants were just having a laugh with that one.
Okay, the only time I pop off is if I'm saying to leave me alone. Man, that's my shit right there. Like,
this mask is no fraud.
Yeah. Or when I try to walk away. Ooh, yo, we are too much alike. Too much alike. Because those are two things for me that I feel like.
Some believed it was a way.
I feel like those are two important qualities to have in a strong man. Knowing when to walk away and knowing when to shut up.
Imagine
even a quality in anyone. Like, because sometimes it takes you compartmentalizing and like doing it alone. And like sorting things out on your own. Like sometimes it takes that.
So what do you think?
And sometimes you're not allowed to have that. No. Because you like as a man, you also have to think about this other party, the female you're with. So you have to,
But I'll tell
it's
you
that
this.
sacrifice, man, and it sucks.
Even when Odin
It definitely
speaks the
sucks. I mean,
truth,
Carla's right.
his
It's women.
purpose
Women are
is false.
emotional that way.
Either way, it's a
I
mistake
liked
to
the
let it distract
prying.
us.
However,
Is Heimdall our focus
I don't know. It's
or
different.
not?
Like, for me, if she's prying the right way, like in a way that I like, and it's
Then I'm
so
going
weird
back
to
to
say,
Valheim.
but like if I don't want to
If
be
we're not
messed
taking
with,
the fight to Odin,
and the
I
person
should
I'm with
help my brother stand
for
against
sure knows a way, and it could be different, like for relationship to relationship, but there are certain ways that like the women I'm with can like definitely get me out of that leave me alone for a while phase, but that's like totally a me and her thing. Like
I'm gonna study my notes on
like
the map.
she'll find that
So I
out
can think of a plan.
like through trial and error, I guess.
you wanna
It's
join
not
me,
because
then
it's not the same
I'm
from
with you.
woman to woman.
And listen,
But boundaries are important. Everyone's different. Sometimes
really
roles are
sorry
switched.
about the way I lied.
Yeah, true.
You
But
know I'd never hurt
so boundaries, I definitely respect.
Well,
Like I think
when you get
boundaries are
turned into a
important.
bear by
I think
accident,
boundaries are
I suppose
necessary
these things can
for
happen.
like a good, helpful relationship. I think that's important.
Of course,
Um,
Atreus. We know you meant no harm, lad.
But at the same time, I don't necessarily think the
I'm sure I will.
roles. Well, I
Eventually.
mean, yeah, because people are different.
Okay.
I mean,
Guess I'll take it.
it just depends on the person.
While we're
Everybody's
clearing the
different,
air,
you know. So I mean,
I hope that I can be
like
forgiven
everyone's
for
right.
not
Sometimes I
doing
need
more when the
time to
Hellwalkers
actually
attacked.
figure out what's wrong. Sometimes.
Whatever
I
reservations
totally,
have
I
about
get that
violence.
too. I totally get that. And again, that's what I'm saying. We're very similar in that way, because sometimes you just need time. Sometimes you just need time. Yeah. I'm really big on that. Yeah, gotta let it marinate. Gotta let it marinate. Crying just makes me frustrated if I don't have an actual answer for you yet. That makes very good sense to me. That makes much more sense to me, actually. I'm learning now. Don't say anything if you have nothing nice to say. Not necessarily true, but in a way, prying. I mean, that. I might have to get that. I might have to get that on a shirt. Prying just makes me frustrated if I don't have an actual answer yet. Because you're still in the process of actually trying to figure things out yourself, and you don't want to go into that situation, into like a conversation, still like without your bearings and without a full understanding of, you know, feelings on a situation, words on a situation, actions on a situation, whatever, you know, the situation calls for. So that makes sense. I feel that makes total sense. We're gonna level this up.
Keep her sharp, and she'll keep you alive.
Yeah, that makes total sense to me. I've never heard it explained that way, in that fashion, but
Is there any unfinished business in other realms you wanted to take care
yep.
of?
Yep.
Love to help.
I'm the same. Yeah, I like to know why I'm feeling some type of way, or like why something rubbed me the wrong way, if that may be the case. I'm the same way. I want to, because I'm a knower, or I don't even know what it would be called. I like to just know stuff. I like to know stuff. For example, I had an altercation. I'm not going to go super in depth in this situation, but I had an altercation while I was staying in Florida with my father. And this was a situation that actually really upset me. I'm frustrated at my brain for acting the way it is. Then I'm frustrated at you for asking what, I don't know. The frustration at oneself, I can relate with that so heavy. I get frustrated with myself more than anyone else, I would say. And I feel like oftentimes, even in relationships with people I've been with, primarily my previous marriage, my frustration on a daily with myself would often be misconstrued as frustration with my partner. Even if I wasn't saying anything, because again, I like to think like you. I like to figure it out on my own. And it was just like, it almost felt like I had nowhere I could go to even like process my thoughts, because if I tried to like do it on my own in my game room that I had, then those thoughts would be, or then my ex-wife would have perceived like I just didn't want to be around her, which wasn't the case. It's more so I want to like think it out. Like, yeah, that makes so much sense to me. the frustration. Like I regularly get frustrated. I live by myself. There are days when I am in this place by myself, or in my previous places I lived by myself, and I've just been like, not even in a bad mood, but just not in a good mood. Frustrated, annoyed by myself, by things I've said, things I've done. If things are left unsaid, our thoughts go everywhere. The only problem that I have with the things left unsaid thing is oftentimes when, at least from my experience, I can only speak from my experience. Oftentimes when I say something to express how I feel, or even when I do fully understand, how I feel about a situation.
Kratos? Have a seat. Think about your breathing.
Once I do understand those things, oftentimes it's misconstrued, and the plain words that I'm choosing to use oftentimes are taken out of context, or are just viewed in a different way. Like you're not receiving the words in the same fashion that I was intending for them to be received. So then that takes me down, me specifically, down a route of, oh, now I have to go further in depth and explain all of this. Like it just becomes more of a thing. Like the communication then needs to beget even more communication, because oftentimes women don't understand like where specifically we're coming from for certain things. Like with the whole thing of, oh, hey, I just need to be left alone. Let me just sit here and relax for a little bit. Like if I were to even just say that, typically in a relationship, oftentimes a female is going to be like, well, what did I do wrong? Nothing. I just told you. I need to just sit here and relax and like decompress and figure out what's wrong with myself. You didn't do anything. I did. I don't even know what I did, but you didn't do anything. I'm just trying to figure out why I feel the way I feel, or why this situation or these words or whatever made me feel this type of way. So you need to give me time to do that. But even just saying that, I need the time to do this and to figure this out, a lot of times, not all the time, a lot of times is misconstrued and taken out of context, and then ultimately it just becomes a longer, more drawn out thing that causes even more frustration and like drain more than anything. I would say a drain primarily. Like that's the feeling that I get, like from my last relationship. I'd even say like drain would be the best way of explaining how I felt on a regular basis. Drained. Because I mean, you know me, Carla. You know I do things, but on whose side is that though? On whose side is the communication not on point? Because if but that's the thing, like if I don't know, I don't at that point I don't know who's at fault. Like who needs to listen more or change their communication? Like how do you, like, I don't know where the impasse is there. Like did something happen? I don't know. Did I do something wrong? I don't know. Can we talk about it later? I don't know. It's difficult. It's a difficult question to answer. I don't got all the answers, Sway. I don't. Sigurd's curse. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go here. It's tough, man. I don't know. I feel like obviously communication, I don't think it's the most important thing in a relationship. I think friendship is, but I think communication is important. And like we had mentioned this earlier, I think couples, like, I don't know, because I don't know what the problem is, so I can't answer any questions about it. That's kind of how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. If I don't know what the problem is, how can I address it? So that's how I see it. I don't think of it as a communication error. I think of it as, I'm telling you I don't know what the problem is. Can we touch on this later when I have figured out what the problem is? But those words that I just said at times can be taken out of context and then misconstrued by the partner. So somebody has to compromise or sacrifice to get to where your relationship need to be. I don't entirely agree. I do think, yes, you both at times are going to have to sacrifice and stuff like that. But we were talking about this earlier. Relationships shouldn't be as difficult as we've been making relationships to be over the past, like, however many years it's been. Like we were talking about sitting in silence, like even with just friends. We were talking about that, like just sitting in silence and enjoying someone else's company, like vibing off of how they vibe.
I told her all about the
Like
Valkyries we faced.
I've had relationships in my life where it was like that. We didn't need to communicate like a whole lot. Not to make it weird or anything. I know you're married, and it's nothing like that. But our relationship, Carla, was very much like that. We didn't talk a lot. We didn't have to talk a lot. Yeah, we laughed a lot. We hung out a lot. But it wasn't like our communication, I think, was very good to a point. And I don't know. I don't feel like communication should be a crutch for relationships like it typically is for most people. Most people use the communication thing as a crutch and like, oh yeah, well, you know, our communication wasn't good enough. But I feel like if you're really like that, like really connected with someone, your relationship like won't require a ton of talking in the first place. Like you'll vibe so much that arguments will be less. Your communication of your feelings will be more of a feel type of thing. Like if me and 180 were talking about how like I know I'm an empath, and I believe he's an empath as well. I think he mentioned he's an empath. But empathetic people typically can just feel a situation out. And even when you get to, even if you're not an empathetic person, even when you get to like a higher level of closeness with a person, like I had mentioned with the yawning thing, how if a dog yawns, and a dog and a human are close, and the dog yawns or the human yawns, the other one typically will yawn. Science proved it. The same as with humans. If you're really, really that close with someone, your communication is just gonna get better. Like if you're really like that, your communication naturally is gonna be on point. It may not always start off that way, but it's definitely going to get to that point if you're really at that level with that person, I think. And again, I only can speak from experience. I've had a couple relationships with men and women where words didn't really need to be exchanged. Our communication was top notch. Using the little words we did use, a lot of like subtle body language cues, like this, like mannerisms, like the whole thing. Oh, I don't need to go here.
Your father always saying in this situation.
So yeah,
Keep your
I don't know.
expectations low, and you'll
I don't think all the time someone has to compromise or sacrifice. I think sometimes things work, and when things work, there's no need for a compromise or a sacrifice because they're working. Like they're really working, not like halfway working where, you know, this person's not happy in the relationship like ever, and this person's like kind of is, but also not ever. Like it'll work.
Well, best we start looking for a way underground.
Holy crap.
You gotta find the right cave.
Alright, we're gonna knock out this Hofgupa task. Hofgupa mission. So yeah. But again, what do I know? I'm just some dude. I could be wrong. But my experience tells me that I shouldn't have to compromise, or like things can just work the way we are. Like, and even as we grow, things can still work that way. People stay the same and nothing progresses. No, I don't think that's true. I think there are times when people can stay the same and grow, obviously grow in areas, become better people. But people themselves, I think there are times when people can stay the same and their relationship will grow, I think, at times. I think that I've seen that often. Like my parents' relationship, my parents have been the same. Holy crap. My parents have been the same since I've known them. To each other, to us, like, so that's why, like, yeah, I get the like, we're supposed to progress and get better, obviously, but they're still the same. I think my parents are exactly still the same. Like, they still like the same stuff, they dislike the same, like, it's all, they're the same. I don't think staying the same means you don't progress, in that regard, of staying the same. Get up off me. We got him. Got him. Oh, I thought I killed him. Oh, that's not good. So, yeah, I don't know. But, you know, I could be wrong. Wow. I just personally don't equate, you know, a person choosing, or a person just being, you know, how they are, all the time to not making progress. I think you can definitely make progress, like in all areas of life. I'm not doing that. We got a half cup of thing to do. You can definitely make progress in all areas of your life, while still staying and being the same person. You can be a more lovable person throughout life while staying and being the same person, I think. But obviously mostly everyone is going to change to some extent and to some degree. Where is this thing at? Is it here? Nah, this ain't it, honey. What the? Granted, I'm also viewing it from a perspective of up to like a 50 or my parents are 55, up to the perspective of a 55-year-old or a 53-year-old. So, you know, it's not like a ridiculously huge lens that I'm looking at, you know, relationships. It's still very narrow, I think. But I still think it's, you know, I still think it has its merits. I don't think my experience in life discredits anything. Also, I also don't think it's 100% what I'm saying is true. I think every situation is different when it comes to relationship and like how you speak to one another and so on and so forth.
Even if it's only a solo act.
But again, if I'm basing it off like my parents' relationship, my parents, again, they don't say a ton of stuff, but their relationship is rock solid. Like their communication is good. Like they ebb and flow really well together.
Doesn't look like a dark elf cave.
Really well together.
Ancient settlement by the looks of it. Built long before the light
I want to go that way. I want to go this way.
More
I'm gonna go this way.
as well.
I'd say we're on the right
Why is
track.
it so
then.
dark? Oh, never mind. I know why. Never mind. How's your mom and dad? They're good. They are very good. I haven't seen them a whole lot since I've been home. Obviously, I've only been home for 2 weeks, but I've seen them a couple times, like 3 or 4 times, which is a lot for me. Granted, you know, I haven't been home for 14 years, so I think that's a lot. But they're good. They're happy as always, you know, working, busy. I keep meaning to go. I need to like make it more of a regular thing of going to see my parents. I think that's important to see them. That's one of the things that my dad says all the time. Is stepdad Dave. But my dad says that all the time. He's like, yeah, you need to call your mom more often. Even when I came home and told him I was staying here, he was like, even though you're home, you still need to call your mom more often. Right? Well, it was 3 and 2 weeks. Yeah, that's good. Not excessive, but that's good. What the?
Ew. Guess some of this high stuff doesn't like that.
So yeah, they're good. That's one of the things I'm happy about being back home is, you know, I do get to hang out with them from time to time. And obviously my dad's super cool, so I can always like learn new stuff from him. Do new cool things. He's got a he's got a
because you're not from this realm, lad.
like a 3D printer.
The hive is more natural than that faultless lily white column in the center of the well.
No, she's not.
Just look at how old some of these
She's
surfaces
got her own boyfriend
are.
now.
Far older than the light well, or even our trapped
Got her own boyfriend now. He's actually pretty cool. I met him before. He's pretty chill.
Like to
Seems
believe
like a
I
nice
always
fella.
do.
Treats her well. I'm happy about that. But yeah, my dad's got a CNC machine, and he like cuts stuff out of wood with it. So I've been drawing. That's another thing about why I'm glad I'm back home. Like my parents help me, especially my dad. He's helping me like do stuff again. Because my parents obviously know I draw, and they know I like nerdy stuff. And since he's got the CNC machine thing, he had mentioned a couple times to me. He was like, "Yeah, why don't you
Too thick to cut even.
why don't you design some stuff, and then we'll like anime drawing type stuff, because that's what I draw a lot of the time, and we'll cut it into the CNC on the wood thing and see, you know, how it is. See what it looks like. What is he saying? And to me, that's big. Like my parents trying to get me to, you know, do some stuff that I enjoy doing, but most of my life. Something I've kind of, what did he say? Oh, here we go. So my parents are good. I say all of that to say that.
I'm not sure why that works, but I'm glad it does.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that works either. I'm glad they put that commentary in this game. Man, come on, who wants some? Best part about being home, well, honestly, my favorite part is, oh no, Purvey Sage is heading to the hidden rain. Oh snap! That's prime trauma hours right there, boys and girls. Jiraiya, no sir. Don't do it. Don't do it to me. That was so. Ugh. That was so sad. So sad. I look at his death in this series like, again, another slap in my boy Naruto's face, man. Another slap in his face. Like, y'all couldn't just let homie live. Like his mentor, only dad-like figure. I can't let him live. Give Naruto some semblance of peace in this universe, because he doesn't have a love interest. He's still a chunin. Like, nothing good happens in this series for him. It's all after the series, and even after the series, they treat him like crap. Did I not pick that up? Oh, I'm about to get that. Folks show. What's up? Naruto don't even know who his godfather until he's already gone. Exactly. Like, again, we don't even need to get back into the Naruto thing. The Naruto story should have been so much better. Like, in all honesty, Naruto's story should have been way better, especially the ending. The ending was horrid. The ending was terrible. It doesn't even feel like the same series. The ending of the show, if I'm being quite honest, it don't. All right, where you at, homie? Oh, you about to get it? Oh, you suck. It's one of those series, man. I like it a lot. I'm not gonna say I love it, but I really, really like it a lot. We just gotta take it for what it was. They dropped the ball so heavy, so many times. I might end up crying on stream if when Dry bites the big one. That one's a tough one. Can't, fool. Not yet, anyway. When I get off stream, I can. You know what I said. Talking about the Katsu's aspect. For what? Oh, Now I'm talking about the. I don't really even like the Otsutsuki. I mean, more so like the aspect of like from a story standpoint. I feel like they just dropped the ball way too many times. Like we had mentioned, how they could have done, how the Leaf Village should have been the ones to uprise and stop pain. Like that point right there, that shouldn't have been Naruto, in my opinion. Also, like Naruto could have, even in this aspect where Jiraiya is gonna go to the rain, that could have been an instance where maybe they like kidnapped Jiraiya or something like that. Granted, they wouldn't have needed him for anything. I don't know. I just feel like they dropped the ball too many times at too many pivotal moments in this series that would have made this show way better. I don't think the Otsutsuki made the show worse. I don't necessarily think it made it better either. I think it's kind of just like, I think we're just where we're at with the show because of it, you know? I don't think it's a bad thing. But it's also not like a great thing. I think the great thing we're all waiting for, and always were waiting for, was for Sakura to be good. That's what we all really wanted. Like, again, that's another thing that I had mentioned. And we had talked about that would have made this, like, it even just makes sense that she should have been a good character because of how the show started. I think you had mentioned, you were like, yeah, she beat Sasori. The first person like that we see actually beat one of the Akatsuki members. First one. And it's Sakura and an old lady. And he was one of the older members of the Akatsuki, so you know he's not like weak. Where am I going right now? Oh, there we go.
Wait, isn't that the hive that doesn't like sound?
I don't know. They just dropped the ball far too many times for me.
Good eye. Let's continue.
Like
shall we?
a frustrating amount of ball droppage. Probably could have used a better choice of words. But you know, I said what I said. I'll say it when I say it. I'll say this. So out of like the big 3 shows, I'll say icon-wise, I personally don't think, after now watching One Piece, I don't think that, like, Naruto will be better than One Piece. Even now, without One Piece being finished, unless they botch the ending completely, there's no way that I could, like, actually say that I think Naruto is better. Granted, Naruto does drop the ball a couple times and should, you know, or One Piece should, like, do certain things as well. But for the most part, it's so creative and so unique that, like, it's worth it. The Sakura's development was so promising in the beginning of Shippuden. They dropped the ball so heavy. I was so frustrated with that because, I mean, it would have been even before, like, the girl power movement of, like, girl power and all that jazz. Oh, no, you didn't, sir. It'd have been before all of that. And she would have got some, like, serious shine as, like, a powerhouse character in the series. Got him! And they didn't. I don't even know why. Even to this day, it still, to me, doesn't make any sense why Sakura, and they even hinted, you mentioned that too, they hint at the fact that she was like, she's still kind of good, like she could be good in Boruto. She was throwing them things. Skibbity Paps was out there.
Are you saying they have to die to have kids?
Out there.
They don't have
and
to.
yeah, they did
The
it
more
wrong.
light they give,
Yet again.
the higher the chance of their offspring's
How the
survival.
heck do I get up there?
Damn. That's...
Oh, there we go.
It is what parents do.
It is what parents do.
All parents are supposed to die for their children.
I think I also very much had
It
trouble
is what
keeping
I
the
would
focus main antagonist. That too, I agree. They heavily dropped the ball like in so many occasions when it came to that series, man. Like primarily the end of Naruto as well. Like it was bad. Nope, wrong way. Kratos, no! Kratos, no! I'm in charge. Obito, no, me. Yeah, like I didn't. At the end of it, I was purely there just to finish it. At the end, like I wasn't there for amazing story. I chalk Naruto's story up to this similar type of thematic as Dragon Ball Z. Whereas the story, albeit has moments where it's good, yes, is not written to be the most compelling piece of narrative, I don't think. You know? And that's just how I am, where I'm at with Naruto. I don't think it was ever meant to be, like, the best written thing ever. So I can give it a little bit of... I try and cut it a little bit of slack in that regard, but yeah. When it comes to like story-wise, I can never put Naruto over. No. Now when it comes to like fight scenes, did they have really good fight scenes at times? Heck yeah, brother. Heck yeah. They had arguably some of my favorite fight scenes in Naruto. Arguably. Not of all time, but some all time. Yeah, like the Rock Lee Gaara fight, when that first happened, the very first time when they were in Chunin exams and, you know, he drops ankle weights and everything. That was absolutely crazy. to this day, it's still one of the anime fights I go back and regularly watch. Just for funsies. Because it was that good. In the pacing of it was great. All of it. Everything about that fight was phenomenal. So, fight-wise, yeah, they had some great fights. But also, same thing, it has the Dragon Ball effect. Dragon Ball Z has some of my favorite fights as well, too. So, whereas One Piece, I can't say that they have some of my best fights in it because a lot of their fights are very drawn out. But the story in One Piece carries it so heavy. It's like the hardest carry of all time is the story in that show. More with these. Exactly! Like, there were so many elements in Naruto that could have, we as the readers and as the watchers could have reaped such a big benefit. Like Lee learning how to like master his drunken fist, him getting better at using the 8 gates. Like we only see him use the 8 gates for real I think we see it once in Shippuden as well, I think. Like, what? Like, he could have been a more used character if they allowed him to be more useful. He already had the tools. Like, it's not like he didn't have, like, the ability to be a good character. He had all the tools for it. They just didn't let him shine.
We're freeing them only for them to...
And it's tragic. It hurts my soul thinking about it.
Life seldom is. But their
Especially Lee.
sacrifice will allow their children to thrive.
Because really, if you really want to think about it, Lee's got to be... Lee and Mike Guy gotta be 2 of the sickest characters in the whole series. In my book, have to be 2 of the sickest characters in the whole series. Because the whole ninja world is comprised of, like, to be a ninja user, 3 things. That's ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Like, that's the 3 basics. Obviously, there's, like, sage jutsu and all that stuff, but that's extra stuff. We're talking basics. Lee had no basics except taijutsu, and his taijutsu alone was able to keep him hanging with like top tier characters. Like, are you kidding me? They just didn't write him good at all, ever. Lee opened 6 gates while just watching Guy use the 8th gate, but he doesn't do anything. So confused. Yeah, he does do that. That makes no sense. That is the dumbest. I don't know, man. I don't know. They blew it. You blew it. I feel like so many times in Naruto, they blew it. Legitimately. Like, they could have capitalized so hard. And they blew it. And I don't know. I don't know. Or, like, again, like, they do stuff like that. That doesn't even make sense. I forgot that even happened. But now that you say it, I do remember it happening. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Maybe make Guy and Lee go 7 gates, although they said Lee could only go 6, which was crazy. Because at the time of the end of the Chunin exams, I think he could open the 5th at that point. Hold on. How am I supposed to... There's got to be something over here. But it makes no sense. Like, maybe... Because when Guy was in using the 7 seals, or unlocked the 7 gates... He was hanging. Yeah, he wasn't like doing like deadly damage to him, but he was nonetheless, he was still hanging easily. And I don't know. I feel like they could have maybe made both of them go 7 seals, and then boom, bada bing, bada boom. They could have handled Martyr. Even though they still shouldn't have even been fighting Martyr to begin with. Like, I don't know. They dropped the ball heavy on that series numerous times. Got him! Gotta get this hospital down. Yeah. Maybe in another life, there's a perfect Naruto series out there somewhere. Or I'm sure I could find like an awesome piece of fan fiction that's got like everything I'm looking for in a make-believe Naruto series. Okay, did we get him yet? Nope. Dang, man. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Not like this. Imagine Lee going toe-to-toe with Madara, mastering Drunken Fist. Like, that would have been cool. And that's a huge possibility, I think. Like, or it should have been a huge possibility. Like, why introduce so many things into Naruto if we don't get to see this stuff? As even, like, just as fans, like, we don't get to see and experience this stuff at, like, a higher level. Like, we get, like, the low level Lee doing cool stuff. We don't get, like, a higher level Lee doing cool stuff. Okay, that's fine. Not like anybody wanted to see that or anything. He hit me. Mixing two techniques like Goku SS Blue and Kaioken. Exactly. When that happened, I was shocked they did that. I'm surprised they actually, I mean, in my mind, they pulled it off. I always wondered, honestly, while even being a longtime Dragon Ball fan, I never knew why Goku couldn't go Super Saiyan. No way. I never knew why he couldn't go Super Saiyan and Kaioken until I read like that whole like tidbit about, oh, you've got to be like calm to go Super Saiyan Blue, and like the stress that's put on the body. Like, it would be too stressful essentially if he did it as Super Saiyan. But Blue allowed him to be able. I don't know. I thought they did it pretty cool. We had so many missed opportunities in Naruto, because I feel like Naruto is a perfect series where you can combine abilities and just make nothing but sick techniques and sick, just absolute just coolness. All the cool stuff we would want and expect. All the cool stuff we would expect and want to see. I feel like Naruto had the universe to have all of those things and facilitate like wild, crazy, imaginative stuff. But I don't know. I don't want to say it became like a cash grab anime, because there are parts where it's still good. I feel like all the way up until the end of the Ninja War, I feel like it was good. Not great, but it was like genuinely good. Like, I was very interested in invested in it. But like, again, the ending has a really big, plays a really big part for me, and it was very drawn out. Like, why so long for so many antagonists? Like, I don't know. It could have been that long if they stuck with one antagonist, but they didn't. So, is it Black Zetsu? Is it White Zetsu? Is it Kage? Like, we didn't know. I feel these missed out on coming full circle and having a Lee and Gaara duel fight. Oh man, that would have been so sick. I've never thought about that, but thinking about it now, because you got to think those two have to know how each other fight, clearly because of the fight. Like, and oh man, the level of awesomeness that fight would look like, especially with like how anime looks nowadays, how they can make it like all particle-y and stuff like that. That would look so absolutely crazy. Lee like speed blitzing around, like bouncing off of like constructs that Gaara creates, that Gaara then like slams into an enemy, while Lee's still like bouncing around in the 6 gates, while also using Drunken Fist. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop. That right there. That's, yeah. That's intoxicating to think about. Absolutely intoxicating. See, that's where like, for me, true fandom really steps up, when we allow that imagination to take place. That's why, again, I can't wait until AI gets like super duper good to where you can like say stuff to it and have it like draw cartoons for you and stuff like that. Like, I can't wait for that. I think it's gonna be absolutely crazy. To spark a whole new generation of innovation and creativity. I'm gonna just be over here making anime that I wanted to see. Like character fights and like genres and series that I wanted to see. That's what I'm gonna be doing with it.
Please.
And a Lee and Gaara duel fight is gonna be nasty.
Look, I know I get sad about this kind of stuff, but it doesn't mean I won't be okay, you know?
It doesn't mean I won't be okay.
Of
So, what happened with the blacksmith?
Got him.
He died.
Where's this one go?
Trying to protect her from those who would open it.
Oh, I totally forgot he was
You're
even
not
telling
gonna
the
have to
story.
do that for me.
I know.
I know.
But I would.
But I would. I wish Kakashi's Sasuke fight was longer and more focused on them. Again, that's another one of those areas that they missed out. Like, there's so many times where they sold the fans short, man, in that series, and that again is another instance of it. I feel like sometimes the fights that were long that we got weren't the fights that we wanted to be long, you know? And granted, like some of the fights, obviously we didn't. It wasn't like we didn't get anything good. Obviously, the show is good. It's very good. But they definitely just, again, for lack of a better term, they definitely dropped the ball in a couple of big ways. I feel like they just. I don't want to say this. I don't want to say that. I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like they stopped caring about it as much as they did in the beginning. Obviously, that tends to happen in series that run that long. And I feel like the fans are the only ones really, truly caring for it, like, in that type of way anymore. Like, they just weren't. Again, maybe, like, the whole paycheck thing. Like, they're just trying to get a paycheck. Got him. Yeah, like Data over Sasuke was like 3 episodes. Yeah, right? Nobody want to see that. Why is that got to be a 3-episode fight? Sasuke outclasses Datara in literally every aspect. That should have been a walk-through fight. That's been an episode. That should have been like that should have been like Vegeta fighting Qui on Planet Namek, or Dodoria.
Let's go cut it free.
That should have been quick. That should have been the fastest Akatsuki fight out there, in my opinion. Don't nobody want to see Datara? Trash. Nobody like him. I'd be so frustrated if somebody was like, "Oh no, I love Datara." Oh no. No way. There's just no way. I can't imagine him being like a super popular and loved character by anyone. Nice. Alright, let's go release this fella. Like, I could have done for a longer Killer Bee and Sasuke fight, if I'm being honest. I think that fight, I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot of fights that should have been really, really long, honestly. Man, Sharingan and Curse Mark. I was trying to get sword. Why is Vader? Exactly. Like, so much so that Sasuke had to even use the snake as a scapegoat so he didn't get blown up by Datara's like ultimate jutsu. Like what?
I will always do what
serious? That's what that was. Like Sasuke had to. He had to exert so much strength in that fight. It made no sense. In a lot of his fights, honestly. Like, as strong as he should have been.
You know what? Never mind.
I don't know. There's so many fights. Like the I would say like a perfectly timed fight is one I had on the stream not too long ago. The Orochimaru and Naruto fight, when Naruto, you know, I think he had 4 tailed beasts or tails. That fight was perfectly paced, in my opinion, because it was characteristic of Orochimaru to be like, "Oh, we out of time. I'm out.
Thanks, Father.
It's up."
For doing all this.
He was doing it for a reason anyway.
everything.
Like it was methodical. There was a
like
method behind his
we help.
madness to begin with. And Naruto was mad, so obviously he's gonna pop off anyway and, you know, start throwing him hands. And then, like, when people start getting hurt, obviously the fight has to stop. And like, you had seen enough in that fight. Like, you saw how strong Naruto was. You also got to see how strong Orochimaru was, as Asani, still weakened, who was very shortly gonna get, you know, ixnayed by Sasuke, because that happened shortly after as well. So I don't know. Certain fights they nailed. Other fights they did not nail. Not even a little bit. Not even close. All right, we need to go get. Actually, no. We want to stay out here in this area, I think. I'm gonna finish this real quick and get this bird, and then we go. This is what always happens. I'm always like, oh, one more mission. Got him. Thought I could get away. Not today.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, I agree. That fight was good at setting the tone for Naruto's potential. Yeah, and you also have to think it's like it was one of the first fights in the series after, you know, obviously the Sasori and Sakura Chiyobasama fight. So it was like the next fight up. So it had to follow that previous fight.
Which means this
Yeah,
would
like
have
it had to.
cooperation in generations.
And it did not
Far
disappoint.
cry from
Not even a little
peace,
bit.
but
That
perhaps
fight
it
was
served
good.
as a
Like,
monument, one that
not even
symbolizes
joking. That fight was
potential for peace.
good. Good. They just don't make these fights the way they used to. The dang old shame. It is a dang shame. Drop this. Drop this thing. How do I drop this? Oh my god, it should be circle. You fool. Wait, let me grab this again. I can't put it out over here? How foolish. I don't know. Again, maybe in another life there's a universe where, oh, that's what I gotta do. I forgot about that. There's a universe where, you know, all these fights got done right, and we don't have to sit here and just sulk as fans. Not that the show was bad, but that the show didn't capitalize.
This statue may have survived Freya's absence, but a truce clearly did not.
But
Monuments are
clearly
useless to those who ignore their
What
message.
a creepy
Couldn't we
voice.
have just, I don't know, cast a spell?
Very domineering, this guy.
There wasn't a spell or enchantment to leave behind. Freya's
Alright,
presence
this.
is what matters.
Bang bang.
His very god
Got
is
him.
what brought life back to this dying land.
Bang bang.
Eventually, he had to choose. Vanaheim
Oh, I need to grab the other
or
one.
Alfheim.
Okay.
It's never easy to
Man,
walk
this
away
game is so
from
good.
those
It's very good at teaching. It teaches lessons as you go. Absolute madness. Sasuke pre-war has only gotten a dub
You're
from
right.
a
Normally,
fight
we'd have
since
to provide our
signing two
own.
people who
Perhaps
killed themselves.
slotting a crystal on the opposite side
6 signing
could
2 people who killed
shed
themselves. I
some
mean,
light
you ain't
on
wrong.
this mystery.
You ain't
You
wrong.
were gonna say that.
That is an actual truth right there. I mean, even the Danzo fight, again, Danzo killed himself. Why was Sasuke trying so hard in that fight? I feel like he shouldn't have had to. Had to have been trying that hard. I could be wrong. Maybe I was overestimating Sasuke. But they did make Sasuke seem like he was very strong in the series. Like, that was just the thing. Like, he beat Itachi. He beat Itachi. And Itachi was literally making people look stupid. Like, just with simple genjutsus. He wasn't even using Tsukiyomi. And he was making people look stupid. And Sasuke beat this guy. So what do they expect us to think? We expect Sasuke to be, like, pretty high tier. At least I did. I was expecting him to be strong and, like, top tier.
Light from the crystals. It is in the sand now.
And then he was just
Would you
getting
look
just
at that?
bopped
Freya's
often.
gift endures after all. Or should I say, his presence.
You are not funny.
Like, they really did give Naruto, like, the main treatment. Like, he primarily shined the most out of everybody in the series. It's really the Naruto show. Oh my gosh, give me that. Tashi really used hands. Exactly. He was so good he didn't even need to use hands. That's the craziness. That's the craziness.
Fix this one.
He was so good he didn't even need to use his hands.
Perhaps now it can serve as a reminder.
And Sasuke beat this fella
Nothing reminds people of their history
with a
like
lesser
chiseled, well-lit
genjutsu
marble.
than his brother had. I don't think Sasuke had as good of hands as Itachi. Granted, Itachi had like weakened eyes. I don't think that mattered a whole lot. Again, he beats Itachi, and then is proceeded to get treated like he's just like some slightly stronger ninja. No, that don't make any sense whatsoever.
How are the elves supposed
None.
to change if
He beat one of the strongest dudes. Like, everyone recognizes that Itachi is like that dude in the series. Everybody realizes that. He's not my favorite character. But I do really like the character. And I get why people like him. He's that dude.
Perhaps we have planted the seeds.
What the heck?
Couldn't have said it better
Oh, I
myself.
was trying to pick this thing up.
Sounds like
I
I'm
swear?
off on you, brother.
It is possible.
But yeah. So I mean, him beating him when that happened, I was like, okay, cool. I shouldn't be seeing Sasuke losing any more fights. No more fights throughout this whole series. None. And what do I see? Him losing some more fights. He definitely lost a couple more fights. He lost a bunch. Danzo feared Itachi. Sasuke killed Itachi. Why was he getting worked up by him? Yeah, that's that. You know, when Sasuke beat him, for me, if anything, and I get that Itachi wanted Sasuke to win. Totally get that. Makes sense. It's his brother. But at the same time, it doesn't make sense. You'll kill your family, everyone but your brother. Even like if he had a girl, he'd kill her too. Anyway, that's beside the point. Once he got beat, I was like, okay, so was everyone just like tripping about Itachi? Because even in like, and I'm not saying that Itachi wasn't strong, because obviously he was very strong. However, like if you have to base it on the feats that they show within the world, and obviously the fact that he killed the entire village, and then plus the degradation of his eyes and everything. Even with all of that, like in the degradation and whatnot, based on how strong Sasuke is and how he does in other fights outside of that fight, it still to me to this day doesn't make sense how he beat him. Like, I don't know. I feel like Itachi should have won that fight. Like, if it weren't written for Sasuke to obviously be there, I feel like, I don't know. The only way to fix the problem is to make Sasuke stronger and not have him getting packed up by Deidara.
Between me and Tyr.
Why him? Like, that's the most frustrating one for me. Danzo I kind of get because obviously he was cheating. He had Izanami. So that one I mean obviously makes a little bit more sense. Because realistically, Sasuke killed him like, what, 10 times, 11, 12, 13 times? However many times he's got on his arm. He killed him that many times. But, I don't know. They could have done better. I'll say that. That's all I'll say. They could have done better. They didn't hook Sasuke up with that Naruto treatment, apparently. Apparently, the only one who gets that is Naruto. Naruto's the only one who gets any shine around here. No other characters. Or anytime when Sasuke would get any type of like little semblance of shine, it would always get drowned out so quickly, like almost immediately. It seemed like by someone else's achievements or someone else doing something even better. Deidara giving anyone a run for their money is it's so disrespectful. Especially someone like Sasuke. Like, what? Like, I don't know, man. They called him like a prodigy and all this stuff, and Deidara had you clutching your purse? Deidara? Oh, man. That guy? Like I would like to think that the other Akatsuki members and like other people in the verse, when they heard that Sasuke almost got packed up by Deidara, they were like, "Oh, maybe we don't have to. Maybe the Sharingan ain't that strong. Maybe you know, maybe it's not that big of a deal." Sasuke the Prodigy almost got packed up by Deidara. Word. But I bet you Sasuke was shaking in his boots when Deidara came back in the war. Subliminally, I bet he was like, "Oh no,
What else
this ain't
do
good."
you know?
Only that it was the great passion of
Like,
Odin's.
there's no way I can stop this, man.
He journeyed across Aegir, burning ocean,
Give me that.
silent matron herself to find it. Lost every man in his crew, but to hear him tell
Oh, man.
it was worth all that blood and more.
Yeah, Deidara. Golly. Deidara is Naruto's version of, for me, Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball Z. That's who that's the type of vibes I get from him. Like, I just want to punch him in the nose. Deck him in the schnoz. That's what I want. I just want to hit him. I still don't even know how he got into the Akatsuki. What? One hit? Get up off me. That's crazy. Only decent fight was him and Gaara. The rest was just him ranting about art with plot armor. Yeah, the him and Gaara fight was decent. But honestly, even still then, when I saw his ability, I was like, okay. He makes clay art. He makes C4 with his hands. And I was like, yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible ability. It's just not like the coolest in the grand scheme of things of like what they could have thought of to put in this like super secret, like ultra dangerous group. Like it just didn't strike me as that when I saw it. It's like, okay. And then his catchphrases were super weak. Super weak. Did not like his catchphrases at all. He just wasn't a likable character. Not even a little bit for me. Come on, you. Oh no. This is bad. Did we get it? Nope. He throws up explosives from his hands. Okay, what else does he do? That's all? Oh, right? Like, I don't know. I just remember looking at him like, this is it? This is what you do? So essentially, he's an exploding kunai. Essentially. He's just a walking exploding kunai. He's got a bunch of those. He can produce a lot of those. To me, is the kind of vibe that I get from Deidara. He ain't exactly, you know, Sharingan level. Like, I can't even think of another ability to even, like, I don't know. He's probably got one of the corniest, like, abilities in my mind. In the whole series, even. There's just not, like, nothing about it that I find cool. Nothing even about him that I find cool. It's kind of tragic. How the heck? And there we go. Yeah, Deidara is trash to me. But I guarantee you, if I like went on Reddit or something like that, I bet I could find like a "Everybody Loves Deidara" forum or something like that. I almost guarantee it. Could you imagine, like, some people just arguing, oh, Deidara is the best because of so and... Oh, my gosh. I'd punch myself in the nuts. Man, you don't tell me how to get this thing. Killer Bee Sasuke was... Oh, I was going to mention that earlier. The Killer Bee Sasuke fight, I actually really enjoyed. I could have watched Killer Bee Sasuke fighting, like week after week after week. That was it. That fight was tough. Again, another fight where Sasuke was getting packed up. He was getting packed up hard, too. Like there was nothing Sasuke was able to do to stop B from boxing him up. He was getting pummeled. Absolutely pummeled. And I was there for the whole thing. Loved it. Loved every second of it. I'm gonna figure this out. Only lie because he was leaving hickeys on Karin. He's lucky. He's lucky he had Karin there. He is so very lucky. Because goodness, B showed up like as if he was the main character. I was like, dang, I didn't know. I didn't know he had that in him when it started. I was like, oh damn, Sasuke is cussing out here. We ain't cussing. Gotta stop that. But yeah, he did that thing. I don't even know what this goes to. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Karin was his saving grace. And Jugo. Honestly, I can't remember the water dude, the guy who was just like a liquid. I can't remember his name, but I remember Jugo. That water dude with the weird teeth, he always creeped me out. I didn't like him too much. Wow, how did that thing get over there? Sugetsu, that's it. Yeah.
Another
I don't know how I forgot that, because his name always I think that name fits him really well. Sugetsu sounds like a wet kind of a name. Yeah, we are not doing this Berserker. I think, what time is it? Oh, look at that. 6 hours. That's what I was shooting for. Alright. Let me go ahead and save this. Man. Good stream. Very, very, very good stream. I had a very good time. Let me change this. Oh, no, it's changed. We're good. All right, so that's gonna be it for tonight. It's 2:40 here. I'm gonna catch some Z's. Alan 180, appreciate you guys for stopping by. Carla, thank you guys for stopping by. Anybody else who stopped by, viewed the stream, whether it was here on TikTok, on my Twitch, or on my YouTube, truly appreciate you guys. Any way you guys are supporting. I will most likely be back tomorrow. You too, man. Be safe. God bless. And I'll see you the next one. But yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow. I'm just not sure yet what I'm going to stream. Kind of thinking about Last of Us 2. It'll either be Last of Us 2 or Genshin Impact, I think. I think between those two will be pretty good. So thank you guys again. I truly appreciate it. All the support. And until next time, guys. Bow. We out.